Good evening, good evening, good evening. How are you? Great to see you, great to have you. Karibuni sana Wakenya kwa hii show. Karibuni sana kwa hii show. Imetimu mida ya saa 4 hapa Kenya. Karibu sana. We are on all Mutembei platform. We are on, we are live. And thank you for joining me. Thank you for tuning in to Mutembei live show. My name is Jakes. Karibuni sana kwa hii show. I have a great show lined up for you. You can be assured that this show, itaku nice. This show, this show will excite you. I'm telling you. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for joining me, for liking always our pages and our videos. Asante sana wa Kenya. As usual, all we can say is so much thank yous. If kama kuna idadi ya thank yous, asanteni tu sana. Join me as we have a decent, awesome conversation. I'm telling you, hii show utaipenda. This show you must love. This one is for the Titans. This one you must love. Asanteni sana. Thank you for joining me. I have a great show lined up for you. And above all, I can assure you, you will love this one. This one. This one you will love. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being part of this show. Nieleze unatazama ukiwa wapi. Nieleze hapo kwa comment section where you're tuning in from. For this show is your show. Allow me to acknowledge your presence in this show. Hapo tu kwa comment section, whether on YouTube or Facebook. Let me know where you're watching me from and I'll be reading your name live. Or rather, I'll be announcing that you are as well part of this show. Nijuze tu uko wapi. Watu wa Isiolo karibuni, watu wa Marsabit karibuni, watu wa Turkana karibuni sana, watu wa Moyale karibuni sana, watu wa wapi ni Lodo I think nimesema watu wote karibuni tu sana, watu wa kule Kakamega City, watu wa Vihiga County, watu wa wapi, watu wa Kisumu, watu wa Homa Bay, watu wa Siaya, watu wa Nyamira na Kisii, watu wa Kericho na Bomet, watu wa wapi, watu wa Nyeri Kirinyaga, watu wa Mombasa Kilifi, watu wa Nairobi mjini, karibuni kwa show. Thank you so much for being part of this show. Thank you for being always tuned in inapofika mida ya saa 4. Show yako, show kali, show umekuja kupenda. Why? You guys have made this show awesome, and these guys here at Mutembei can only say thank you so very much. Let me know where you're watching me from. Karibu sana, karibu kwa hii show. Tuanze show wadau, tuanze show. We, si mnatuma ujumbe mbio mbio. Wadau, thank you so much. Na asante kwa kulike hii video. Like hii video hapo kwa YouTube, like hii video hapo kwa Facebook. Wacha tufanye ile kitu, right? Tufanye ile kitu, right? Okay. Simba Omar Said ndiye alikuwa wa kwanza kabisa. We, jamaa, I salute you. You are number 1 today. Anasema maandamano. Ruto must go. Thank you so much for being part of this show. I see Nyikwar akondani. Naniambia una watch ukiwa Somaliland. Karibu sana my brother. I see Julius Kumboka akondani. Halima Aziz akondani. Kevin Oloadipo, I see you. Eric Maluki, I see you. Kalistas Manyonge, I see you. Captain Kip, unasema uko around. Karibu sana. Joseph akondani. Joseph Opanda, I see you. Sebastian Congo, I see you. Sami K Kamba, I see you. Karibu sana kwa show. Zephaniah Oyaro, sorry. Karibu sana kwa show. Kelvin Adipo, I see you my brother. Unaniambia uko Kisumu dala. Karibu sana watu wa Kisumu. Sami K unaniambia uko Mombasani. Sebastian unaniambia uko Nandi County. Karibuni sana wadau. Namuona nani hapa? Joseph Opanda ananiambia ako Kaimosi. Karibu sana. Jamaa ako County 001 anajiita Manyonge. Karibu sana mdau kwa show. Zephaniah Oyaro ananiambia ako anasema prisoners are starving. Okay, he is commenting to the topic hapo juu. Namwona Josephat Jewel akondani, Gladys Bosbori akondani. Let me know where you're watching me from, eh? Like hii video, share hii video, like hii video tu, eh? Bure bilashi kulike. Ni bure kabisa. Haina gharama yote inayokukumba wewe kama mtazamaji. So ni kulike tu. Like hiyo thumb, hiyo yenye umechorewa hapo kwa YouTube, hiyo ndio unaguza. Hiyo ni kama emoji. Wakati unatumia mtu ka emoji kwa WhatsApp, tutumia ako ka emoji, ako ka emoji ka come through hapa kwa YouTube, asante. Ako ka like ka come through hapa kwa Facebook, asante sana man. Ninaona hizo likes leo, acha nisome likes. Naona like ya Cindy Victoria, asante sana. Naona like ya George Moenga, asante sana. Naona like ya Nkaiseri Joshua, asante sana. Naona like ya Blessed Faith, asante. Like ya Kalistas Manyonge ako ndani, asante sana. Like ya nani hapa? Ninaona like ya Thomas Asutsa ako ndani, karibu sana, asante sana. Naona like ya nani hapa? Ninaona like ya jamaa anajiita Sami K Kamba, asante sana kwa hizo like. Wadau, hizo like zikam through, hizo like zikam through. Sami Joshua akondani ananiambia anatazama akiwa Kitui County, asante sana. Hizo like zinakuja kukuja. Naona Jeff Manyora amelike, asante. Bosco Wambua amelike, asante. Joshua Opanda amelike, asante. George Maonge amelike, asante sana. William Isaboke amelike. Pia wewe unaweza kuwa mmoja ambao ana like tu hapo kwa YouTube, like hapo kwa Facebook, nami nitakuwa nasoma live. Naona likes zinapanda, naona comments zinapanda, naona mnajaja. Kwa sababu ya nini? Hii show imekuwa show yako, show ambayo umekuja kupenda, show umekuja kuenjoy, show ambayo umekuwa ukitune nini, inapofika tu saa 4 unajikuta uko ndani ya hii show. Thank you very very much. Eric Maluki unasema it's time to realize our mistakes as Kenyans. Sawa. Namwona Paul Oguna ako ndani, unasema niko ndani sa Jex, asante sana. Hizo likes zikam through. Namwona Isa Anyaga amelike, asante sana. Etare Joram amelike, asante sana. Gordon Kibet amelike, asante sana. Continue liking this video hapo kwa Facebook, hapo kwa YouTube. Like wadau, like, share, and I'll be reading. Leo imagine ninasoma hadi likes. It is that interesting, Ronald Okumu, ninaona like yako, thank you very much. Rosa, I see your like, asante sana. Namuona Joe Shaka ametuma ujumbe, anasema Joe ako ndani kama kawa. Roland Okumu, ninakuona, unasema hasra tawale. Even unasema hapo kwa comment section, asante sana. Let me know where you're watching me from, like this video, share this video, I'll be reading the likes. Imagine leo nasoma hadi likes. Kama like ya Vansi Chebi ishaingia, like ya Karisa Charo ishaingia, like ya Million Make Angel Cat ako ndani, asante sana. Roland Okumu ananiambia hasla tawale, I think nimesoma hiyo. Tuma hizo likes, naona likes zinapanda, naona jumbe zinapanda, na show imeanza, asante sana. Gitasha nasema maandamano ni wewe. Maandamano inakaa, si mimi kusema. Kipkorili Egon amelike, asante sana. Haron Kim amelike, thank you so much. Thank you for liking this show. Thank you wadau, mnafanya ile kitu na sisi tunawapenda tu sana. Thank you so much. Tupe hiyo thumbs up na sisi tutafanya ile kitu kama kawa. Kila jioni tunawapa show kali, show moto, show safi, show yako. Namwona Eric Maluki anasema na bado finance bill. Leo kulikuwa na vituko bunge, sijui kama mumewatch. Of course nitawachezea. Of course mimi wenyu Jex lazima nicheze ka video kuonyesha binsi. Leo kuna watu leo wamelimana, na kwambia leo ilikuwa smackdown kwa wapenzi wa Royal Rumble. Leo kaliti. Leo kaliti. Leo kiliumana bungeni. Of course ile statement tulikuwa tunangoja ya Rao leo ile happen. Leo alikuwa na financial forum, financial bill forum, kitu kama hiyo. Wakajaribu kung'amua hapa kule kuhusu debate hiyo ya financial bill. Na pia hapo paliwaka moto. And in fact, hapo ndio pana notify ujumbe ya posta yetu. So usione kama ni Jakes anasema vitu zingine. Hizi story huwa zinatoka kwenye wadau, na mimi kama nani, kazi yangu ni kuwapea vitu jinsi zinavyokuja. Ninamwona Thomas like video, Ronald Obonyo like video, Catherine Azunzu like video, asanti sana. Susan Oluoch like video, Kip Korili Egon like video, Kim Haron Kim like video, Garang Petodi, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, like video. Ronald Ogumu anasema Milio Vyambo amewakilisha bungeni. Leo kuna mtu ameonyeshwa makonde. I'm telling you, show ya leo lazima utatii. Hii show ni ile show. Sijui kama umeona SmackDown, umeona John Cena wakifanya ile kitu. Leo nitakushow live on stage. I tell you, quality iliweza, ilikubali. Venye ilijipa siku ya mchana, ndivyo nitakujipisha, kama hiyo ni Kiswahili sanifu, kwa hii show. Namwona Richard Muga like, namwona Shaban Chaka like, namwona Nicholas Onyango like, Wilson Okedi like, Francis Mudhungu like. Thank you for liking. Nitumia ujumbe nielezo na nitazama ukiwa wapi. Let me know where you're watching me from. Kama vile jamaa hapa ananiambia ako pamoja nami ni Kilian Chondo, ako ndani, asante sana. Eric Maluki unaniambia uko ndani. Jemo unasema uko ndani, umenicheki ndugu. Thank you so much. Let me know where you're watching me from. And as I promised you, hii show, hii ya leo utapenda. Hii itakunice. Hii lazima ikunice na lazima itakufanyia ile kitu. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being part of this show. Ninatuma link tu saa hizi na lazima hii link itakufanya ufeel fiti. Thank you guys. Thank you for being part of this show. Namuona nani hapa? Edwin Ogoto like, Glorious Joka Joke, I think nimeitamka vizuri, like video. Glorious, asante sana. Namuona Kiplemoy Kolinch like video. Asante sana kwa like video. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this awesome show. Silas Omoit like a video. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Allow me to play this video even as I look at something someone is raising. Karibuni wa
President William Ruto's administration to prepare for a battle royale in the streets of Nairobi should they go ahead and pass the controversial Finance Bill 2023. In his push to have the Finance Bill withdrawn, Azimio leader Raila Odinga says if the bill becomes law, a number of employers will be forced to close shop due to overtaxation, especially on the housing levy. Odinga has further termed the bill an economic sabotage and called on all MPs to listen to the voice of the taxpayer before taking a vote. Stephen Leto reports.
The Azimio coalition has set the stage for a major clash on the floor of the National Assembly during the voting of the Finance Bill 2023, with Azimio leader during his address on Thursday saying this serves as his final instruction to his MPs. Odinga, who held a meeting with Azimio Economic Council over the finance bill, said the coalition will sustain its opposition to very last stage.
Today, we lay out our final objection to the revenue-raising measures contained in the Financial Bill 2023. We also give final instructions to our members of Parliament, after which, depending on how the Ruto administration behaves, this matter may take a very different turn.
The coalition is mooting far-reaching steps to take should the government fail to withdraw the finance bill.
Celebrated African writer Chinua Achebe said, and I quote, "A disease that has never been seen before cannot be cured with everyday herbs."
Hapo ndipo nilianzia wadau Raila Odinga alisema ugonjwa ambayo ni sugu haiwezi tibiwa na miti ni dawa tu ya kawaida. We sasa sikujua kama aliita William Ruto ugonjwa sikujua kama alimuita the deadliest disease in Kenya kama vile COVID. Unakumbuka vile COVID ilifanya watu? COVID nchi nzima ilisimama. Wadau, mimi nikarudi nyuma nikakumbuka jinsi COVID ilitufanyia wadau. Kila kitu ilikwama. Hivi leo majaji nasikia kuna venye hawajalipwa kila kitu. Nasikia wafungwa kuna venye food haifiki vifiti. Shule at least leo walipokea mgao kidogo, si kila kitu, pesa tu kiasi. Counties ndio hizo zinagoma bwana. MCAs actually washagoma, wanadai mishahara yao imekuwa ikikatwa. So wamepause. Wadau kidogo kidogo tu hivi. Financial bill nayo ndio hiyo. Taxes nazo ndio hizo. Kila kitu ni kama inakwama, ina stop. We kidogo kidogo nikasikia Raila amesema kuna kaugonjwa kabaya Kenya katibiwi na miti tu ni dawa, ati na madawa tu fani. Then I asked myself, did Raila just call Ruto a disease? Hivyo ndo nilijiuliza. But wewe sijui unadhani vipi, lakini hizi shida tuko nazo ni kama ugonjwa manze. Ni kama ugonjwa, sijui dawa itatoka wapi. Dawa ya Kenya ni nani? Maana kuna ugonjwa. Sijui ugonjwa ni nani, sijui ugonjwa kama ni Ruto, sijui ugonjwa kama ni sisi wenye tulimchagua. Nani mgonjwa? Yeah?
Cannot
listen to these words.
Be cured with everyday herbs.
Ati kuna magonjwa haitibiwi na miti tu kama miti ni dawa. Kuna miti za Wamasai huko nje nazijua, na wajua ndauo wanapenda hizo miti Anasema hivi, kuna magonjwa mengine na sijui kama alikuwa anaita Ruto ugonjwa. Lakini of course alikuwa Chenua Achebe akasema kuna magonjwa sugu na haya magonjwa kuna venye. So alipokuwa anaelezea haya magonjwa akiquote nani? Stories za William Ruto. Sikiza hapa, si stories za jaba. Nimekwambia hii show utapenda. Hii show
Have been seen before, cannot be cured with
the finance bill.
Celebrated African writer Chinua Achebe said, and I quote, "A disease that has never been seen before cannot be cured with everyday herbs."
Ile ugonjwa tuko nayo hii Kenya yezi tibiwa tu na mavitu hivi. Inahitaji vitu serious. Namuona Cliff Sanito amelike, asante sana. Faith Mwangi amelike, Mary Nashi amelike, Omasi Eric amelike, Joshua Sami amelike, Professor wa Malwa amelike, asante sana. Hola amelike, asante sana. Teddy Lee amelike. Pia wewe unaweza like hapo kwa Facebook, like mbio, asante sana. Na leo nasoma imagine likes. I am that good today. Leo ninasoma likes. Hapo kwa YouTube ukilike ninasoma. Hapo kwa Facebook ukilike, ukishare ninaona hapa, imagine it is that interesting na ninasoma live. Asante sana wewe ambaye una like. Namuona Kennedy Kathale amelike, namuona Emmanuel Wafula amelike, asante sana. Nelson Kogei amelike, Mule Mwagangi amelike. Continue liking this video and I'll continue showing you jinsi hii video ama hii show ni kali, na hii show lazima hii utalike. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this speech ya Raila Odinga. Anaambia Ruto, you know what? Ukipitisha hii bill, I prepare for battles kule kwa streets. Or rather in short, hii bill ikipita, maandamano na sisi tunarudi mtaani.
In the history of budget making in Kenya, no regime has imposed so many and so high taxes on our people in return for nothing except fantasies and fairy tales.
Azimio warns that apart from the finance bill to be debated in the National Assembly, counties are expected to generate similar bills on revenue collection, further burdening taxpayers.
This is not the only finance bill. We are going to have other 47 finance bills from every county. And because the model is the same, and the principle is the same, and the alignment is Kenya Kwanza, and this is a philosophy, it means we now expect worse bills from the counties.
It is quite clear that Kenyans are on their own, and that this is a cruel and caring regime which does not care at all if Kenyans die of hunger, if children fail to go to school, or if people die because they cannot access medical services.
Minority Leader Opiyo Wandayi said the minority benches in Parliament will not propose any amendments to the bill. Instead, they will reject it in totality.
This bill is flawed beyond redemption. So we are going to reject it in total. We are not going to propose any amendment to it.
We are in a crisis, and we need to be able to accept that this is a crisis matter, and then, as my brother said, the conclusion was we give it to the court.
The Azimio leaders said they are ready for a showdown when the bill is presented in Parliament.
But we have agreed with our MPs on what to do. Vote against any tax rises. Should Ruto overrun the National Assembly, we will regroup and overrun him in the wider National Assembly of the whole people of Kenya.
Stephen.
Tax rises. Should Ruto overrun the National Assembly, we will regroup and overrun him in the wider National Assembly of the whole people of Kenya.
Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
Wadau, I'm telling you, hii show lazima mtati. Round hii. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have with me Captain Conchela and many joining me behind the stage. And this is Mutembei Live. Here, you join in and we have a great show. Namuona Garanga kondani na wengine wengi ambao wako ndani. Wengi wana like. Asante sana wewe ambaye una like hii video. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for liking this video. I see Charles Tabibu ame-like. Asante sana. Moses Yegor ame-like. Vivian Owino ame-like. Mule Mwagangi ame-like. Nelson Kogei ame-like. Najita nani hapa? Maximum bin Abdukadil. Ama nimeisoma vizuri, I think. Ame-like. Thank you so much. Wacha nianze na jamaa anajita Garang. Garang! Oh, yeah. Amekimbia. Lakini kabla arudi, Captain vipi? Habari ya leo za kushinda kaka?
Ya, Jex, vipi bana? Niko salama kaka. Habari ya leo?
Bro? Niko fiti sana. Umeshinda aje?
Wera tu kama kawaida.
Aha.
Ndio tumekuja kupumzika kidogo, nikasema tuingie online tusikie vile wananchi wanasema. And tuone vile tunaweza sukuma Kenya to the next level.
Okay.
And nimeona umecheza video kadhaa hapo hivyo, but what I can tell you is that we have no any problem with Azimio. The Azimio people, they are doing their work. They are the best people to foresee the government right now, and they are doing now their work. Mambo ya kudanganya wananchi kuambia tuende maandamano, tuende kwa barabara, that was wrong. Sasa kazi yao sasa ndio imefika sasa, wafanye kazi sasa. Sasa hii wako kazi na hatutawasumbua sasa. They have done good. They have been calling so many press conferences and all whatever, opposing the bill, the financial bill and all whatever. That is what we want. But misusing our people, we call our people to go to the streets to demonstrate because of this and that. That was wrong. Where they are heading right now, I can believe that those guys who are waiting to be taken
Lakini
to Canaan.
Raila anadai maandamano ni lazima bro.
We don't have any problem. We don't have any
Anadai
problem
lazima watu waende
maandamano.
maandamano bwana.
We don't have any problems na maandamano. Let me tell you that. Hata kama hata wakiita maandamano day and night, we have no any problem on that. It is their duty because they are the opposition side of the government. They are the ones to foresee the government. We don't have any problem on that. Wasikuje wakituambia kwa press conference wanaita maandamano, wakifikiria wanatisha. Si kutisha. Ni kazi yao ya Azimio, ni kazi yao ya opposition side. Let them do their work. As long as the police will cooperate with them and they present their day of maandamano to the police to be given, that's why they can be given what we call a ruhusa kufanya maandamano yao. Hatuna shida na wao. Let them do their work. We have no any problem on that. Let them follow the legal law about maandamano. They get the acceptance from the police that we have been allowed to go for maandamano. We have no problem with that. Ni kazi yao. So wasikuje kwa platforms kututisha ati tutaita maandamano. Tutawapatia maandamano, wafanye maandamano mpaka 2032. Ngoja mambo ya 2027, 2032. Before even the election come. Sawa sawa.
Lakini bro, wanasema wanaenda maandamano kwa sababu there is no way government itakataa kusikiza wanabunge alafu ikose kusikia wananchi. So kama watateka bunge mateka, nao watajituma kwa bunge kubwa. Bunge kubwa ni raia. Na wakikuja kwa raia haitakuwa kicheko jamaa.
Jakes, sikiza hata wewe sasa, hata wewe ndio unaanguka zaidi. Kwa bunge la National Assembly, sisi wote wa Kenya tulichagua wabunge, tuliwatuma kwa bunge. Sawa sawa. Uliona speaker mwenyewe Moses Wetangula akiitisha ile will as of many as of that contrary to the opinion say nay. Hakuna mtu alisema nay. The highs have it. You saw it. So where again? Because those people who they were sent to the parliament by the people, already they have been represented by the people. Hawakupinga kwa bunge, kumaanisha wale watu waliwatuma kwa bunge wamekubaliana na serikali. Sasa utapinga kama nani? Hakuna mtu.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Captain. Kidogo nakuja kwako, acha nieleze watu jinsi ya kujiunga na show. Kuingia kwa show si ngumu wadau. Kuingia kwa show si ngumu. Kuna link ambayo unatumia hapo na Mutembei. Mutembei TV, Mutembei Facebook, Mutembei YouTube. Hiyo ndio link unatumia, unajikuta kwa hapa kwa show. Hiyo link inaingia kupitia hapo kwa comment section. Unaona hapo kwa comment section, angalia. Kuko na link imetumwa na Mutembei Official, Mutembei TV, Mutembei YouTube na Mutembei Facebook. Kama uko kwa Facebook, hiyo link imeingia hapo kwa comment section, right? Poleni nilisema nina kahoma kanaisha, lakini sasa ukishaingia kwa hiyo link inaingia kwa page nyingine inaitwa StreamYard. Of course kama unatumia simu itabidi uguze mara moja ama mara mbili kwa sababu mara ya kwanza inaweza kataa. So guza mara mbili mpaka ikubali. Ita load tena. Ikiload tena itaenda place inaitwa StreamYard. Usicancel, itajipeleka yenyewe. Hapo StreamYard kuna itafungua kitu kama ka TV. Hapo kuna kamera, washa. Ukiona hiyo jina kamera unaiguza inawaka. Sauti unaiguza inawaka, alafu unaandika jina. Hapo mahali pamekuweka name, eka jina yako. Hapo pameandika kitu kingine, hiyo si lazima ujaze. Jaza tu hapo kwa name. Alafu click enter. Ukiclick enter unajikuta uko kwa show. Lakini pia unaweza participate kupitia comments. Kama vile ninaona Peter Ojuma anasema ako Malaba na ako ndani. Michael Machogu ako ndani na anasema ako ndani kabisa. Julius Komboka ako ndani. Joe Shaka ako ndani. Na zaidi ya yote pia unaweza like. Peter Ojuma nimeona amelike. Asante sana. Obash Vikings amelike. Leon Menya amelike. Leboy Moses amelike. Kem Wakemi ako ndani na amelike. Asante sana. Wanga Jonte amelike. Thank you so much. Nelson Nelly asante sana. Nelly Atieno amelike. Pia wewe unaweza jiunga na hiyo list ya wale wana like. So tuna participate kwa show na njia nyingi sana, kupitia kulike, kupitia kucomment na kupitia kuingia live hapa kwa panel. Kwa panel si ngumu. Nimekuonyesha hiyo link kama unatumia na Mutembei, Mutembei TV, Mutembei YouTube, Mutembei Facebook. Hizo ndio links unatumia kuingia kwa show. Aha, na nimwambia hii show ya leo mta-like. Nakwambia kuna vitu mingi zimehappen na lazima zote tujaribu kuzingamua. Leo wabunge wamepigana. Hey. Kimeumana wadau. Na bado hizi bills hazijaletwa. Lakini ilikuwa smackdown leo. Namuona Joyce Ochola ametuma ka emoji, asanti sana. Namuona Caroline Halai ametuma like, asante sana. Eric Ricky amelike video. Jasper Ramadhan Jasper amelike video. Nelly Lynn amelike video. Asante sana kwa kulike. Like hapo kwa YouTube, like hapo kwa Facebook. Finya hiyo like wadau. Finyeni likes na mimi nitakuwa na appreciate tu sana. Charles Samoy amelike video. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for sharing the video. Thank you for being part of this show. Hey. Raila Odinga alisema kuna ugonjwa inaweza shika mtu yenye haisikii hata miti ni dawa. Sasa sijui kama Ruto ni ugonjwa ambao imekumba Kenya, ya kwamba nothing seems to be working. Si finance bill, na hii sio ya kwanza, by the finance bills zimekuwa mingi. Si wafungwa kutokosa food, right? Si majaji kucheleweshewa mishahara, si counties kukosa do, si mashule kupungukiwa na do. Oi, wadau, mtu mmoja ana mashida kibao. Oyayai. Captain, shida inaweza kuwa iko wapi? Namuona Cornelo Chuka, sorry, not Cornelo Chuka, Conchela, kama unaweza washa video yako inaweza kuwa vizuri sana. Namuona King Joe ameingia ndani, na wengi ambao pia mnaingia ndani, washa kamera ili iwe rahisi kujiunga nami hapa live. Thank you so much kwa wewe ambaye una like, nitakusoma live. Namuona Isaac Kiplimo amelike, asante sana. Charles Samoy amelike, Eric Ricky amelike, na wengi ambao mna like. Bro, mbona shida zote hizi zinaandama mtu mmoja? Shida inaweza kuwa iko wapi? Yes, Captain. Shida inaweza kuwa iko wapi?
Jakes, what are you talking about? Because shida gani wewe unaongelea? Unajua uje specify your problem. What's your problem exactly? You have to know your problem tuone vile tutakutibu. Kama unafaa utupatie malaria queen, hapa tukupatie ile falaba.
Huyu jamaa mmoja ndio prezo. Personally, I have no problem. I am only talking of the problem facing Kenyans and the problem facing our country and the challenges highlighted either by Azimio, either by Kenya Kwanza, either by the developers, either by mwananchi wa kahawa. Those are the issues I'm talking about, right? Leo jaji mkuu, I think ni jana ama ni leo, alisema kuna venye majaji hawajapewa do zao. Kuna kadile. Counties, kuna venye kuna kadile. Mashule hawajapokea capitation, hospitali hazijapokea capitation, right? Jela wanasema hakuna food ya kutosha. In any case, kuna challenge. Ukishikwa sahi, it's not a walk in the park bro. Unaweza enda huko ukute walikula sapa saa 8, right? So ukishikwa saa 10 ni hadi kesho hiyo ingine hakuna food. So bro, kuwa safe, kuwa safe, right? Si story na counties tu. My MCAs wa several counties wamegoma. Sijui kama umesikia. My MCAs umesikia counties wamegoma. My MCAs wa shut down their tools. Wanataka mshahara yao bwana. Umeniuliza shida iko wapi? Sikiza, umeniuliza shida ziko wapi? Shida ni kibao. Unga saizi ni 230, 235, 240, 260. Kuna unga ya 3 something. Stima nayo token ya 100 ni 3 something, ni 300 and kitu. So unapata 3 point something ukilipa 100, right? Niendelea ama niachie hapo bro? Umeniuliza shida iko wapi?
Endelea.
Umeniuliza shida iko wapi? nikikutajia list, vijana hawana job, do hakuna. Ndio hiyo financial bill inakuja kuongeza taxes, right? Sasa kuna hadi story na 3%. Niambie, some of the employers wanatisha ya kwamba you know what, mkituforce tulipe hii 3% na sisi tutabidi tumeretrench some so that we are able to meet these bills. Alafu unaniuliza swali mzuri, shida iko wapi? If hizo zote si shida then itaitwa nini shida basi?
Unajua bro, Jex, hata wewe unaelewa vizuri sana. Wakati the previous government ilitoka, walifanya vituko sana. And the worst of it all, I said last night that
Nikuulize, ukianguka chini, wewe unalilia ukiwa chini ama unasimama unaendelea ukalilie mbele? Sasa yes, tulianguka last.
As long as you survive, you have to
Sasa tutaishi kusemanga hivyo mpaka hii serikali imalize term. Unajua wamebakisha miezi miwili wajaze mwaka. Hata ni mmoja
tu. Of course, na bado tuko na haijafika nusu yake. Wewe unalalamika ni kama imeanza kuisha na haijafika nusu. Mwaka hiyo moja haijaisha. Na umeanza kuchoka mapema.
Siku njema huonekana asubuhi bro.
Na unajua hii serikali
njema huonekana asubuhi. Dalili ya mvua ni mawingu.
Watu waenga wakora hawa. Waenga wakora waliwadanganya.
Hakuna hata ishara. Hakuna ukora bwana. Hakuna kitu kizuri tumeona so far, right?
Let me ask you this one question.
Wakati Kibaki alichukua ushukani, wengi wanasema alianza kufanya miradi na miezi za kwanza. Huyu hata in fact anasema hivi, ukisikiza proposal hakuna barabara mpya, watamaliza zile zilikuwa zimeanzwa. In fact, in any case, projects hazitakuwa nyingi mpya. Why? Nchi haina do wadau. Nchi haina do. Lakini Captain anasema kila kitu kiko shwari Wewe uko lucky, hata uko na sahani ya mchele naona hapa unangamua. You are very lucky my friend. Nakwambia kuna watu kwa jela saizi wanalala njaa. Wameshikwa as if that is not enough. Kuna Kenya watapata food ya kutosha. Bro, wewe in fact unafaa ufanye donation bwana. At least uko na furaha na uko na food. Kuna watu hawana those two, hawafurahi na hawana food. You can imagine.
Ndio nakwambia this government it only needs a very few time and everything will be okay. Unajua tukikuja hapa na vita mingi, you are making the government will be very in panic. Unajua tukiongea hivi Jex vile unaongea, even the world can think that Kenya is burning. Kenya is finishing. Dunia mzima inafikiria ni kama Jesus inakuja Kenya. Yaani dunia imeisha kabisa, Mungu anarudi Kenya. No, don't be like that.
Mahali tumefika hata siwezi jaribu kuongea sana kwa sababu bro, it's becoming
unaongea sana tena hapa. Unaongea sana na unasema unaongea sana. Yes, of course. We have to keep quiet. Give us time. We fix this government. Give us time to fix the government.
Sasa mnataka time kiasi gani? Kwa sababu contract mliopewa ni ya miaka 5. Moja ndio hiyo imeisha, mmebakisha 4.
Miaka 5 haijaisha. Kulingana na wewe, mtatu question about the time you have to fix. Hakuna. We can fix even the government
mapema bro. Msipofanya job wadau walioweka kwa viti ndio wadau watawatuma home. Ni ule Mkenya ambaye mlisema hakuna wajinga Kenya. Hivyo ndio ulituambia juzi hapa Captain. Wajinga waliisha Kenya. Hautakuja na uongo, hautakuja na hekaya, hadithi wala semi za lugha tamu la. Utakuja na jinsi ulifanya, right? Utakuja utuambie niliwapromise barabara ndio hizi. Niliwapromise stadia ndio hizi, right?
But let me ask you this. Do you think Kenya
sasa ikiwa umewaste 1 year utakuja useme nini? Okay.
I'm asking you, do you think in Kenya we still have fools in Kenya? Hakuna. Waliisha.
Definitely.
Hakuna wajinga Kenya
Definitely.
kabisa.
Kunao.
So how
Because it
kabisa?
will only be a fool who will
Eh,
it'll only be a fool who will repeat the same mistake over and over again, expecting to see different results. Namuona Bernard Sanchez amelike, asante sana. Gordon Waganga amelike. Shosho Rispa amelike, asante sana. Namuona Isaac Kiplimo amelike, thank you so much. Charles Semoy amelike, asante sana. Caroline Halai amelike. Eric Ricky amelike. William Magut amelike. Isaac Kiplimo amelike. Thank you so much for liking the video. Thank you for sharing the video. Asante sana. Wilson Lelei anasema hivi, no problem brother, wewe ndiye I think he meant mjinga. Namwona Michael Machogu anasema nimekuita ng'ombe juu kuna watu wamekosa kazi, familia zinateseka. Sijui nani ameitwa ng'ombe. Namwona Gordon Maganga anasema niko ndani nikiwa maeneo ya Sabaki. Karibu sana Gordon. Namwona Gitash ako ndani. Anasema kwa Gitash unasema nini? We hapo watu wanasema mambo mingi. Namwona Wilson Lele anasema 2 years only ndio mnahitaji. We okay bro, wacha nikuulize. There is no way utaniambia tungoje na nchi inafaa iendelee. Unajua like hakuna kustop, maisha huwa haistop, right? Kesho ukiamka utakuwa 1 day old, right? Julai ikiisha mtakuwa mmemaliza 1 year in government, right? So time inasonga, right? Majukumu yanazidi kuwa mengi. Sasa Mkenya anangoja matokeo kwa sababu alipoenda kupiga kura alihaidiwa, alipewa promises, right? Akaambiwa this is what is going to happen. Alipewa a picture, alipewa a way out of the issues ambazo ana face. One of the ways aliambiwa ni wewe ambaye uko chini, tutaanzia hapo chini, hapo kwa mzee wa Nduthi, hapo chini, hapo kwa mama mboga, hapo chini, hapo ndo tulikuwa tuanzie, right? Sasa huyo mzee wa hapo chini alipiga kura akiwa na matumaini. Sasa time inaenda, sasa huyu mzee anafaa atunzo na nini? Na uongo, na promises, ama na action? Kwa sababu maneno matamu ama mkono mtupu haulambwi.
Wewe unaenda mbali sana.
Utawajua kwa matendo. Endelea.
Wewe unapeleka watu mbali na kitu unauliza. You want a government, you want to be answered. How long will the government deliver to the people? That is what you want.
Okay. Tell me.
Let me ask you, Rome ilijengwa na miaka ngapi?
Rome ilijengwa na miaka mingi.
Alafu sasa mbona unakuja kutusumbua hapa na unajua hii nchi imeporwa imepaki kama kiraka. Tunajaribu kufix kila mahali. We are trying to fix the country because
bro, na mimi pia nitakuuliza safari ya mbali uanza na hatua ngapi?
1000 miles.
Wewe inaanza na hatua ngapi? Safari ya mbali wewe inaanza na hatua ngapi kaka?
A single step bro, a single step. Sawa.
Asante sana.
Sasa hebu
nieleze step moja hii gava. Very good. Hata umeiweka ikakuwa na kizungu, hata ime sound vizuri zaidi. Tell me one step that this government has taken, one, to make the lives of every Kenya feel bearable. Just one step.
So you want you just want to be lame. Unataka kujifanya kibofu au uoni au sikii au uoni chochote Kenya serikali imefanya?
Yani mimi show tu nimeleta, mimi sijakuja kujifanya chochote na nimekuuliza swali nijibu.
Umeleta show vizuri
mimi kama mwenye nimekuuliza swali. Jibu swali yangu.
Serikali ilileta pesa hii ya watu kupea watu Asala Fund.
Okay.
Ehe.
Okay.
Hakuna kitu ilifanya? Hebu niambie, nijibu hapo.
Mimi sijui, mimi sijachukua Hustler Fund.
Sasa waja nikuambie, mimi najua ndio mimi nimechukua Hustler Fund. Pili,
Exactly.
fertilizer huko
Niambie.
kwetu saa hii mahindi vile inametameta, wacha tu. Aliletea sisi fertilizer original. Wacha na hizi fake unatupatianga fake. Original fertilizer hata tukichukua tukiweka kwa mahindi tulikuwa tunashangaa hii ni mawe ama ni fertilizer. But vile mahindi imekuja bro, let me tell you, this government is doing wonders. Only that those
Umeona
people
news
who are
za leo kweli wewe? Umeona news za leo kweli?
News ya
hiyo
bibi.
fertilizer unaongelelea. Hiyo fertilizer unaongelelea imeporwa bwana. Leo wameonyesha several stores ambazo imejaa mikoba ya fertilizer hiyo ambayo unaongelelea.
Fertilizer, sikiza Jakes. Fertilizer ililetwa ifanye kazi kuanzia mwezi wa 3 mwisho mwezi wa 5 sana. Hiyo yote bunaonyesha hiyo ni ukora. Kuharibia jina la serikali. Hakuna fertilizer saa hii inauzwa saa hii. Na kwanza hakuna mtu ananunua fertilizer saa hii, apeleke wapi? Anaenda kutumia akifanyia nini? Hiyo ni ukora. Unajaribu kuharibia serikali jina. Fertilizer inakujanga mwezi wa 2, 3 mpaka 4 hapo 5. Hapo ndio hiyo ndio season ya planting from our regions in Kenya, and you understand very well. Hii ingine inakuja saa hizi ni ukora ya kuharibia jina la serikali. Na tumewajua, we know you from your handwriting. Si ati nyinyi watu wageni mmetoka sijui Jerusalem ama mmetoka nchi gani? Mjakuja na ndege, mnakuja na Nyaugenya, mnakuja na Msamariani mwema kututanganya hapo ati William Ruto ile, William Ruto nyuma, William Ruto mbele, William Ruto nyuma. Tunawaelewa sana bwana. Yes. Sema kitu kingine.
Kulingana na wewe na hapo ndio sasa I think inaletaka shida Kenya. Wakati mnaonyeshwa ukweli inakuwa mnaingililia serikali. Of course ningeuliza watu wa Azimio wangesema nina support Kenya Kwanza, lakini swali langu inakuwa hivi. Mbona huwa hamkubali ukweli? Ukweli ni kitu ngumu sana kukubali ya kwamba vitu zinaibiwa.
Kama gani?
Fertilizer for crying out loud. Ama unajua labda haujaona the clip. If I play the clip maybe you'll understand. But my question is,
play the clip and I'll answer you.
Even if I play the clip, why do you think hii gava inakataa kuambia watu ukweli? Right? Sijui ni kuache ukule na mimi niendelee na show kidogo, ukimaliza tuendelee.
Hapana, ni wapi umedanganywa? Ni wapi umedanganywa? Majibu yangu isikufanye uniambie tu unaje nikule. Ni wapi umedanganywa?
Okay. So hii serikali inafaa iwe transparent, si ndio?
Yes.
Nimeona kuna jamaa hapa atakusaidia vinoma. Huyu jamaa lazima atakusaidia. Eminem
nani swali gani?
Fighter, uniambia nitamkange jina yako vizuri.
Wacha
nikuulize, mbolea inaibiwa. Sasa kidogo tunaja kwako NM Fighter. Mbolea imeibiwa, sukari iliibiwa. Lakini wewe ukiulizwa unasema ni sisi tunaharibia serikali jina. Tunawezaje haribia serikali jina ilhali some of these things zinaibiwa zikiwa katika store za serikali? How are we destroying the government's name? How? Tell me, please, kindly help me. Maybe that way I'll know where to change. How are we destroying the name of the government, Captain? Okay, Captain, I'll allow you finish. I'll not come to you until you finish eating. Fight habari ya leo. No, Captain, just finish eating so that we respect the people watching us. I want you to finish eating. I'll have you back after you're through. Fight habari ya leo.
Ya, niko salama, labda yenu.
Salama sana. Sasa tuko na shida Kenya, na ni kama hii shida imekuwa kali kuliko corona. Corona tuliumia, lakini ni kama tunaumia hata zaidi kuliko time ya COVID. So, why do you think Kenyans are suffering?
Unajua leo hii bwana Jex, serikali inapaswa kuokota what we call taxes after not before. So inamaanisha kwamba kama mwaka huu ukiisha, tuseme mwezi wa 6 sasa, kuna watu wanafaa kufanya returns, si ndio kusema hivyo. Sasa ikiwa nimekupatia kazi kama leo hii, wewe nikupatie kazi Jex, nataka kukutuma Mombasa, lakini nikupatie pesa in advance, ile yenye nikupatia ya mwanzo ya kwenda hiyo trip, ujukue uende hapo Kirinyaga Road ama hapo Kariopangi, utumie hiyo hela umalize. Sasa siku ile unastahili kwenda koti huko Mombasa, utakuwa hauna pass fare ya kwenda kule, kwa sababu ulitumia pesa kiholela before siku ile ya kwenda kule ifike. Sasa hapo ndivyo bare tuko. Leo hii serikali matumishi yake ni it's like from hand to mouth. Ile pesa inaokota ndio ile pesa inafaa kuspend. It doesn't have any other reserve that is supposed to cushion some of the expenses before they collect. This was made. This is we have come to this point. In as much as people say we should not blame the previous regime, but we will never stop blaming it, because we are in this mess because of the previous regime. As they were leaving office, they left with everything. The money or the funds which were supposed to support some development agenda, like paying the counties, doing all these things which we are hearing today, is not supposed to be from this government. It's not from. It's not supposed to be from this budget. It was supposed to be from the previous budget, which was supposed to be there. But now, because when they left with the money, and they are trying to blackmail this government not to follow them, that's why we are in this crisis.
Now, let me ask you, Fighter. Fighter, you say it so well, that the issues bedeviling us today began with the previous government, right?
Yes.
My question to you is this. Can you probably, by your own understanding, if you can mention the executive leaders of the previous government?
Who doesn't know that the executive, the president was Uhuru Kenyatta?
And the presidency includes, the presidency also as well includes the deputy president.
And what I want to tell you is this. You know, we have this problem of buying our heads in the sand.
Let's go step by step. From what you have said, you have said very well that the issues bedeviling us began in the previous regime. That I agree. I asked you correctly if you can help us know the previous regime. You have mentioned the president, avoiding to mention the deputy president. Then, who is the? Let me finish. Who is the current president now? How do you insulate the deputy president then from the problems bedeviling us now?
You know, Jax, we are all Kenyans by nature. We are born in Kenya. We know what's happening or what happened. The only problem with us Kenyans is burying our heads in the sand. And then we pretend that we want to say everything is okay when it's not okay. It's like today, in as much as I support the regime, which is Ruto's government, I don't support them increasing this tax 8% for fuel. You know, let us be candid. Let us reject things the way let us say things the way they are.
So what I'm trying to say here, Jakes, we
Okay.
know who was in the previous regime. We know it very well. We should not be running around and saying, oh,
Correct, we
constitutionally
do.
or what. Raila, Amoro, Odinga, and Uhuru Kenyatta were running that government from 2018 till 2022, August, when it was an election. There is no question about that. In as much as we can run away from the
That
facts.
is correct. That
So,
is correct.
the
You are right,
president,
Fighter.
the
You are
deputy
very right,
president,
and I agree with you. They
just
were
hold
running
on.
the show.
Just hold
But
on. The deputy president, who was then the deputy president, who is today the president, he decided to stay put because he knew that if we moved out of the government, he was not going to know some secrets about the government. So he decided to stay there. In as much as he was not getting anything, he had no any power. You can see all that was being done to him during that regime, being a deputy president. So let us not hide from the truth. The truth will set us free. And you know the problem with Kenyans today, more especially the Azimio people, Azimio guys, they refuse to heal. They just decided to keep that sickness in them. They don't know that, they don't want to believe that imeenda. So now, even when they argue, even when they talk, they are speaking in pain. That pain will never give them peace, so that they can reason the way they're supposed to reason. Because right now, they are thinking of, oh, it may be what. They will think of it may be for 5 years, and this is gone, and it's gone for real. People must come to terms. People must understand. And then, what I'm wanting to say is this, Mr. Jake. This country called Kenya belongs to you and belongs to me. If it breaks today, as they are purporting to break it into pieces, it will affect you, it will affect me in one way or the other. It doesn't matter where you are living. In one way or the other, you have someone who will be affected, who is your close relative. So if the economy of this country, which we call Kenya, is hurting, right, as it is hurting, people must understand this, that the politics forever will never help us. Economy, some of us, we are outside Kenya, even as we speak. Things are tough where we are. Things are tough, not only Kenya. The only thing for people who keep on lamenting and saying, oh, unga, oh, what, so what? What can you do? Work hard and find a way out. There's no way you're going to change the global warming, what is happening in the world. Everywhere, there's a problem. So when you keep on crying there in Kenya saying, you know what, there is no this, to Ruto this, Ruto that. In fact, if there is a president who has tried so much for these few days, is President Ruto. We can see the programs. We can see the progress. It might not be seen in one day. And that's why the framers of the Constitution gave it 5 years. I'm finishing. That is why the framers of the Constitution found it worthy to give the president who comes 5 years, so that you can see what he must have done by that time. You cannot start now saying, before even 1 year, what has he done? Everything is going up. Let me remind you, we had subsidies for unga, for fuel. Today, we don't have those subsidies. Why? Kulipa uzuru ni kujitegemea. Na ndio naona things are getting like the way these taxes which they are complaining about. If you don't want to develop the country, they are talking about the delay of funds to the counties, delaying of funds to the constituencies. Where are these funds going to come from when you are stopping everyone from paying the funds? Those people who think like that, they don't know what they are doing. But you know what? They are only doing that for selfish interests. And I have said this even before. The reason as to why this opposition are doing this, they want to have cause. They want to have something to tell people in 2027, which is not now. From now to 2027, Kenyans will suffer because of that propaganda. Someone comes here telling us, oh, this tax. Imagine today, someone is given 37 million for mortgage. Someone is given 7 million for car, but he doesn't want you. He doesn't want to give the 3% of that money. We're not, and you, so that you can also have a mortgage or a house. Let me tell you, Jax, for 20 years, I've paid a house in Nairobi. And I have I cannot imagine any day that house which I've been paying maybe for 10,000, whether it will be mine any day in my life. But if there is a program that can give me hope that I'm paying 5,000, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how long, this house is going to be mine. Number two, there is no one who can remove me from that house because I'm renting to buy. It will be my house. What a great achievement can we achieve as Kenyans if we would think that there is nothing that can be done if people cannot endure pain. You can never find anything without pain. So if people want to just get it right there, it's done. You see those houses which were built long time, like Azina Estate, some of them at the high rise, whatever. People underwent pain. They paid for them. So I am encouraging Kenyans to consider in Kimarizia, these lawmakers, MPs, who have a platform in parliament, but they keep on lamenting outside there in the streets, saying, what, and they are the lawmakers. They should go to parliament, sit down with their counterparts, and discuss about the bill. They should stop this nonsense of saying, the bill is what Dr. Ruto is very, very lenient. It is their duty. Bring what you think is okay from parliament, now sign it. Why don't they do that? Thank you.
Asante sana fighter, and I love your submission, sir. I am sure David Ambani and Nyatigo will definitely be opposing it. Allow me to mention 2 or 3 guys who have been liking our videos. Asante sana wewe ambaye una like hii video. Namuona Moses Odoyo ame like video. Asante sana. Enoch Evans ame like video. Thank you so much. Michael Kipruto ume like video. I thank you so much. Namuona Dak Guriel ame like video. Thank you so much. Bosco Wambua ame like video. Etale Joram ame like video. Thank you so much. Karis Charo Mbuzi ame like video. Thank you so much. Mungai Ngunyu Gadhimba ame like video. Thank you. Michael Odindo ame like video. Like the video on YouTube, like the video on Facebook. Asante sana nyinyi ambao mna like video, na zaidi ya yote wewe pia ambaye una participate kwa hii show. Michael Machogo ako ndani. Penyagaka, I see you my brother. I see Remesu Yegon ako ndani ya show. Gitash D, huyu kama kawa yeye ujijaza, anakuanga kwa show kama kawa. Anasema M fighter, good to see you, karibu sana. We Nyagaka naye ndio huyu amejijaza ako ndani, na wengi ambao pia mnajiunga nami. David Ambani, habari ya leo?
Salama ndugu yangu.
Ai kaka, si wewe umepotea jo, kupotea nayo.
Bwana, kupotea nilikimbia safari kidogo. Sasa ndio nimeingia Busia usiku ya leo.
Uko Busia County?
Niko Busia County.
Okay. Maisha Busia iko namna gani? Labda huko maisha iko afadhali, huko amuumii bwana.
Sasa kuumia tuumii, sisi tunakimbilia Uganda, mguu moja Uganda, mguu moja Kenya.
Okay.
Uganda wanasaidia sisi kidogo.
Sasa yule ambaye hawezi fika Uganda ana survive aje bwana? Sababu huko Kenya kuna venye.
Wacha kule vile wacha akule asala. Wacha akule asala.
Nakwambia huku nje watu wanaumia. Sasa leo sijui kama umesikiza speech ya Raila Odinga. Alisema kuna magonjwa haisikii hata miti ni dawa, ama ugonjwa sugu hautibiwi na dawa hafifu ama dawa ya bei rahisi tu. Ugonjwa sugu inahitaji tiba sugu. Sasa ni kama alikuwa anamaanisha Ruto ni ugonjwa sugu, ni ugonjwa hatari, ni ugonjwa kali sana na inahitaji tiba kali sana. Kulingana na wewe William Ruto ni ugonjwa ama ndio shida ambayo inakumba Kenya?
Dini Ruto, hiyo ni ugonjwa ile haina tiba, na ikipata tiba inatakana ikuwe tiba ile ya nguvu ndio iweze kutibu hiyo virusi. Kama hakuna tiba ile inaweza kutibu hiyo virusi ni ngumu sana. Kwa maana kwa hii miezi 8 nimeona ndugu yangu hapa amejaribu kumsifu hapo, lakini mimi sina kitu ya kumsifu hapo. Kwa hii miezi 8 hata barabara kilomita 1 hajatengeneza. Wanatuambianga tu Uhuru na Odinga waliiba pesa. Mbona hii watu wewe kukamatwa wawekwe ndani? Kama waliiba pesa, mbona wasikamatwe wawekwe ndani? Yeye ako kwa power. Hatuonyeshe ya kwamba waliiba pesa, lakini ni mtu amekaa miezi 8, ni miezi 8 zaidi ya siku 100, hata lami kilomita 1 hajaweka. Kazi yake ni kununua wabunge. Sasa ukinunua wabunge wa upinzani, unataka wapinzani wafanye nini kwa bunge? Mutapitisha hiyo vitu mnataka. That's why unaona wanapitisha hii bili hii inaumiza wa Kenya. So nimeona ameongea sana kumsifu Ruto, lakini Ruto hakuna kitu ya kumsifu kwa miezi 8. Hakuna kitu, bali hiyo kumsifu ni kuletea Wakenya njaa, ni kuletea Wakenya maisha ngumu. Hata afadhali wakati ya Kenyatta ilikuwa afadhali, hata wakati walikuwa na handshake na Odinga ilikuwa ni afadhali, lakini sasa hakuna handshake. Wanasema hatutaki handshake, umeona? Lakini hiyo handshake ilikuwa inasaidia sisi, lakini sasa hivi hakuna handshake, hakuna vile Wakenya wanaweza kusaidika pale. So kwa hii kwa Ruto, hii ni ugonjwa ile hata inataka dawa ile ya kienyeji, sijui dawa ya gani ile dawa ikuwe na nguvu ya kufanya namna gani ya kuweza kutibu. Unaona ndugu yangu? So vile anaelekea hivyo vile inji inaelekea, sisi labda mwenye ametoka ndugu yangu anasikia nafuu kidogo, kwa sababu labda hao ndio wameondolewa ile tunaitanga corruption kama vice president.
Ambani ukimsikiza captain alisema ya kwamba Rome haikujengwa na siku moja, right? Ya kwamba ni vyema tumpe nafasi ili aweze kutawala, maana alipewa muda kipindi wa miaka 5. Labda mikakati yake tutaanza kuona ikifua dafu baada ya miaka 5. Hivyo basi tunapoanza kumjudge mapema atumtendei haki, kwa sababu hata mimba, kama jinsi mwanadada jana alisema, mimba ni ya miezi 9. Mtoto akizaliwa kabla ya miezi 9 anaitangwa bado hajafika siku, na inabidi hata eko kwa incubator and all other challenges. Sasa wakasema ya kwamba ni vyema tumjudge baada ya kipindi fulani, mwaka hata hajaisha, hajasoma hata budget yake ya kwanza. Hivyo basi wewe huoni kama wako na point wanaposema tunamjudge mapema na budget anayotumia ni budget ya Uhuru? Labda akipitisha financial bill yake na budget yake, maybe tutaanza kuona afueni. Wewe unaona kama hivyo ni sawa?
Sasa tuangalie kama rais wetu yule alituacha Kibaki. Alisema siku 100, na at least siku 100 ulikuwa unaangalia yako iko matumaini. Umeona? Siku 100 iko matumaini, lakini yeye alisema wakati ataweka Biblia chini kila kitu itakuwa afadhali, lakini hii Biblia imewekwa chini, maisha kwa miezi hii 8 hakuna matumaini ya mbele hapo. Hakuna matumaini, lakini kama angekuwa mweka hiyo Biblia yake chini vile alikuwa amesema, na at least tuone mabadiliko. Ile mabadiliko tuliona, aliondolea wengine makesi. Hiyo tu ndo mabadiliko tuliona, kama Gachagua milioni 200 aliondolewa, umeona? Na wengine wako pale waliondolewa. Hiyo ndio mambo tumeona kwake, umeona ndugu yangu? Lakini angekuwa na kitu ile inatoa matumaini ya kwamba anafanya ABCD, tunaangalia, tunajua tumpe muda kwa hii muda hii ya siku 100. Lakini kwa hii miezi 8 hii hakuna kitu ile ametusaidia. Hii hakuna kitu ile tunaweza kuwa na matumaini.
Alisema ya kwamba akiingia ataunda hasla. Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund imeundwa, watu wana uwezo wa kukopa. Auoni hiyo kama ni kitu moja ambao unaweza sema at least hata kama kinaumana na maisha inakuwa ghali, hawezi kosa ka 500 kako hapo kwa Hustler Fund. Unaingia tu kidogo kidogo, unafinya *54, unajikuta umepata 500 hivyo tu, kimchezo mchezo tu, lakini unajikuta haukwenda kwa bank, haukuwa na mambo na collateral, na kidogo umepata ka loan. Auoni kama hiyo ni kitu poa?
Sasa ndugu yangu, hiyo 500 sasa ni nini? Hiyo
Iko na
500,
unga,
hiyo
iko na
500
unga
hata
pakiti
mimi
mbili.
unaona hiyo
Iko na unga
500
pakiti
hiyo
mbili.
ndio ni pakiti mbili, lakini sasa baadaye utatoa wapi ile ya kulipa hiyo hasla hiyo ingine? Hiyo
Ukilipa
ni ngumu. Watu
inaongezeka,
wengine
baada ya kipindi
walichukua,
fulani inaongezeka inakuwa 1000.
wengine walichukua hata kuilipa imekuwa ngumu. Umeona ndugu yangu, imekuwa ngumu kabisa. So hii pesa hii alitupatia tu, yani kionjo ya hasla, lakini hajatusaidia chochote.
Amefanya at least saizi unaweza enda South Africa bila kulipa visa. Huoni kayo ni kitu fiti? Unaweza anza biashara ujikuta umeenda South Africa bila kutumia visa. Huoni hiyo ni kitu poa? Miezi 3 unaweza fanya kitu bro.
Sasa unaona ndugu yangu, sisi wenye tuko reserve, tuko hapa Busia, hata huko Nairobi kukanyaga huko ni ngumu. Mahali tunafika labda ni Kisumu au Eldoret.
Iko hivi James, hata
kama siwezi kufika Nairobi, tafika South Africa.
Haya, okay. Captain,
najua nini Jax, wacha
yes,
nikwambie.
Captain.
Wacha niseme hivi. Unajua hata wewe Jax utafanya kitu mzuri kwa maisha yako yote, lakini kulingana na mwisho penye utafikisha, hawataangalia ile uzuri yote utakuwa umefanya. Wataona tu hii peke yake umekuja ukaimalizia ikiwa vibaya. Watu wanatuambia Hustler Fund sijui nini mara pale, hawaelewi Hustler Fund ilikuwa inaletwa kwa wale watu wa mahasala wenye wako na biashara kidogo. Utafanya biashara yako mchana yote, by jioni utakuwa umerudisha, lakini haujapatiwa siku moja peke yake, umepatiwa wiki 2 urudishe pesa ya Hustler Fund. Alafu tena uchukue ingine mara 2 3 itakuwa imeongezeka. Lakini watu wenye walikuwa wanangojea vitu vya bure ndio unasikia saa hizi wanapinga Hustler Fund. Mtu mwenye hajawahi toka nje ya Kenya ajui visa, unamwambia visa ni nini? Ataenda tu kwa ATM card anaona ni visa. Alafikiria unamwambia mambo ya ATM card. Visa, eleza hao visa ni kumaanisha nini? Unaelewa? Wenye watu wamepanda ndege ama wanatoka nje ya Kenya wanajua visa free countries inamaanisha nini. So unajipatia kazi mingi sana hapa kuambia watu mambo ya visa ambapo hawaelewi. That is why many people, they cannot even come here to influence if the person is talking, because they know si makosa yake. Sasa mtu mwenye akubuzia huko ndani huko akiona pikipiki ni kama ameona gari akiona gari sasa ataona ni kama hii ni ndege imekataa tu kupaa juu. Are you seeing? Why should you checks? You know, sometimes it is good to be realistic and tell people the truth. All of us hatujalelewa kwa ile maisha inafaa. Yani mimi nimelelewa nikikula ugali na chai, mwingine amelelewa akikula slice na chai, slice ya mkate na chai strong tea. Wengine wamelelewa akikula ile kitu inabaki kwa sufuria, yani kuna jina inaitwa na chai strong tea ama chai ya maziwa. So leta kila mtu ndio akuelewe vizuri Jax. That is what only I can say. Are you seeing? Lakini kuharibia serikali ati ikileta visa ya South Africa hakuna kazi imefanya, ikipunguza fertilizer ikuje 3500 hakuna kazi imefanya. That is being in a different world. You are not in Kenya. That is it.
Unaona ndugu yangu, huyo anaongea kwa sababu serikali ni yao. Anaongea kwa sababu serikali ni yao. Hiyo fertilizer ile anasema hata tujawahi kuiona hapa Busia. Hii fertilizer inapelekwa huko kwao huko. Lakini ndio tunasema wa Kenya hapa, Kenya ni yetu wote. Kenya ni yetu wote. Hata ile mbolea anasema ndio ni sawa, lakini imefika Busia. ijafika Busia, imefika Bungoma. Niko na shamba Bungoma, ijafika Bungoma. Niko shamba Busia, ijafika Busia. Sasa yakianza kuambia watu namna hiyo, najua Kenya ni ya wachache. Sisi tunaelewa Kenya ni ya wachache. Lakini wakati kutanuka tutawakujia tu. Wakati kutanuka tutawakujia kwa sababu mtatoa hiyo mbolea. Ni mzuri sana wakati unakuwa rais unaangalia Kenya mzima. Tusiweke Kenya kama kampuni. Unaona huyu ndugu yangu akiongea anaongea kama Kenya ni kampuni. Kenya ni yetu wote. Hiyo mbolea anasema mpaka tupate. Tukishaipata hatutaongea chochote. Lakini Kenya imekuwa kampuni ya wachache. Na wakati imekuwa kampuni ya wachache ndio unaona wengine wanaongea kwa meno. Unaona ndugu yangu? Hiyo kama hiyo mbolea tungekuwa tumepata ni sawa. Hata hii visa akisema visa maneno ya visa hii maneno ya visa hii inasaidia hao. Unajua once ukiwa huko kwa serikali, huko karibu na serikali, hiyo maneno inakuwa rahisi sana. Unaona ndugu yangu? So wakati tunaongea tukijua ya kwamba kuna sehemu zingine zimeendelea kuliko sehemu zingine. So zile sehemu zimeendelea mahali watu wameendelea sana, wasichukie sana au wasidharau mahali sehemu ijiendelea. Inatakana watu wote tukue equal. Lakini mwingine akiongea zaidi asifikiria kwamba Kenya hii ni yao peke yao ya kabila mbili. Kenya ni ya makabila, kila makabila 42 tribe. That's why unaona sisi tunasema namna hii Ruto hapana mzuri. Kuna mahali amefinya na kuna mahali hajafinya. Labda huyo ndugu yangu anasikia mzuri. Na labda mimi hapa nasikia mbaya. Sasa yeye akisikia mzuri, yeye akikaa mzuri mimi nikae mbaya, nitajihisi niko Kenya. Sitajihisi niko Kenya. So yeye ataongea uzuri ya Ruto, na mimi nitaongea uzuri ya Odinga. Unaona ndugu yangu? So Kenya wakati tuzungumuze ya kwamba Kenya ni yetu wote. Ile shida inanipata hapa Busia ndikuwe na kupata kule Nairobi. Umeona ndugu yangu? So nafikiria niyo tu, sitaongea zaidi.
Ndakuja kwako tu ambani, lakini captain wa kitu hukusikiza. Nilikuuliza swali tu nzuri, nieleze faida za William Ruto. Hukuweza. Mimi nimetoa 2.1 yenye hukusema. Tayari uchanivamia.
Unaona ndugu yangu angalia. Mimi sijaona
captain asikizi. Captain anakataa kusikiza.
Sijaona faida yake.
David Ambani, muda wako si ulimaliza? Mbona unarudi tena?
Ni hivyo.
Haya,
endelea. Unaweza endelea.
Captain, relax. Leo tutaharibu show. Yes, NM fighters.
Wacha nisungumuze hivi. Unajua Jex na wenzangu, tusipiganie kitu ambayo ina maana. Kama Kenya is a country and it has got the devolved governments which are called counties.
Okay.
Kama kwenu huko Busia mlichagua gurudumu ambayo haijui maendeleo inapatikana wapi, na pesa ya counties inatumwa huko Busia ameweka kwa mfuko kama wale watu wa huko Siaya, hiyo ni shauri yenu. Wacha nikwambie leo hii we cannot cry that the president he is from Kalenjin. I'm not a Kalenjin, but I'm saying the truth. There is resources to each and every county which is meant to do development in those counties. There is NDC, CDF to each and every constituency that is supposed to develop every constituency. So those things that you are talking, I don't know what you are saying. Tusema ingine ni kwamba hii mambo ya mbolea kama haijafika hapo vile unasema, sijui wewe uko Tanzania, Uganda vile unasema uko Uganda. So we cannot blame you because you are not in Kenya. My brother, these things are there in the ground. Those farmers who are doing farming are confirming it, and we should not bow our heads into the sands and start saying that hatujaona. The truth is, life is hard everywhere in the world. Things are tough, so we must lazima tukubaliane kwamba kama vile mambo iko ngumu kila mahali, Kenya is not an exception. It cannot be okay in Kenya when developed countries are crying, we are outside Kenya, but we are feeling the pain, we are feeling the heat. So kuwa na unga iko juu ama sukari iko juu is not about Kenya. It's about a disaster that is into the world. So what I'm telling you, Mr. Ambani, hakuna kitu hata saa hii unavyosikia natetea Ruto. I have not earned anything from this government as in personal gain. No, I am only looking at the strategy which is using. You know what? We are owing, like now, the revenue collections which they collect, they are repaying the debts. So are we going to default the revenue, the agreement with the countries which gave us some madeni, kwa sababu unataka wewe ufanyiwe nini? Ile kitu iliyoko ni kwamba hakuna pesa ilipatikana in the public coffers, na hizo pesa zilichukuliwa na huyo baba yenu na huyo iwe wenu ambaye walichukua pesa zote. Saa hii maandamano mnadanganywa mnaenda, si eti kwa sababu ya maandamano. It's just to blackmail this government so that they cannot be followed. But let me tell you, their day is coming. We cannot take them to court just as you are proposing to take them to court. No, we have to get the result, the evidence, so that when whoever goes to court must stand and answer. So wait, don't be tired. I am telling you, the country is dry because of Uhuru and Raila. There is no question of hiding anywhere. We know that, and it is out there in the public. But we don't say, because you know what? We have to wait until the relevant bodies do their work. They bring the light into the world, so that if someone has to be taken to court, he must be taken to court. They have taken the money to the outside bank, offshore, whatever it is. They kept the money there. 3 months after after the elections has been done, they went to court just to give them way or time to steal. They stole everything. 15 minutes. So let us not argue on that. The economy is hurting. Today, you are saying the economy is hurting. Hiyo unga ya ugali unasema leo hii ni bei ghali. Ni chini ya 200. Lakini ilikuwa 230. Amuoni hiyo, lakini mnaona saa hii. Mnasema Ruto ni uongo. Ruto is the savior of Kenya, and that will be seen after 5 years. I am telling you. And there is no one who's going to remove
Sawa
Ruto.
Fighter, shikilia tu kidogo. Asante sana wewe ambaye una like hii video. Thank you for liking this video. Naona wengi mna like. Thank you so very much. Vera Gasare, asante kwa kulike. Benjamin Eric, asante kwa kulike. Helen Maganga, asante kwa kutuma emoji. Hezron Ometete, asante kwa kutuma emoji. Na mwana Steve Vosti ametuma like, asante sana. Ed Atito like, thank you so much. Beauty Black Beauty like, asante sana. Danko KE like, asante sana. Namwona Alo Albert like. Namwona Nicole Senior like. Benjamin Eric like. Vera Gasare like. Nick Odere like. Na pia wewe unaweza mentioniwa ukilike. Una like wapi? Hapo kwa YouTube, hapo kwa Facebook. Like hii video, fanya ile kitu. Asante sana. Pia hapo kwa comment section unaweza participate kwa hii show. Namwona Remesu Yegon ako ndani ya show, asante sana. Michael Machogu ako ndani, Gitash na wengi ambao mna comment hapo kando. Thank you very, 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 very much. Ibrahim like, thank you so much. James Hayambi like. Na Kennedy Kishaga, I think I pronounce vizuri, like hii video kwa YouTube, like hii video kwa Facebook. Namwona kakangu Sama amejaja, Penyagaka kondani. We sawa. ENM Fighter anasema Ruto is the savior. Interesting. Wow, awesome. Yes, Captain. Before nimpe Sam. Yes, Captain. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Okay. Kabla niulize swali Ambani, nafikiri nitaongezea volume vile hii ENM Fighter amesema kwamba William Ruto ni savior of this country. Kenya. And even he can be the savior of the world. All African countries and in the world, if you don't know that. Mimi swali yangu kwa David Ambani na kuuliza swali nikizingatia wale watu wanatoa maoni kwa upande wa kuandika ujumbe, comment sections yani. Kuna rafiki yangu pale amekuuliza, wewe unaitisha fertilizer ukiwa Busia. Busia mnatoa mazao gani? Mtaitisha fertilizer kwa large scale. Mnaitisha fertilizer ya large scale farming. What is that production you are producing in Busia? Jibu.
Sasa mimi niko katika kaunti ya Busia na kaunti ya Bungoma. So Bungoma mimi ni mkulima. Hata hapa Busia mimi ni mkulima. Lakini ikiwa Bungoma hakuna ile mbolea yoyote nimeona. Mimi mwenyewe nanunua mbolea kwa duka na napanda. Unaona ndugu yangu? Swali lingine.
Swali ni kwamba kwa ile upande yako unalalamikia fertilizer, wewe unalalamikia fertilizer ya 1.18 na wale wasingishu na Trans Nzoia wanataka fertilizer ya eka 20, wanataka fertilizer ya eka 100. So which is which? Where do you want us to go? Can you give you fertilizer
Sasa unaona ndugu yangu,
fertilizer kwa mwenye anapanda eka 100? You are the one to tell us.
Unaona ndugu yangu, unaona ndugu yangu, hiyo mwenye yako na eka 100, hiyo ni yake. Hiyo ni yake, hakuna mtu ameenda kwake akamuomba chakula.
Hajaenda, hakuna mtu amemuomba chakula.
Hata na eka 3, nikiwa na eka 3 nahitaji hiyo mbolea ni ule mtu mwenye yako na eka 100 anapata. Kwa sababu huyo mwenye yako na eka 100, huyo ni Mkenya na mimi pia ni Mkenya, hata mwenye yako na 1 ni Mkenya. So mtu ya eka 100 akipata mbolea, pia huyo mtu wa eka 1 apate mbolea.
Sawa. Hatutakosa kupatia fertilizer mtu anapanda eka 20, alafu tukuje mtu anapanda eka 3 kama wewe ya kulisha familia yako peke yako, na Wakenya milioni 50 wanategemea Trans Nzoia wakule hiyo mahindi. Hiyo yako unasema ati serikali hakuna fertilizer ilikuja Busia, utapanda na mbolea ya nini hii ya ng'ombe hii.
Bwana captain, huyo mzee anasema vizuri, ameona mbolea. Usimuongeleze sana. Huyo mzee ameona mbolea kwa duka. Muulize anainunua pesa ngapi? Sio mbolea yeye anafikiria ilikuwa inakuja for free. Tumesema mbolea imefika kwa sababu imerudishwa from 7,000 to 3,500. Yeye amesema anaiona kwa duka. Yeye alikuwa anafikiria kuna ya free.
Sitahitaji ati mimi msaada kwa serikali nipatie, kwa sababu walisema ni 3,500. Hiyo nilikuwa nayo, sikuomba serikali inipe. Hata kama niko na eka 1, ninaenda ninunue hiyo 3,500. Si yeye ndiye ya bure ati serikali nipatie ya bure, ati serikali saidia. Mimi serikali hainisaidiangi. Naona ile makosa ya serikali. Kama mtu ako na eka 100 apate mbolea, na pia huyo eka 1 apate mbolea, kwa sababu sisi wote ni wa Kenya.
Sasa David Ambani, wewe wacha kama utaki serikali kusaidie, wacha isaidie wenye hawana uwezo. Wewe uko na uwezo wa kusaidiwa, wewe unaenda kwa Museveni pale,
hata kama niko na uwezo. Unaona ndugu yangu, hata kama niko na uwezo nipate hii ya 3,000, ili ya 3,500. Nisiwe kama niko na uwezo lakini kosa hii ya 3,500. Unaona ndugu yangu? So hata yule Trans Nzoia akiwa na eka 100 anapata hiyo mbolea. Hata mimi eka 1 nipate hiyo mbolea, kwa sababu Kenya ni yetu wote.
Bwana, wacha propaganda. Hiyo mbolea iko kila mahali Kenya. Wacheni kutusumbua hapa, tuongee mambo ya maana. Mbolea iko Kenya mahali yote, mahali popote pale, ya shilingi 3,500 na 3,800. Sijui wewe uko Kenya gani?
Ndio tuko Kenya. Unajua wengine mnafikiria kwamba mnafikiria wengine ya kwamba sisi hatuko Kenya. Tuko Kenya bwana. Tuko Kenya.
Sawa. Maoni yangu ya mwisho kwako Ambani, sisi wote tuko Kenya. Sisi wote tuko Kenya. Na tusitafute maneno machafu kuharibia serikali jina, kwa sababu tunataka iharibike tu jina. uko Kenya na unajua
serikali,
fertilizer vizuri sana
unaona ndugu
inapatikana.
yangu,
Wewe
serikali
uko Uganda na
inapoambiwa
uko Kenya at
ukweli,
the same time. So
ukweli
wacha
ndio
kuharibia
itaki.
Wakenya
Unajua ukweli
jina.
ndio itaki.
Sawa sawa.
Kama
Weenda
ukweli,
Uganda
serikali
ununue
ingetaka
fertilizer
ukweli,
eh,
ingesema ukweli, lakini serikali inasema oh, tumepanga, tumetoa, tumefanya, na hakuna ile kitu inafanya. Labda nyinyi mko huko mnapata, sisi pande hii labda huko wanampangia, sisi pande hii hatupangiwi. Tunasikia tu tutapanga, tutafanya, tumetenga. Hiyo ndio tunasikianga tumetenga.
lakini David Ambani juzi president alikuwa Busia na nilisikia mwenye alikuwa attorney general, what is the name, kuna jina hapo, alikuwa attorney general na alikuwa pande Azimio, na alimwambia rais, tunataka ukuje sasa upande ya
Amos
maendeleo
wako.
Busia. Amos wako alikuwa huko. Kama Amos wako alikuwa anajua rais afanye maendeleo, mbona akamwambia arudi? Wewe peke yako ndio unaona rais afanye maendeleo.
Arudi wapi? Bado iko maendeleo, mali hakuna maendeleo.
Uliza Amos wako. Amos wako ndiye alimwambia. Mimi sijui.
Labda arudi kwake.
Okay. Wadau, asante sana kwa maoni yenu, inaniburudisha tu hapa kwa studio. Natumai pia wewe ambao unatazama unaburudika na maoni hawa jamaa. Kuna Azimio hapa kwa show, kuna Kenya Kwanza hapa kwa show. They are trying to debate issues ambazo zinatu affect sote kama wa Kenya. Na muona Francis Onyango wako ndani. Asante sana kwa maoni yako kaka. Na muona Yegon bado anazidi kutuma ujumbe. Thank you very much. Michael ako ndani, Gitash ako ndani, Kadbilo the Somali ako ndani. Wengi wana like asante wewe ambaye una like. Leo ninasoma live wale watu ambao wana like hii video kwa Facebook, like hii video kwa YouTube. Namuona Eric Machanga amelike, Softy Jimmy amelike, James Hayambi amelike, Ibrahim Ahmed amelike, Kennedy Kishaga amelike, namuona Dennis Oncho amelike, namuona nani hapa jamaa anajiita Nick Odere amelike, Vera Gasere amelike, na wengi ambao mna like, asanteni tu sana. I am very very grateful kwa hizo likes. What hizo likes zikuje hapo kwa YouTube like, hapo kwa Facebook like. Na leo ninakusalamia wewe ambaye una like, na wewe pia ambaye una comment pia ninakusalimu. Zaidi ya yote unaweza participate kwa show kwa kuingia live kwa panelist kama vile hawa jamaa wamefanya. Hiyo link ambayo nakutumia hapo, link inaingia kwa Mutembei TV, Mutembei YouTube, Mutembei Facebook na Mutembei official. Inakutumia link inaitwa StreamYard. Ukiingia hapo kwa StreamYard unafanya vipi? Unawasha mic, kamera, alafu unajikuta kwa show. Lakini lazima pia uwe umeandika jina. Unaweza andika initials kama ENM Fighter, ama uandike majina yote mbili kama David Ambani, ama kajina tu kafupi kama Sam, ama jina la utani kama Captain. Jina lolote tu. Unaweza jiita Fighter, unaweza jiita The Fighted, unaweza jiita lolote, mradi tu ujiite hapa kwa show na ujikute uko live. Thank you wale ambao mna like, asante tu sana. Asante wewe ambaye umetuma like yako, nimeiona, nimeshukuru na ninashukuru zaidi. Benjamin Gatage amelike, thank you so much. Paul Karaoke amelike, Peter Giviri amelike, na wengi ambao mna like, thank you so much. Alex Media, asante sana. Sam from Australia, habari ya leo?
Salama sana Jax.
Kaka uko ulirudi Australia ama bado uko Kenya? Nilikuona dakika kidogo sana.
Niko around.
Sawa, vipi lakini maoni yako ni yapi? Mswada wa leo inafanya watu ile kitu. Maoni yako ni yapi? Ruto anajaribu ama yeye ndiye shida ambayo inasumbua Kenya?
I think maoni yangu itakuwa na changamoto kidogo kwa sababu kulingana na mimi, I know there's the world is going through what we call recession, and the global economic challenges happening right now, not only in Kenya but around the world. But despite the fact that kwamba kuna hizo challenges pia, I would say it's a good thing to give the government a good time And I know one thing for fact, ya kwamba all these issues of maandamano one started when they were falling about the money that left the country, and there was a lot of things around that. So somehow the issue of maandamano to me came as a tool to protect something politically, and for other people to improve the political welfare or to climb up the ladder. And also, when you check on the other end, I'll be very brief because I've got something I want to do after this. On the other end, I will see the president comment sometimes on issues of the bill. If Kenyans are not, they don't want to do something, I would have actually encouraged the president to listen to the Kenyans, because they're the people who chose him and the people who elected the government who is in place at the moment. So for him to
Okay.
actually that bill and say that wabunge lazima wapitishe, and so it doesn't bring a good picture. We live in a democratic country, and you would want to hear the voice of the minority, that person who has no voice, or that person who, because wanasema kiatu na finyanga mwenye ameivaa. So if the Kenyans are saying yes, it might be a good idea, even because most big countries, the first world countries, are doing the same, and it's working well with them. Maybe because the economy is doing good, but because our economies, we understand that the previous government and even this government that we're having in place has borrowed money again. So we understand that all these things and the challenges might have pushed the government to borrow the money, and our economy is not okay, despite the government paying up the loans and trying to correct the mistakes that were done by the previous government. It's not an easy thing for the government. Even if Raila would have been a president today, I'm sure he would be going through the same challenges. So sometimes we come, we sing the loudest voices of the top of our voice to show that the government is not doing anything. But deep down, even if even living in your own home state, uko na hizo madeni, hata mkate hata hiyo nyama hautakula. Kwa nini? Lazima ulipe deni. Na kama unapata shilingi 5 na deni yako lazima ulipe shilingi 4, lazima utabaki na shilingi 1, na bajeti yako ni shilingi 3. So kumaanisha lazima utakata hiyo budget ndio wewe uone utakula nini, na chenye utakula labda ni kidogo. So I believe maybe what we are going through as a country did not happen today. It happened some years back, and now we are paying it. And because of some political interest that comes in, then it brings some sort of mixed reactions that people don't understand exactly what it means. Because there are people, I would say, I'm sorry to use this, and I'm not trying to be biased in a way, that people on the other side of Asimio, they will listen to their political allies, what they said. Some people said, Baba akisema leo nilale njaa, nalala njaa. Even if Baba is lying to them, they will be okay with them. I'm not saying he's lying, but there are people who follow things blindly. They don't see the other side of the coin. So I would have alluded some people to also see the other side of the coin, treat things soberly. Kama kuna makosa, kuna makosa. And that's why I'm saying the president at some point is not doing good by saying hii kitu lazima ipite, because you have to listen to the people. If you're doing it for us, listen to what we are saying and make sure that it goes well with us. Okay? Or even if it doesn't go well with us, just try and educate us. Take us through that one. Maybe there's some cartels bringing some fake information in between here. Just come out and tell us these things inaenda hivi na hivi. Wananchi mnaona namna gani? Then I think from there our country will go. But one thing I will say is, let us give our president a good time. Like I've had
Sam, are you still there? Sam, are you there? Okay, Moas, if you can have your camera on, I'll have you on the show. I am only having you through audio alone. Sam, if you can put your camera on, it would really be good. Moas, not Sam, Moas. Moas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Unfortunately, I cannot see you, my brother.
Working on it soon.
Okay. Okay. As you're working on it, can I have someone respond and then maybe you'll be in? Yes, a name fighter.
Jax, can
Fighter,
I
yes.
want to clarify something here for Jax. I mean for Sam and the entire country, if they are listening to me. People are twisting this message from the president. The president said, this housing fund is going to create employment opportunities for our young people. Then he went ahead to say, he is yet to see who is that MP who doesn't want his people, the young people from his constituency, not to have that opportunity to have the job. He is yet to see, and in fact, he said it's good for it to be voted openly, for him to see ni nani yule ambaye hataki watu wake wale wenye walimchagua wapate kazi. Lakini sasa it's being toasted out of proportion by the politicians for their selfish interest. Eti amesema nitaona ni nani huyo hatapigia hiyo kitu. Hiyo ni njia ingine ya kurudisha Wakenya nyuma. The president is very clear, and Kenyans must know that he's just said this building, this housing is going to create transport. People are going to get jobs. Mama mboga wale watapika chakula bado watapata kazi. Vijana wale maseremara na nini wote watapata kazi. Lakini I am yet to see who is that who doesn't want to see his people, the people who elected him, getting a job. Let it be clear like that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now, a name fighter, I love what you've said, and equally it attracts a very interesting question. The houses, it's not that ndio zinaanza kujengwa, si ndio? Kuna nyumba tayari zimejengwa na kuna zile ambazo zinajengwa, si ndio? Si ndio? Now, my question to you is this, sir.
Yes.
Are you able to tell us here live how many jobs do you think so far have been created? Because that can act as a pilot program and telling us through the 1,000 houses that have already been completed, through the 10 houses that have been completed, we have like 50 youths who have been employed. We have like 10 transport people who have been employed. You know, if because this housing project, it's something continuing. It's not starting.
My brother Jax,
are you able to give us
I can hear your question. Jax, I can hear your question. It is obvious. I don't even have to tell you how many people have gotten the job. If, for example, 10,000 houses have been completed, you cannot say those houses there were no builders. You cannot say in those houses there were no carpenters. You cannot say in those houses they did not buy cement. You cannot say the manufacturers of cement did not get and they did not sell cement. So let us not ask some funny questions and make it which there is.
It's not funny.
There is job opportunities. Even those women who are going to cook for those people who are building those houses, they could have gotten a job.
Okay.
So, in other words, it will be automatic as soon as a house starts. Even I see it even from our villages. As soon as you start building a house, your own house.
A name fighter. I think what you should advise the president and especially the PS and the ministry that is involved in that is that to come up with a list, or rather with a I don't know what to put it, but with a way of showing Kenyans that this thing is working. Just putting it hypothetically, of course, that it is obvious. It's not obvious, you know. If you are to convince people that this thing will work, just come show us that this thing so far, because the best way to explain something is by showing progress, by showing the outcome, by showing what it is it has done so far. It's one thing to show the finished houses. It's another thing to document and even show us that these people have gotten jobs. These people the mamambogas you're talking about, you know, it's not difficult. A 2 minutes documentary of the same would really go a long way, right? It will even help the government not to waste so much energy shouting why this thing is important. They will show us from what they are already doing. I don't know if that is something you can advise the government to do.
I hear you, Jex, but let me ask you, the building fund, the fund which is supposed to start the project. Wait, hold on, just hold on 1 minute. The funds that are supposed to start the project are the ones that we are talking, the ones which are the bill is in parliament today to be passed for it to start getting the funds. So what do you want us to tell you we have done when we don't have even the funds at hand at this moment? We are proposing that this is what should be done, and we are having a competition on that. So how do you expect us to show you with what?
That is a wrong information. That's a wrong information in this sense. The funds are not coming to start. The program is there. There is Bomayangu. There are so many projects. Maybe I can inform you. There are so many projects already completed, not even starting, completed. And these houses have been sold out, right? It began with Uhuru Kenyatta. I think this program began way past that Ayuko 2018. Some of these units are already done. There are units already under construction, like in Langata and other places. Kuna places, these units are 60% done, 40% done, 80% done, 100% done, depending with the level of construction. Others are still on the launching stages. So it is a continuing project, but it needs funding. And that's where the 3% is coming in. I don't know if you understand up to that point, because that's the correct point. Now, my question is, this far we have come, right? I think it is always prudent to come and list to us like a breakdown, right? Venye tu kwako ukiwa umefanya ka project, unaambia wife, leo spend 10,000. Kwa hii 10,000, we have been able to achieve A, B, C, D. A breakdown. It won't cost you so much before you even tell us to spend the next 10,000, before you even tell us to look for 10,000, but you have already given us an account of what the previous money has done. I don't know if I'm making sense, but before you answer me, allow me to say hi to PG, Dunia Ina Mambo, and KK. Karibuni sana wadau kwa hii show. Yes, KK, you are shouting my name.
Yeah. No, KK has no problem. KK can donate 2 minutes
yes,
for
KK.
me.
You're misleading people,
1 minute for me. No problem. KK, you can donate 1 minute for me. Then...
Okay, let me... James,
why am I misleading the public?
What we have currently is being funded by the National Housing Corporation. What we have, and it is not working. That is why we want to pull resources together, and then we roll this.
Whatever is funding the project is. Wait, listen, KK, it doesn't matter who is funding. My point is the project is on. Is that correct?
It is not on.
Even if it's funded by someone's personal money, but the project is
what
the project. KK, is the project going on? Is the project going on?
I'm telling you what is happening
yes or
here.
No?
The one that is ongoing has been
evaluated.
The
project ongoing? Okay. Is the project ongoing?
But not under the flagship that we are working on currently. the one that is ongoing is being funded by National Housing Corporation. That is the
maybe Kizungu ni ngumu. Let me use Kiswahili. Wacha nitumie Kiswahili. Acha nitumie Kiswahili bro. Nisikize, labda ukinisikiza utajua vile utanijibu. Swali yangu ni mpango wa nyumba ni kuanza, inaanza, inaendelea, na kama inaendelea hadi mahali imefika, serikali inaweza toka ama inaweza jitokeza kiwaziwazi tueleze kupitia mpango wa nyumba ambao aidha umeanza, kama haijaanza, kama imekuwa ikiendelea, imefanya nini, imeandika watu wangapi kazi, imenufaa watu, unanielewa sasa? So far, what has happened? Because if we have that breakdown, it would be easy to convince anyone Either you support the government, either you are from
Jax,
Azimio, from whatever
you're
side you're
not
coming from.
misleading Bwana Jax. You are
Let
misleading
me
us,
tell you,
Mr.
what
Jax.
is
And nakwambia ukweli.
Misleading.
Wait, hold on. If 10,000 houses have been made, you are saying they are complete. It's automatic that there was a builder in that house. It's automatic there was a carpenter in that house. It is automatic that they put sand and the cement. And it's automatic that there was transport involved. So how do you want us to explain to you that there is job creation? How could you want it to be explained to you?
Jax, let me tell you. What is currently
Eminem Fighter,
the project is ongoing. Okay, let me talk.
It's not a
Jax,
difficult question. You are just making it difficult for yourself.
Let
I'm
me
asking
talk,
you.
then you come in. Let me talk, then you come in. So the project is ongoing currently, okay? But there is a shift in policy. What is going on is not working in terms of starting our manufacturing, our local manufacturing, our industrialization. The project ongoing, it is cheaper to import steel from China and all those other inputs from China than to source it locally. The government is proposing that let's roll out this the project en masse, in mass, in high quantities, in a way that it is labor intensive, in a way that it can steer our local industries. That is why there's a shift in policy. What you have achieved, you remember when Moses Kuria was asked about this issue of since the program that is ongoing has increased the number of housing by 90%. What did he say? We have only increased 400 houses, housing units. That is 90%. Now, what the government wants to do is an en masse, a big project. That is why we want a revolving fund that is going to guarantee investors that they get value for their investments. When they invest in this housing, they are guaranteed that their houses will be bought, so that you see what is happening now. Like the government provided land, but no one is taking land in Kitale, in Kisumu. The only one Nairobi where there is a the purchasing is people can take that. But if you give an investor land in Garissa, he's not going to take it. There's a shift in policy. So when you say the project is ongoing,
You're explaining.
You're lying to
very
us.
well. KK, you explain. I am not lying because you are not answering my question. You are choosing what you want to listen to and what you want to answer, and how you answer it is how you feel is correct. But my question is very simple, and I'll still insist. Maybe before I even insist, allow me to bring in PG. PG, if I talk of Hustler Fund, if I go to the data, I'm able to know that several millions of Kenyans have benefited. Others are returning customers in terms of they have borrowed and returned, or rather repaid their loan. I'm able to get those data, right? It's not difficult to convince someone that Hustler Fund is working. Sindio, why is it difficult for KK and Fighter? Just tell us, from the previous, even if it is funded by whoever, even if it is even a free course, whatever is happening, before they change the system, because they're saying what you're explaining is that they're changing how it's done. And I have no problem. I have no problem with how it's being done, how it will be funded. I have no problem with that. My question is, what has currently been done, right? How has it benefited in terms of what numbers have been employed? Because if you have the statistics, it's easy to even now tell us if we are able to get only 10,000 people employed from this small project. Imagine, Kenyans, what will happen if now all of us can do this. It's not difficult to explain it that way. But anyway, PG, habari ya saizi. Just one moment. Kidogo, I'll come to you. Be thinking of my answers, I come back to you.
You are putting us in a corner.
Of my answers, I come back to you. PG,
you are putting us in a corner.
I am not. I just want you to think. Yes, PG, habari ya leo. PG, washa mic. Hapo kando ya jina kuko na mic. Iguze tu unmute. Yes. Unmute hapo kwa mic kuko na ukiguza tu ita unmute. Guza tu mara moja ita unmute hapo kwa mic yako. Hapo mahali jina yako iko kuna mic. Unmute from your end, sir. I cannot be able to unmute it from here.
Atajua ku unmute baadaye. Una swali umeuliza kwamba ni Wakenya wangapi wako kwa zile nyumba za ile inajengwa na serikali. Ni hivyo. Lakini mpaka sasa unarukaruka watu.
Sijauliza hivyo.
Au kuuliza hivyo, si ndio?
Sijauliza hivyo. Sijauliza ni Wakenya wangapi wameingia kwa nyumba. Kazi ni ngapi? Kwa sababu tunasema hizi nyumba zikijengwa zitafanya watu waandikwe makazi, si ndio? Hivyo ndo tunasema ya kwamba hizi nyumba zita attract makazi, right? Sasa si ngumu kueleza mtu, nilipojenga hii nyumba moja nilikuwa na mafundi 3, nilikuwa na roli 2 ama watu 2 wa transport, nilikuwa na jamaa mmoja wa plumbing. So ukifanya hesabu ya wale wafanyikazi wangu wote ambao wamejenga nyumba hiyo moja, mimi kama serikali nakuja ninasema watu 7 walinisaidia kujenga hii nyumba. Kama watu 7 wamenisaidia kujenga nyumba moja, right? Nikipanua hii mpango nijenge nyumba zingine 10, nitakuwa nimeandika watu wengine 70, right? I think ni rahisi sana if wanaweza kuja na vitu kama hizo ya kuonyesha kwamba, kwa sababu hizi nyumba si ati ndio zinaanza, zinaendelea. Kwa zile zimejengwa watu kadhaa wameandikwa na hii ndio idadi, right? So tukipanua huu mpango, hawa ndo watu ambao wataongezeka kwa hii hesabu na itakuwa rahisi kuconvince Kenyans. Lakini kama hatufanyi hivyo, tutaconvince Kenyans kivipi? Azimio, Kenya Kwanza ambao bado hawajakubali hii, watakubali huu mwito kivipi if we are not able to fully convince these people that truly this program, when it is launched, it will be beneficial not just to those who will eventually own the homes, but to those who are currently unemployed. That's my question. I don't know if I'm making sense. I don't know. I'm just...
Jakes, I told you, Jakes. You
but
know,
wait,
Jakes, I told you what is happening currently is not working, simply because it is not connected to our local industries. Like, you find that it is easy for what is happening currently to import inputs from outside the country than to source them locally. So now what the finance bill is doing is to remove those those levies and taxes on local industries, and now to enable them to to support this program. And that is how it is going to generate jobs. The only way we can give evidence is just to give you what has been done elsewhere, like in Singapore, in Malaysia, in Brazil, in India, and as a best practice. But what we have been using is not working. It is not doing the intended purpose of triggering our local industries, our Juakali sector, our all our mining sector, how to mine mawe, nini, and cement and all that. Because you see, you find that it is easier to import a cement than to do it here. So really, you cannot get numbers of how the currently, and again, what is currently happening is very small, like only about 1,000 housing units. And you remember they say that
makes it very good. The little the number, the easier it is to tabulate what I'm asking. Kwa sababu ikikuwa large scale, it might be difficult to trace what we are doing, the number of people we are affecting with this housing project. But anyway, let's move to the next point. But before I do that, I want to thank you guys for those who are joining us. Geoffrey, Ruto, Gitash, Michael, Kabon, Sarah, and many who are joining us. Thank you so very much for being part of this wonderful, wonderful show. Na pia wewe ambaye una like hizi video, asanteni sana. Namwona Dalphin Mora ame like video, asante sana. Namwona Joseph Lee ame like video, thank you so much. Abiud Oluoch amelike video, asante sana. Elias Murray amelike video. Charles Rechi amelike video, asante sana. Benjamin Gatange amelike video. Daniel Ochieng amelike video. Like hii video hapo kwa Facebook na hapo kwa YouTube, nami nitakushukuru live. Asante sana kwa kulike. Namuona Jay wa Kiume amelike video. Thank you so much for liking the video. Thank you very, very much for being part of this wonderful show. Either hapo kwa comment section and of course hapa live. Dadangu Stella, habari ya leo? Ningekuomba tu kama unaweza washa mic ama kamera. Sijui kama unanisikia Stella. Stella, can you hear me? Stella Wangare, I can see you, but do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, how are you? How are you?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, how are you? Welcome to the show. Hope you're well. Okay. Are you able to come in the show through camera? Are you able to come in live as well? Just up the camera. It's next to the mic. Are you able to come in live?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm seeing on the other side of the thing, it's distorted.
It's okay. At least if I have it that way, it's better. Just come in that way. It's okay.
Okay, sawa. My contribution it's about the gentleman. The one who was talking about job. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Sasa ile kitu sawa. Ile kitu ninakuwa concerned because the colleague who was talking about job creation, about the housing fund, everything, I think he's trying to confuse people. My question is to him, what is more important? You create jobs, create revenue, then you are able to tax the 150. They can have enough money to contribute to the housing fund. The thing is what he's saying that importation of goods and from, goods kama hizi chuma, simiti kutoka kwa Mchina. Mimi Mkenya kama Stella na kama wengine wangu. Ndio. Kata. Shida. Like other people are real estate and you want to invest. You want to see actual land which has been commissioned and that land which has been commissioned shamba, hiyo nyumba unataka utakuwa kwa which floor ama utakuwa utakuwa gani, like this thing ina confuse watu yake. Mimi siipendi enye mimi naweza elewa create jobs zitakuwa, but issue ni huwezi create jobs kama hakuna services kwa provided. Kitu ya kwanza tuangalie mtu wa chini kama mfundi. Tuangalie mtu mama mboga. Huwezi enda kuwa force ati sijui housing fund itawasaidia nini. Sisi tunataka kuona hiyo shamba iko wapi. It's like how you buy a land. At least there I'm guaranteed in 7 years maybe I don't bail out nita sacrifice. It's like how you buy it's like a mortgage.
Yeah.
Unanielewa? Alafu mwingine mwenye anasema about job. Okay, tuende mashinani. Mashinani mnataka kupatia watu kazi. Lakini nauliza hivi, kwanza create jobs like kama factories zimeisha. Government kama ingejua vizuri watu kama Western have very big factories. Like Mumia paper mill, there was Kikomi, there was Molasses, there was Dominion. Revive hizo kampuni hata kama mtu ameenda hapo kama administrative, mtu wa mapato kidogo kama mtu wa kibarua hapo, at least atakuwa na power of saving. Lakini msituambie uko sijui nini na hakuna land. Let them tell us this is the land. Whoever is interested, aingia chama. So you're guaranteed. I'm not there tomorrow. My child will be guaranteed because nitarithi. Like you see in many governments, hata kama uko na kitu kama pesa, what do you do? You put next of. So next of anaweza rithi hiyo nyumba. But the thing is, my government is confusing me. I don't see any land. I don't see how me, my 3%, let's assume that I'm to be deducted like 3,000. So telling me that hizo nyumba za 3,000, how many ya 2 months? Hiyo nyumba nitapata after how many years? Tujiulize hapo. Haya, number 2, tuongee maneno ya easy cost of hii vitu kama cost of petroleum products. Sidanganyane. Leo utaniambia hiyo nyumba. Tuko 2023. Mwambia ni 3 million. Are you forgetting in the next 7 years to 10 years? Hiyo nyumba is going to be 3 million. No, kwa sababu huyu atarudisha faida yake. Hata ule investor amepata kutengeneza hiyo nyumba, atataka faida yake na itarudi 3 million ama 4 million. Kwa sababu let's danganya, every time value yetu ya pesa either it goes chini, things are more expensive. That's it.
Hey, Shakes. Yeah, I want her, before she goes, please let her tell us what is creating employment. What does she think government needs to do to create employment? Because I don't understand. Just hire people to go and sit in offices? No, I don't understand. Create employment.
Before you even ask her, why don't you respond to what she has
breaking
asked
up. We can't hear you.
What is? Yes?
Okay.
You're breaking up. We can't hear you.
I want to ask you, when you say create employment, what do you mean create employment? What do you think government needs to do to create employment? To hire people to go and sit in offices or what?
Revive the factories. Wait. Listen to me. If you want to create employment, revive the factories zenye zimeanguka or create cottage industries zenye zimeanguka. Patia hustler loan the cottage industries like India. Let's be honest with each other. If you look like countries like India, they don't have big factories. They have small cottage factories. And each cottage factories itatoa watu mashambani kama 4, 5, 6, at least create employment. But musikuje mseme ati sijui housing ita create employment. By the time you commission your land, ulete watu, and that land we've not seen it. It will take 5 to 10 years. You know land in Kenya is expensive. And remember this, watu wa mashinani, they have lands like more than 5 to 10 acres and what? Ni nani atakupatia hiyo land? No one will give you land. So tell us where this land is. Sisi wa Kenya tujue.
You know, Jakes, you know what is happening here? I know PG
dakika moja tu. KK, one moment. Ninaona ninakuwa requested nifanye hivi. PG, kidogo tunakupea nafasi kidogo tu, just one second. Now, kuingia kwa show si ngumu. Unaona link ambayo nimekutumia hapo kwa Mutembei? Hiyo link, kuna mtu ana request anataka kujua jinsi ya kuingia, sasa ninafanya hivi. Kupitia hiyo link ya Mutembei, hiyo link iko na StreamYard ambayo unatap. Mutembei TV, Mutembei YouTube, Mutembei official. Hiyo ndio link unaguza. Ukiguza hiyo link inakutuma StreamYard. StreamYard ukiingia, asha camera, asha mic, alafu unajikuta uko kwa show. Ukiasha mic na ukiwasha camera inakuleta StreamYard directly. So hivyo ndo kuingia kwa show. I hope umenielewa. Zaidi ya yote asante sana Sara Kabon na kuona PG, Edgar and Stella Wangari. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa part of this discussion. Okay. Now, what are you saying, KK?
So, here amesema we give loans to the cottage industry. If you give these guys in Juakali loans, they make doors and inches and whatever, and there is no consumptive demand. These are madoas zitakaa tu, hakuna mtu ananunua. What is creating what is creating employment? You know, it doesn't make sense to me. When you create employment, you
Okay,
revive the
Jake.
factories. You revive the
Yes,
factories in
PG.
Western. You revive the
Yes, I
factories in
want to
Western.
interject a
I am a
bit.
surveyor. What am I going to do in those factories?
Yes, PG.
Yes, I think now, emotions aside, we just need to listen to one another so that we have a very,
Correct.
very nice kind of a conversation,
You're right.
and more so respecting each other' opinion. Because at the end of the day, maybe the conversation is meant to have some good solution or maybe good recommendation wherever. Now, about the issue concerning these things, about the whole thing about the employment, like KK is asking there, I think my sister there have a very good idea about let us try as much as possible to revive our industries more so in the local areas, and you are going to have a long-term solution in terms of matters employment. The housing idea is not bad. It's a good idea. We know that very many people will be involved in the offering of the manpower and also buying of the raw materials and all the products. But at the end of the day, are we giving a long-term solution? Because if it's all about construction, construction is taking place daily. As I go to my workplace, people are building flats, people are building houses. That's something that is already going on. But if we try to come up with this solution of reviving some of our local industries, we might end up, we may not be able to absorb everyone, but at least we can be able to offer a long-term solution. We employ you, tomorrow you can be able to get some loan. Yet there's someone who is coming to my mjengo every morning, every day, but the only thing I can offer is only that simple payment, which is already hand to mouth. I give 500 or 1,000. At the end of the day, that person the following day, if I don't give them an opportunity to come and work, they are not going to eat that day. So as much as we are saying, yes, we are offering employment, what is the impact are we making to these people in the long run? Are you giving me 500 today? I just feed my children. I cannot even be able to pay the fees for my kids. And then you are saying that there is something as a government, not as an individual, as you, Jakes, or myself, PG, as a government, you are telling us that there is a solution that you're offering, and it is simply hand to mouth. Let's have an impact from my opinion that can be felt even to the generation to come. Maybe myself, I'm a product of someone who benefited from. You get it?
Yeah. I think if I get you correct, you and Stella, what you're saying is the government needs to come with more than one way of creating
Thank
jobs.
you, PG.
Yeah, that as much as the housing idea is a good idea, it's also important that they come with other long-term solutions like reviving our industries, like improving our manufacturing sector, and among many other forms of widening our employment basket, right? KK as well is equally right that the housing project will still employ youth. But what PG is equally raising is that these projects, some of them need short lasting. Like once you are done with a flat, it's done. You hautaishingi hapo mkijenga, mkishamaliza kuijenga mumeijenga. So it's more of a short term kind of form of goal. So what PG is saying is we need to have a long term also form of thinking. I think KK, if you can listen to what they are saying, it's equally important. It's also good to listen before you want to
No, I'm
raise
listening.
an
No, I'm listening,
argument
Jakes,
about.
but I'm listening. But the problem is you
There's no
haven't told.
bad. What's the
The
problem?
issue is
It's a good idea.
the statistics. You know, the gaps in Atuambia, every year there's a demand for 250,000 houses in Kenya. We are a growing and urbanizing nation. I don't know why people think housing is a problem. Housing is a short term.
Can I add?
Yes, Stella.
Can I? Okay. He's saying, okay, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Standards, the issue here is not about, I mean, an ordinary Kenyan could cause a housing. After if you live in a slum, is a housing. It is nothing to be ashamed of. What kitu wenye watu hawaelewi right now hiyo nyumba unataka kunipatia kama serikali, garanti yangu iko wapi? Kwa sababu ile kitu mtu before upate nyumba lazima tumbo yako lazima ishibe, because you need even this youth wakutengeneze hizi nyumba. Now the first thing which is more important, create jobs or create, because end of the day someone has a place where he's going to put his head down, either in a slum or either in a shanty or whatever. It is nothing to be ashamed of. But the thing is, the government cannot tell us housing, but we are not seeing where the commissioning of land is. We don't know where it is. Me like kitu moja nasema, wacha housing ikuje maybe in the next after 2027. Right now, let's generate jobs for the youth, because the height of unemployment right now, it is alarming. It is alarming. Companies right now, wameacha kuweka watu permanent. They are now opting to go for short contracts. Right now, a small company, unaweza ona ina watu 4 5. Wewe unakuja unalipa mtu 15,000 shillings ama 20,000 shillings. Remember that amount of amejipanga nayo. Unaelewa? So hata hustler end of the day hata yeye akaenda kutafuta side hustle, alafu unamuoppress kumwambia nyumba lazima ndio ya kwanza. No, create jobs so that people get revenue. That revenue is paid by tax. Then the government can say, now we have money, so tutajaribu kutengeneza nyumba hivi. Whoever interested, and I don't know huyu kama anazaelewa kuna kitu inaitwa not housing corporation. These people had a very good plan, especially if you people remember someone called Soita Shitanda. He promised slum upgrading program when now that is the way to go. But the housing where Hinga is not even giving, it's a shifting goal. Leo anasema hivi, kesho anasema hivi. The thing is, let's start with generating employment right now as we speak. The more generating of employment, at least there's some purchasing power enye inakuja na any hustler or whoever. But don't put this thing under our throat of telling us housing. Because even you, if I tell you the narrative, uangalia hata hiyo bill ukisoma, it does not make sense. If me as an investor and I want to buy a house, let's say not this one for government, I plan my money, this is the money which I want to buy. Off plan ndio hii. The years kutengeneza hii nyumba itachukua 5 years, ama 2 years, ama 3 but haiwezi pita the time nitakuwa nimeshamaliza over 10 years. It does not happen like that. It doesn't. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Stella.
Can I respond?
Just one moment, because we still have watu wajaongea. Just one moment. Stella, kidogo tu ndampea time ya respond. Kidogo tu so that isikwe ping pong, eh?
Yeah, KK respond. I'm hearing.
Stella, wacha tupe Sara dakika 2. KK, just one moment. I know you have a question. I'll have you allow us. Nyomdo asikae so long bila kuongea. Yes, Sara Kebon. Zamasi umenificha huku nje, umepotea.
Nimekuwa backstage.
Karibu sana.
Asante. Jex. Kuna mtu hapo ameacha nini yake, ameacha mic yake aja mute. There's someone who has not put off his nini. So I want to say this. I think, Jets, we were with you when these people, when the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio were doing their campaigns, 2022. And I think now, hakuna ule mtu mwenye anakuwa favored saizi. On your way to supermarket or where you are buying anything of yours, hakuna mali imeandikwa hii ni mtu wa Kenya Kwanza ananunua na hii ni mtu wa Azimio ananunua. And personally, I voted for Kenya Kwanza. Now I will not clap for them when they are doing wrong. Lazima tuambiana hapa ukweli. The other day, we were talking. I was in a supermarket. About the sugars. Skari pakiti ya Mumias inapakiwa kwa shelves ya supermarket and the factory itself haifanyi kazi. Surely hizo packages zinatoka wapi? Sukari inatoka wapi? Na hiyo si ya Mumias. Mumias, the other day I was coming from Uganda passing to Kakamega. Hakuna Mumias inafanya kazi. Alafu packages imewekwa Mumias sugar. Hii sukari imepakiwa wapi? Ama tuko na Mumias ingine yenye sisi hatujui? Tunataka tuambiana hapa ukweli. Hii serikali ya Kenya kwanza imekuwa ni serikali ya matapeli wengi sana. I'm even the person who voted for it. Na lazima tuambiane ukweli, kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. We should not pamper or blanket anyone. Because hii serikali ama mnaimba hapa ni yetu. Sisi wengine tulipiga hapa vita. Jax knows very well how these people of Azimio, they were fighting us here. Hata kuingia ndani, we had to change some names ndio tuingie kwa panel ya Mutembei. That was 2022. So hapa lazima tuambiane ukweli. Even me, hata hii mambo ya housing, I will not agree. Mimi nimejipanga. Na kujipanga nilianza from zero.
Good.
We need to speak the truth.
Yes.
Tuambiane hapa ukweli. Si mambo ya kusema hapa ati sijui nini. No, just wait I finish what I'm talking. I give you time to talk. Hii mambo lazima tuambiane ukweli. Mimi hata saa hii hata kama niko na watoto 10 ama watoto 7, nikiwa nimejipanga huyu nitalipa nini? So unataka kuniambia saa hii ninataka kujenga ni contribute 3% ya kujenga nyumba. Who will pay for me? Na nani atakuja kunilipia mortgage yenye nimechukua loan ya mortgage? Ni nani? So hapa msikuja kutuambia hapa hii ni shamba la wanyama. Msikuja kutudanganya hapa. Ati itafanywa hivi. So ya siku ile ilikuwa ni tofauti. Na hii kitu ya housing ilianza na Uhuru Kenyatta. So mbona saa hizi mnataka kuleta jina ingine ya kufichulia ile ingine? So this thing is a pyramid. Tuambiana hapa ukweli, tusidanganyana. Msikuja kutuibia pesa hapa bwana, na saa hii tumeumia mbaya sana. Hii juzi tunaambiwa ati gas inatoka Taifa Gas. At the end of it, ati si kusema the gas, nilisema mtungi. Tunataka kutudanganya mpaka lini? Mpaka lini? Imefika mahali tunataka tuende tuambiana hapa ukweli. Kila mtu apewe title yake kwa hii nchi ya Kenya. Mtu ajue vile atafanyia title yake. Tusidanganyane hapa. Tuambiane ukweli. And we will not clap here tukisema because the person who is leading us is a fellow Kalenjin. We need to pamba him hata kama anafanya makosa. Nothing like that. Tuambiane ukweli. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Kama ni ukweli ni ukweli. Msikuja hata leo parliament. Jax, you saw wakitoa the Azimios because on Monday or next week wanataka kupitisha hiyo bill. Haiwezekani, kuna vitu zingine hata Mungu atachapa watu hapa kibogo. Sitaki hata niongee mbaya because lazima tuambiane hapa ukweli. Tusikuje kudanganyana. Hata hiyo phosphate yenye watu walipewa juzi. Wait this year, results of this year ya mahindi. Mtatuambia hapa kunaendaje. Tusikuje kutudanganya hapa. We know what is happening in this republic. Tusidanganyane.
Can I speak now, Jax?
Yeah, you can speak. You can start from where Stella left to where Sarah has put a comma.
I needed Stella to tell me how creating jobs is. What does she mean? Creating jobs. And then for Sarah, you're so passionate about sugar. Can I speak?
Yeah. So go ahead.
Okay,
I want to give
Captain.
you an example. You know, in sugar, there's extraction and there's packaging. You remember Jim Finnes when he talked about extraction?
Yes, when will I speak, Jax? When will I speak?
Let me finish, and then you guys, you can come. You can talk when I finish. So we have a shortage of sugar. The government will import sugar from Comesa. They have talked about 100,000 tons of sugar from Comesa. What these companies are doing is packaging. You know what Kapa does?
Wacha kuja kutudanganya hapa nani? Usitudanganye. You cannot import you cannot import anything and use someone's name. Hakuna, usikuja kutudanganya hapa.
Wacha niongee.
Sarah, this pia
KK,
captain
just
nafasi
one
yake
moment.
aongee
Just one moment.
tafadhali.
KK, please. Just one moment. Stella, one moment. KK, please don't use any abusive word. Not even one, please. Don't use that language. It's it's insultive. Don't
Well,
insult someone. Just argue the point. Don't insult.
So let me finish what I was saying. So what you remember what oil, this couple in Syokimau does? They bring
you can proceed.
They bring oil from. Can I speak? Let me finish first.
Yeah, go
There's
ahead.
many guys here waiting.
Tunakusikiza, endelea. Endelea,
Okay, so
tunakusikiza.
we import oil and then we package it. So those companies
Jax,
who does extraction in Kenya, they cannot extract enough. They are given permit to import within COMESA, and that is a fact. So we are not currently we are not extracting enough. That's why our factories are sitting idle. We are not extracting enough sugar for us, but we can import. But I'm not going to defend that because these are things controversial and we'll spend a lot of time here arguing. But I really want to tell us what government hiring people is getting employment is doing. What is it hiring people to go and sit in offices or what? That is to Sarah, not to anybody else. I mean to Stella. Sorry.
Okay,
Stella,
I think Jax,
Stella, 1 minute. Yes. Who is talking?
PG.
Oh, PG. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, like I had said before, and like many have that kind of an opinion. This is a very big country. This is a country like any other, and the country is not an individual. As an individual, I can be able to create some job opportunities, maybe through construction. That is just one line. But like many are saying, we have so many companies. In a company, you empower very many people. The ones that are going to get into the offices are very few. But those who be behind the scenes are the ones that are many. The drivers transporting, those working on those farms, and many other people. So this line that we are just saying that we want to create we want to create opportunity following one line. Not everyone is a carpenter. Not everyone is a mason. Yeah, sorry to say so. So let's try to widen the gap so that as much as we are creating this opportunity for this particular carpenter, we can work on a mechanic. We can be able to work on a driver and many other people. By doing so, we are going to help so many people.
Point taken. Stella, do you have something else to add before I give it to someone new? Stella, okay. Sara, ulikuwa umeuliza swali ya kwamba kampuni kazi yao ni kupackage na hizo za Mumias zimepakejiwa kutoka KEMSA. We sawa, hiyo reasoning imeenda shule, lakini ni sawa. We let me be frank, kutetea gava ni ngumu. Okay, Edgar Tito vipi?
Salama sana Jet and all the panelists. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you are. How are you doing, guys?
Kila tu hapo kidogo wewe ni mzalendo. Acha nipe hawa wageni mbio. Is it okay?
No, Jakes.
Haya, sawa basi. Leo umekuwa mchoyo, endelea.
Okay, one thing that I must appreciate how Captain is very humble today. Quite an improvement. But I was listening from a Facebook Live, and actually I got some reasonable points from contributors here. But one thing that we need to know is that housing a project has been going on. It was started by Uhuru. We have to ask ourselves several questions. You know, mjengo goes on. Mjengo inafanyikanga daily. Mjengo happens daily. And hata za government zilikuwa zinaendelea. Now, the question is, has it solved our unemployment crisis The answer is absolutely no. In fact, inazidi tu kuumiza uchumi yetu kwa sababu kuemploy on a casual basis, then tomorrow you don't have nothing to spend. What government has to do, this is just a misplaced priority, a scheme to swindle Kenyans their money. What government must prioritize is how to revive different sectors, different companies to absorb graduates that are coming out year in, year out from schools. We have sugar industries almost collapsing, and they are importing sugar. Sugar business is their business. Let us agree on that. Biashara ya sukari saizi ni ya bwenyenye wenye wa serikali. And that is why you find hiyo sukari ya Mumias iko kwa supermarkets, lakini kwa factory hakuna kazi inaendelea. So another thing, when you are investing in a business, you have to ask yourself what is the profit or return on investment. On this housing project, it's zero, because we've seen how other projects have been managed of the same kind. Nyumba zinajengewa wananchi wa kawaida. If you're saying that inajengewa kwa yule mwananchi wa mapato ya chini, let's say right now I'm 40. How long will I contribute 2,500 per month so that I get this house? I'll be long dead, Jakes. My money itakuwa imeenda hivyo. And then
okay, kama umekwama okay, ni kama umekwama, shikilia kidogo basi. Namwona Atkas nao na wengi wamejoin in, asanteni sana. Thank you kwa wale ambao wana like. Namwona Kevo Ogola like video, asante sana. Joseph Mwakilili like video, thank you so much. Peter Kefas, asante kwa kulike video. Joseph Josmon, asante kwa kulike video. George Magare, asante kwa kulike video. Sarah Kebon, asante kwa kulike video. Jay wa kiume, asante kwa kulike video. Asante wewe ambaye una like video hapo kwa YouTube, hapo kwa Facebook. Wacha tuzidi kulike. Thank you so very much. George Morara, maoni yako ni yapi?
Yeah. Thank you. I salute to everyone. In fact, I've been a keen listener to this show, but I've never participated. Today, I say, let me try my luck. Uzuri imeingia. Nataka kuongea jambo moja. Hii mambo ya housing ni nzuri kwa kila mtu. Na hakuna mtu apende kuishi nyumba mzuri. Hata mali niko sasa, hii nyumba ni mzuri. Na nina swali moja. Tuko na slums Kenya. Nichukue specific slum Kibira. Kibira imekuwa slum Kenya kwa miaka mingapi? Imekuwa hapo ikuwa slum for how many years? How many people have come out of Kibira? They have gone to school, they have been given scholarship, they are employed, but their parents are still in Kibira. We were with them in school. Tulisoma na wao good schools. I was in Njoro Boys. I went to Egerton. We were with them. They are living in good houses. Parents are in Kibira. Why? Number two, where I come from specifically is a cosmopolitan area. Tulikuwa na kitu inaitwa World Vision. World Vision ilikuja, inajengea watu nyumba, inakujengea tangi, inakupea pesa ufanye mradi ABCD. I participated in some of these things. We have people unawapea pesa wajenge nyumba. Atajenga nyumba, atakula ile pesa, ama anunue shamba kwingine, apaki kwa ile nyumba. Msaada mwingine ukikuja ina benefit. You don't want to change from those status. Imekuwa kitega uchumi. How many have they done an audit to know each and every household of Kibira slum who has been from that house has gone to school, even more than one, they are employed, they are decentralized elsewhere, so that you can just condemn in a blanket way that everybody in Kibera ajiwezi. How? Hii Kibera imekaa Kenya miaka ngapi? Tuache kudanganywa. Wakijengewa nyumba, wakipewa wana rent, is earning an income, anarudi Kibera kwa anatafuta ni nyingine, but is earning si wafanye audit kutoka kwa ile nyumba alipewa. Sasa ni nani huyu ajiwezi? No, let us not be lied, my friend. We are not fools. Nobody's
Morara, umejimute. Washa mic yako. George, umemute. George.
Yes.
Uko umejimute, endelea.
Enda pale Nakuru bondeni. Karibu na Kifumbini Kaloleni hiyo area pale. Wale watu utawatoa pale kwa sababu gani? The way that area is a good environment for them. Wakienda wa mess wherever they mess, akiingia pale hata askari kumtoa ni shida. Na wanajitetea it's a village of its own. They know each other. Na wale watu wana businesses, wako na pesa na wako na kila kitu. Lakini yale mazingara yanawafeva for what they are doing. That is why they do not move from that place. Enda Kericho, pale karibu na stadium. Ile kijiji iko pale, naitwa Kambilaibon. Those people are selling chang'aa. Hata askari hawezi shika chang'aa pale. Utamtoa umeleta state mzuri atauza chang'aa sangapi? Let us not lie to anybody. Ile maisha mtu ameamua kuishi Kenya, aishi. Uwezi lazimisha yeye. Na saa Kenya ilichanuka bwana, watu hakuna Kibera, hakuna shule, na wale watu ndio wanapewa scholarship, free what, NGO, watu wako vijijini wanaenda shamba, wanalima, ana struggle, anaweka mtoto day school. We have day schools, tunachukua mahindi, gorogoro 3, maroe gorogoro 1, mtoto anamaliza mpaka form 4. What's not affordable in Kenya? Who is lying to who? If you don't afford boarding, I went to boarding. My children, I have children, I'm a parent. I took us to boarding. They said, no, dad, let me go to this school near home. Go there. They've passed their university. Mtu asitudanganye Kenya saa hii ya kwamba kuna kitu wesi afford. Unaenda mahali una afford. Kama ni secondary, enda day school karibu na kwenu. Kama ni primary, iko primary day school hapo kwenu. Kama unajiweza, enda boarding. Kama unajiweza zaidi, enda private. Tuache kudanganywa. Niko wapi sasa nikiongea na nyinyi? I'm very far. I'm not in Kenya. Yeah, I'm not in where I am. Ni nchi ambayo hata nikikwambia wewe sikubali. But life is very easy. Mafuta nanua 1 liter 200. Sukari nanua 90. Just a neighboring country to Kenya. Why are we being lied? Wacha tuseme tu kweli. If you want to defend a government like others are doing because it is of my tribe, okay, do it. It's your freedom. But remember, truth and lies will never mix. However much you defend it, we defend aje, uipake mafuta gani, uipake Vaseline, uipake Arimis, uipake gani, ni ile. This house levy ikue voluntary. Na vile mama amesema, ikue ni society kind of way from each county. Na ule mwajiri mwenye anakatwa apewe form ya kujaza kujicommit na state ya kwamba on maturity siku nitahitaji kupewa nyumba, nipewe nyumba wapi? Mali ata prefer. Yes, I'm contributing. I've committed myself. I've given you my money. On maturity, the day you wish to give me that house, I will prefer I'm working in maybe Mandera, I'm working in Namanga, I'm working wherever, but my account is Machakos, my account is Nakuru, like myself. Nina indicate pale on maturity ni kuwe considered kwa ule mradi wa hizi nyumba unajengwa Nakuru, where I prefer. How do we just come and say, oh, houses, oh, what and what contribute? I contribute on what conditions? On maturity, unaenda wapi? Unaenda kupewa nyumba wapi? hakuna ile clear information imekuja na uende pole pole. Yes, nyumba mzuri ni mzuri kwa kila mtu.
Jokes huyu jamaa anatoka wapi?
Yes. Wewe wakati
mwenye ako na masikio asikie. I'm sorry, Jokes.
Wewe unasema nyumba yako mzuri ni ya ghorofa. Nyumba yangu mzuri mimi ya Wamasai. Julikingia nani ila joto. Kwa nini uniambilie wewe yako mzuri kwa yangu mzuri? No. My choice is my choice, my decide, my whatever. Don't decide for me to decide. Let me choose. Who told you?
Mungu arudi. Acha Mungu arudi.
Nani anasema? No. Enda pole pole. And let us live a peaceful life. Kama watu walisoma hata kusadikika enzi zetu, hizo vitabu ya fasihi na nini na nini na nini. Kuna mama mmoja amesema hapo animal farm. It can be. Kwa nini unichaulie nyumba unataka mimi niishi? Who are you? Who are you? Let me choose. Kama ni hivyo, facilitate ways on how I'll get funds. I construct a house. My choice. Huyo mtu anasema job creation. Wacha nijibu jamaa anasema job creation. Mijengo haiko Kenya? Ni town gani hakuna mjengo sahi? Atuambie tu sahi. Atu wanataka kuinitiate what is not there. They are bringing something new. Don't you have construction sites? Kwa nini jobs for everybody? Don't you have the private developers? SGR ilijengwa kwa billions. Ilikuwa construction site. Watu wangapi mpaka sasa wako kwa SGR wanajenga? How many? Barabara inajengwa inakamilika. Ni wangapi wako pale mpaka sasa wanajenga? Be with a mind which is creative. We want sustainable employment. Open up industries which will employ every kind of person. When you amesoma zaidi hapo katikati, ayule wa chini kabisa, everybody akuwe na equality. Kwa nini unachagua ati you are creating to that wale watu wa chini? Nani anakuambia nataka kukaa hapo chini kila siku? Why are you condemning me? Kwani unataka nikaa hapo chini? Nani anakuambia tunapenda huko chini kwa mjengo? Why cha kudanganya sisi bwana? Wewe unasomeza mtoto aende kufanya mjengo? Are we paying what this school fees? We are paying watoto aende kufanya mjengo? What are you telling us? Or you want them to remain down there, they become construct at watu wa mjengo wa kulipa contract every day? Is that what you are promoting? Is that what you are doing? Is that what you are thinking? When are we moving up? Tuache kudanganyana ndugu zangu. You are a panelist. Miwa ilikuwa, cotton ilikuwa, ng'ombe maziwa ilikuwa unauza KCC. All these things created employment. Why don't it be revived? Why you concentrating nyumba? Wewe wacha kudanganya sisi. Hao wanatudanganya wako na nyumba ngapi kila mahali? President wetu mwenyewe ako na nyumba ngapi? Wewe build hizo nyumba zote. Utaishi hizo nyumba miaka yako ni ngapi? Biblia inakwambia ni 120. Hizo nyumba unajenga mingi utaishi nini? Why do you take this man to kujenga nyumba? Nini bwana? Nini?
Asante George, and I love what you have said. We have more, they should broaden the ideas. Isikuwe tu ni mjengo peke yake. We have fisheries. Naona hapa mtu ananiambia fisheries. We have services, we have mining, we have cereals, we have dairy, we have leather, we have agriculture. There are so many ways they can increase their thinking, not just housing peke yake. But George Marara, we. Sijui kama amenotice amemute, but ni sawa. Kenya Rebel vipi? Kenya Rebel hatukusikii? Aya, Isaac.
Yeah, Sema Jokes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Morara. You are a wonderful man. I wish we can get such kind of people in the government or next to Ruto so that he can get to hear this. But I thank you so much, Morara, because you have really gone far with your explanation. We appreciate you, man. These are the kind of the people that we like to come to the platform and they contribute to a wise decision to Kenyans. I I want to start by saying that, Captain, today I want you to be very, very, very respectful to the media because you have become the point of, this is a respect forum that we want you to contain yourself, because if we start accusing each other, we are not going to make anything, or we are going to not to learn anything from there. So, Captain, please, as a brother and your colleagues, let us respect this forum so that we can have a very healthy discussion in the future, or people can learn from this so that we can have a better Kenya. So, jokes,
Isaac,
my
you are
contribution.
forcing me to come in, Isaac. You are forcing me to come in just a second or two, three, because I think you can also see there is somebody who is not in the show now. Now, he has been interfering with some of us. I don't want to mention the name. Even
No,
Tito can tell you
Captain,
that this guy
yesterday,
is smiling.
Captain, yesterday,
But
yesterday
otherwise,
I
I'm
was,
okay with people. Let's continue
Captain,
like that.
yesterday that was too much. You can't go overboard, and I was becoming very
I had to.
categorical
I
because
had to.
I really,
I don't
you
know
get
anyone
me.
any
And please,
apology on
from
that.
today,
I had to go that
we
way.
want that respect. We want to respect our women, and women also want to respect us too. And we want to respect the young
No
and the old
problem.
who is in this forum. That's great,
No
so
problem.
that we can make
I
healthy
respect
discussion.
that.
So, jokes.
I respect
My
that.
contribution, today is I want to comment on what my brother George Morales said, that this is a decision which was made for our Kenyans to build houses. I think it was not properly discussed. They needed to make it a social thing. Everybody needed to be included as from the word go, because some of the priorities given to other Kenyans are we don't need houses, all of us. Some of the other parts of the country, people have houses, or they don't need houses, as Morara said. So kwa hivyo mtu asidanganye kitu wa Kenya wanataka ni nyumba. Umesikia watu mekaa Kibera, they are comfortable there and they don't want to move. That is their home and that is their choice. So if you go to Kibera and ask them what they need most, they will tell you we need food. That is a reality. If you go to Kericho, as my brother said, people need something else. If you go to Kisumu, people need something else. So this scheme, I call it a scam. Like you can see the outcry of other Kenyans because we can't lash to things. And another thing I want to commend other people have said is like people are fearing to advise. I don't know if our leaders are running from the common man what they need. The advice, our president is, I don't know, is making decision by himself, by the executive. It's not listening. Nobody's getting courage to advise him that this is what's outside here. Maybe Ruto is not listening to you or me. This thing is gone beyond what we can expect. And I saw what happened in Parliament today, Jokes. It's a very respectful
Isaac?
thing. People are fighting.
Isaac,
Yes.
my name is Jakes.
Not
Jakes,
Jones.
Oh.
not
Okay. Sorry for correcting me. Sorry for correcting me. And yeah. Maybe I'm getting conversant. I'm new a little bit in your forum, but I've been
I
watching.
understand. No
Yes.
fault taken. Go ahead.
Yes. George.
Jakes.
I wish. No, I'm talking about George Morara, not you. George Morara, your contribution is very paramount. I welcome it. The young people, they are looking for a job. And the construction, as you said, is not the only thing that Kenyans are looking for. I don't mean that you can't get an earning from construction. Building houses is a health thing. It's something which can help the young people to get food on the table. But we have numerous projects which are supposed to be identified, as many speakers have said. We have agriculture, agribusiness, we have fisheries, we have people who want to train to become athletes, we have many ways on how young people can get employment. So let us not embark on this financial bill as the major thing which is going to change Kenya. I hope the government is going to restrain themselves so that they can reschedule, discuss, give this discussion to the people so that it can bring in the issues which are affecting Kenyans at large. So for that remarks, I want to welcome everybody also, and I'm ready to say no to this bill.
Okay.
Jakes, before I
Thank
go,
you so
can
much.
I ask you something? Can I ask you something, Jakes?
Me?
When will you
You want to
bring a
ask
debate?
me or the panelist? Me or the
Okay,
panelist?
let me ask the panelists. When are we
Okay.
going to debate about the government policy on industrial parks and special economic zones across every county? When are we going to talk about that? Because we have been always here, talking about something controversial like housing. When are we going to talk about something like that?
Tell us something about it yourself.
No,
What
it
is
is
happening?
it is what these guys are talking about, creating jobs in agriculture industry. You heard the president talking about in Machakos, whenever there is a harvest season of maembes, only 3 make it to the market. The rest are lost in the farm or zinaribika. The government has said, let's start agro-processing.
James,
When are we going to talk
I
about
think you
this?
have to leave that one for me. I'll answer him.
Okay. Yes,
Leave that
Captain.
one for me, James. I'll answer him.
Okay.
KK, what I want to tell you is that you have Jakes here. You can communicate with Jakes on a private message. You book for a day where we can have your topic or even someone's topic, and then you bring it on board. All of us, we can discuss. All of us, we are making the show to be of more important as it is like this right now. Some other times, maybe you have a burning issue that you want the nation to understand. You go to the platform through Jakes, and Jakes will give you the opportunity or time. We bring in your issue, we discuss it here. That is what I can tell you.
Okay. I want to come back to Sarah Kebon. Sarah Kebon, why do you think history of financial bill imeleta so much division in the country? And why is it that, as Isaac is asking and George, why is it that Ruto seems to be listening to no one? Despite him coming on a mantra that itakuwa serikali ya ule mtu wa chini, itakuwa serikali ya kusikiza, itakuwa na tofauti na the previous government. And one of the statements I had during BBI was BBI itapita bila kupingwa. In fact, ilikuwa nobody can stop reggae. The financial bill imekuwa ya kwamba itapita bila hata kubadili hata koma. Why are we bringing the old tactic to push for this bill? In any case, as George is saying and many are saying, why can't they just come out, convince many, show us the importance, bring out the positive in it, the harm in it, so that even as we support it or reject it, we are able to make decisions not by being pushed down the throat. Why is it that Ruto is getting it wrong, yet before achaguliwe, he seems to be bright and easy to convince, easy to talk to. He would create forums to listen to Mwananchi. Why is it now that he seems not to be listening to Mwananchi?
Yes. First of all, I want to say that there were two people who are being an example of bottom up. There is a woman who was one of the example of Mama Mboga, and I saw her the other day kwa social media akicomplain vibaya sana that hata sahi hakuna mwenye anataka kujua mali yako, but the other time V8 ingeenda mpaka mlango yake ama V8 ingeenda mpaka mahali pake pa kazi. But now unajua vitu zingine, better help me from your heart than from your tongue. Ya kunipea maneno matamu hapa kwa ulimi, lakini kwa roho ni nyeusi kama nini. Haiwezekani. Aya, jamaa wa bodaboda yuko wapi sai? Hii serikali sai ukiangalia ni watu gani? Si ni wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Ukifika juzi nimeona hata, yani unajua vitu zingine wanasemanga nyani haoni kundule, na ni kweli nyani haoni kundule. Juzi nilishangaa wengine wakigonga wakisema kuna hata watu wengine hapa wameweka watoto wao kwa iala. Not you forgetting that you have also your own child as an ambassador somewhere. That is why I'm saying nyani haoni kundule. Na nilisema the other day Jex hapa, misitu ni ile ile lakini nyani wamebadilika. But the same forest. Of which Ruto atakikane kuleta dictatorship ya zamani hapa. Sasa hii kila mtu amechanuka. Hizi mambo ya analog, we are in digital. Anything happening in each and every county imefika na kila mtu ameinua aerial. Kama kuna anything behind that bill, financial bill, kuna kitu imefichika pale, ifichuliwe. Na si ati wacha ipitishwe parliament na all the MPs. Don't eject any MP kwa sababu ati unasema watolewa because of disciplinary ndio mupitishe. Hiyo ni hujuma kwa wananchi. Ni sisi ndio tumechagua wale MPs. Sisi ndio tumechagua the sitting president. We have powers as wananchi, not the parliamentarians to have powers. Ni sisi ndio tumewatuma pale waende watusaidie. Lakini sasa ikifika mahali brown envelope inazunguka usiku yote ndio wapitishe hiyo bill. Surely. Tunaenda wapi na tunaelekea wapi? Uchumi sahi. I've been telling you guys, there are some families who are taking only 1 meal. 1 meal. Lakini ukifika kwa wale mabwenyenye wanakula 6 meal in a day. Sasa tunasaidiana wapi hapa? Mimi huwa nasema usikuje kuitisha yangu na ujui nililala njaa mara ngapi kutafuta hiyo mali. Usikuje kunifosia nikatwe hii na ujui nilikufa mara ngapi kutafuta hiyo mali. Hapa mimi mtu hii panga itatembea nani? Usikuje kuguza yangu. Yangu ni yangu. Juu ile njaa nilitembea kutafuta. Alafu sasa unakuja kuniambia na unajua kusaidia ni hiari. Sio kunilazimisha. There is that feeling that I will help someone. Lakini don't come and force me. Lazima usaidie fulani. I don't have that time. Ni ile tu yenye roho yangu imenigusa. Leo lazima niende nibariki mtu fulani. Lakini you cannot force me. Hiyo bill Ruto atuambie ni nini hiyo anaificha huko ndani yenye ameenda kukaa chini. Hata hiyo mnaituimbia hapa mapewa power breakfast prayer. Hiyo ni kudanganya Mungu. Ninasema hata saa zingine sijui hata nisitaki kuongea mbaya because this is a public platform. I don't want to talk bad. Some of us, sisi wengine tumepigwa na bandits mpaka hatutakange upuzi. We call a spade because sisi wengine tumepitia tukiambiwa within 100 days hakuna bandits utasikia tena. Sasa ni nini inaendelea? So hata hiyo mambo ya bill yenye unatuambia hapa nani, sisi wengine Ruto akuja hapa atuambie ukweli. Si ati tunakuja kuvotia mtu alafu saa hizi anatuzungusha kama marinda hapa.
Okay. Awesome. Hey, Stella, let me come back to you before I go back to some people. Why do you think this bill is becoming more unpopular despite the government saying it's a good bill? Why is it so unpopular? Is it because people don't want to pay the taxes? Is it that people don't trust the government? Is it that the government has come out not to be trustworthy in the sense that it says this today, tomorrow it changes? It told us that unga itakuwa 150 or rather kutakuwa na unga ya bei nafuu. It's no longer there. Is it because of the unfulfilled pledges, unfulfilled promises, the numerous mistakes over and over again? Why do you think it's a problem for many not to trust the financial bill or even what the government is trying to sell? Stella?
Okay. My thing with the financial bill and the thing with our president, he has wrong advisors, and especially, can you hear me?
Very well, you are loud and clear.
Jake, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Stella. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Stella. Very well, we can hear you, Stella. Kabisa,
Number one, I believe one thing about the financial bill, ilikuwa na watu Ndio kama hii financial bill iko na shida moja, ilikuwa na watu wajuaji na hawajui protocols za kufuata na sheria na constitution. They've not read the constitution. Another thing, why is Ruto being surrounded with the wrong advisors? What I remember during Kibaki's time, Kibaki was one of the intellect leaders who knew who are the right people who are advising him and to see the demographics venye maisha itaenda.
Stella ni kama amedrop, lakini I know she'll be coming back. But I come to you, George, with the same question. Why do you think this has been a bill that many, including yourself as I've listened to you, fail not to trust? Is it, what are you basing your mistrust from? Is it from the failure to deliver promises, the many lies, or the unfulfilled desires of many, like saying by this month gas itakuwa hii bei, hiyo month ikifika you change tune, you say haikuwa gas ilikuwa mtungi, unasema hatukuwa tushukishe gharama ya maisha, tulikuwa tushukishe maisha. Now when you listen to it, what really is this that makes many not to trust the government?
Sasa you nataka nikuulize swali kidogo. Ulipokuwa pale high school, juu wote tumepita high school at least, kwa na walimu wa kufunza sciences, maths, history and geography na CRE, ni walimu wagani walikuwa na kelele mingi kwa shule? Ni wa sciences na maths ama ni wa geography, history huko na Kiswahili? Wala walimu wanafunza geography, history hawana kazi mingi, kelele mingi, hata saa nyingine ndio unakuta wanaleta migomo, hata wana assist wanafunzi kufanya migomo. Jua our think hard, they don't think hard. One thing which is making this bill unpopular is one, kelele mingi kwa vyombo vya habari daily. When you are a leader, sometimes observe silence. Kama Kibaki, uliona Kibaki akipigia chama akisema KANU juu ama ni wapi PNU ama nini na nini ama Rainbow, ulisikianga Kibaki? Ni mara ngapi ulikuwa unaona Kibaki kwa vyombo vya habari akiropokwa? Hata sisi mahali tuko tunaongoza vitu fulani. Sometimes kuwa wa mwisho kuongea, na vitu zingine wacha kujadili sana. Wakati huu sio kama wakati wa mzee Jomo Kenyatta, yenye ungeandika barua PO Box nyumbani ikakuja Moi PO Box nyumbani. Kitambo raia wapata information ilizafanyika. Kibaki na akakuja. Saa hii, of course, competitive politics is good. Tuwezi sema ati these guys, one is good, one is bad or what. Competitive politics is there. People are competing to outsmart one another. Na any weakness point, because sasa ile dominant ni Kenya Kwanza na Azimio. Saizi Azimio wako opposition. Kakitu kale, yani any weak point inakuwa magnified. Alafu unakuta huyu mwenzetu na yeye ndio ana magnify zaidi. Sasa unikuulize Jex, Osoro, the way Osoro talks, Osoro even he doesn't organize his talk. Sometimes you get a notable, you list your points when you are discussing in a convincing way. Hata kama ni uongo, kuna uongo utaiweka in a smart way mpaka hata watu waikubali. Lakini sasa kuropokwa tutafanya nini? Hata unaangalia hivi unashindwa. Sasa hata wewe angalia watu wamewekwa kwa hii serikali, na wewe waangalie tu wale wali lose wamepewa appointed positions, vitu wanafanya, wengine twerking, wengine trending social media, wengine wako kwa mabaa huko, madisco huko, ndio wanaenda wapi, mara ni Dubai, mara ni wapi, mara ni nini. Hata mtu akiangalia tu hivi, hata unaangalia unajiuliza, sasa hii ndio serikali? Hii finance bill sio mbaya yote, not everything is bad, na wamejaribu kufanya balancing, lakini wakajaribu kutudanganya, hawakutuweza. Kwanza wakaleta confusing terms, zero rating na exempted. Wakafikiria watu hawatajua, watu wakajua. zero rated ndio cheap, exempted ni expensive. Alafu akafanya kitu ya kuongeza mafuta hivi kwamba ana contradict himself. Ona clips zenye zina circulate ile campaign pledges zake, and what is doing directly opposite. Akisema hivi anawekewa clip, alisema nini campaign, akisema hii anawekewa clip, alafu promises. Hata wewe my friend, hata pale nyumbani wewe shinda ukiambia mtoto kila siku utamletea sweet, iko siku itafika hata wapige kwenda pale nyumbani useme at least leo acha nienda na sweet. Siweke promises zile, hata ukikaa chini kwako, hata akikaa ile cabinet nini kwake nyumbani na bibi yake na nani juu, hata sisi wote tumeoa, kwani hata bibi yake hawezi kumwambia hii mzee bwana, sasa hapa mzee hii imekuwa mingi, tujikakamue tu fulfill kidogo. In fact zake na ni zile zinakuuza mwananchi direct one. Hiyo mambo ya gas vile umesema, ati ukuje uanze kusema nilisema mtungi. Shwali. Ulisikia juzi aliposema pikipiki ya stima, watu wa Ruto akamwambia sasa tunangojea useme ni helmet. One, trust imeenda. Trust imefanya nini? Imeenda. Aya, ingine, watu amekuwa one man show. Our president alichagua CISs weak so that he will maneuver over them. How can you put someone totally illiterate to be in charge of workers? Bwana, watu wamefanya mpaka degrees PhD, tunawekea mtu alienda hii short courses. Zile short courses ilikuwa pale university ya miezi 3. Ati ndio niliwaachia form 2 nikaenda short courses hivi hapa, nikaenda hivi ati ndio nasimamia public works. How? Yani tusome sisi wengine tukule vitabu, hata sasa ukiona naandika ndio ni explain, nisichanganye, ndio hii kitabu. Alafu niletee mtu alienda hapo sijui ni wapi hapo, hata uliona wengine walienda uongozi we went to university. Una struggle kwa nini kuleta degree yako? Why do you struggle to bring your paper train kuleta? So watu wamejua hii serikali iko na incompetent people. Total, yani absolutely incompetent. Such that wamewekwa in a position, hata wewe unajua uko mkubwa mahali kwa departments, ukiona ile department unataka kukalia, unaweka mtu weak mwenye una control. Yes, hata sisi we are managers. When you are in a place and you want to control a certain department, you put a person who is weak. If kwamba anakuja anakuuliza, "Hey boss, leo tufanye nini?" "Hey boss, leo." Sio mtu mwenye anakuja anakuambia, "Boss, leo itakuwa hivi na hivi na hivi na pale. Tunataka turekebishe hivi na hivi na hivi, ile na ile ifanyike hivi ndio iendelee." Hapana, ni yule anakuja anakupigia magoti. That is the kind of government which we have, and that is the major problem. Alafu hizi threats nyingi kupigana na opposition. Yes, you took the government. Mwaka hata hujaisha. Obvious wale watu si hata unaelewa kwa nini ushindane na wao. Those guys, mara uniwaachie mara mimi wewe fanya enda tafuta investors, mimi uniwaachie huyu mzee na mimi na huyu vijana na nani. What are you telling us? Surely, what are you telling us?
Akia Mungu, George Morara, wewe ni mwanaume. Wacha wajinge.
Hakuna mjinga. Hii kwa sisi ya kupangiwa line na kuiba kura hii. Ndio watu wanatustua nayo. Hii ya ndio ulipa kura hii ndio wanatustua nayo. Bwana hatutisiki sisi.
This is serious. This is more than serious.
Tunakuacha. Wacha mchezo bwana. Tuna wabunge wetu hata mahali nimetoka. Sasa wewe umeenda, tumekuchagua kutoka grassroots, umefika huko juu umekuwa one man person, unaanza kutoa directive. Sasa wewe ni nani? Kumbuka wale wazee wa siasa walileta multiparty Kenya. Wewe jiweke hapo sasa. Tungekuwa ni hao wako saa hii tungepata multiparty yenye wanaenjoy. Je, jiulize tu, if these people are the ones who were there those days when we were appealing from KANU to multiparty, will we get the multiparty? Anyway, to cut the story short, let our president, okay, he's there. Let us say God was unable to stop him. if he decided he's there, whether it is God or it is who, whichever the person who has made him to be there, afanye history baki kidogo, achukue notes from the former presidents. Kenyatta aliongoza hivi akasucceed ama akafail. Moi alienda hivi alisucceed ama akafail. Uhuru ameenda hivi amesucceed ama amefail. Sasa mimi Uhuru aliona mara mbili, sasa mimi niko correct. You loves better. Correct mistakes ya wale predecessor wako, do better than them. Ikiwa hii housing corporation ilifail, enda ndani uchunguze kwa nini ilifail. Before ulete ingine, epo investigate why the housing corporation failed to perform. What happened?
Good point.
Correct it.
Good point.
Yeah. Those things which others failed, try to investigate why they failed, try to revive them, and show by action. And some things do them silently. Sio kuropokwa toka kwa vyombo vya habari.
Thank you.
Leader, you don't express how you want to do tomorrow, what. No. Plan, execute, watu waone, alafu sema okay, Israeli inaenda kukamilika. Na consult widely.
Kutenga na kutenda. Tutatenga.
Alisahau ile campaign language iliisha.
Thank you.
Wameingia pale, wamechanganyikiwa, hawajielewi. Uliona vile hata wakienda kwa mijadala kwa vyombo vya habari wanashindwa kutetea hata serikali. Uliona Ndindi Nyoro jana akiulizwa mambo ya subsidy, akaambiwa KPLC is receiving subsidy right now. Where is a major shareholder? Why is he allowing KPLC and Kenya Airways to be given subsidies in terms of billions, but yet to subsidize other things touching Mwananchi is not allowing?
It's not.
Akaulizwa, mulisema Ukraine war never affected Kenya affairs. Now you are admitting. Akaanza kusema let me but strike what already umesema. You can't defend this government. However much you wish to do so.
George, asante sana.
Wacha rarue. Jax, wacha jamaa rarue. Rarua.
Okay. Stella, you are back. I had asked you that question. Do you have anything to add apart from what George has said?
I'm backing George 100%. I'm telling you, the first time when you asked me this thing, I told you it was bad governance, wrong advisors, starting from that guy called, who is that advisor to the government? He's called who?
David Ndi.
David Ndi. And the other thing, Ruto is afraid, is this something called an oversight. Mukiangalia kwa constitution, wakati kuna public participation, kuna kuanga na sanction pale kwenye kuna kuanga na oversight. But now the problem is with these people wakishaingia, they try and block all this oversight kwa sababu hawataki kuonekana tumefanya makosa ama tumeiba. As we speak right now, Jake, if now let's assume there should be an oversight with these guys of EACC, believe you me not, the MPs from Kitambo mpaka wa saa hii wote wangekuwa wameshafungwa jela. But ile kitu inanistua inanikasirisha Jake and the guys around here. You remember the time Ruto invited Association of Manufacturers and guys of KEPSA. Na aka-invite mpaka civil society. He was told, number one, the first thing where the hustler gets his food, his money, and also the savings starts from these industries. It doesn't matter kama ni Nairobi ama wapi. Industries ndio ina-employ a lot of youths. KEPSA ni watu wenye wanakuanga na businesses. And all these businesses, they have to employ the youth. Hakuna mtu mzee ataenda fanye kazi. Unajua, there is that retirement age and unafika, then you start your own business. And this business has to be protected by some bodies like KEPSA. No. Then another thing, what this finance bill haijaribu tuambi, if this money is taxed to us heavily, what are we going to get it at the end? Are we going to have more hospitals, more schools? You get, because if you create a bill obviously kuna narrative. We want to see the end of the narrative. Okay, let's say amesema ameongeza, is it digital tax? Ameongeza. The thing is amesahau, a lot of guys wametoka kwa traditional media. Who watches TV these days? No one. There are a lot of content creators. Kuko na social media social media platforms. Now, people like Safaricom, these big people like Unilever and what, they call these people, market for this thing to us. Then the end product inaenda kwa customer, mutapata a certain percentage. Ruto anasahau, unaona hiyo enye unaenda una promote hata hizi like these ads zenye zinakuanga kwa YouTube. Hiyo ni revenue ya huu kijana. Ama mtu wowote ana promote hii kitu, apewe hiyo pesa. Then from there, and because hata influencers, they also employ other people who are chini yao to create that influencer. Kuko na mtu wa camera, kuna mtu wa makeup, kuna ukisuppress the young people, that money, the one which you are saying that you want to increase sijui to how many billions or whatever, end of the day, me as a Kenyan, I don't feel that I'm going to benefit. Jumi najua, hiyo pesa mtachukua mseme tutaokota to this year, to this year. I want to see hospitals zimeongezwa mashinani. I want to see schools zimeongezwa mashinani. I want to see roads zimetengenezwa mashinani. The main thing ni watu wa Western na watu wa Rift Valley. What is happening to our agriculture? Because we are the food basket of our nation. It is so ashaming kuona mtu kama Ruto would not support agriculture. And that thing, it gets into me. Anyway, ni hayo tu niko nayo.
Okay. Asante sana. Pen Nyagaka, how are you? I don't know if you're in a position to speak to me.
Yeah, I can speak to you. Even though it's down, I can talk.
Though you really have extreme echo. You have extreme echo, sir. I will allow you to finish.
I'll call you back when I can, about 10 minutes.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Kenya Rebel VP.
Sema Jeps, unanisikia?
Kabisa, loud and clear. How are you?
Good, good, good. Wacha nisalimie kila mtu hapo. Isaac, KK na kuona hapo. George Marara. Hey, George Marara, na leo nimekusikia. Hey. Sara, umepotea kabisa.
Moto bwana.
Naona. Sara alinigwaruza kweli last time, lakini nimefurahi kumwona. Anyway, nakubaliana na mambo mingi watu wamesema hapa. I really like that debate ile katika KK na Stella. Lakini wacha niseme hivi, hii kitu haitapita, hata ikipita kwa ninio kwa bunge, kotini itaangushwa. Kwa sababu ukiangalia hii housing levy inasema ati si ushuru, it's not tax. Wanasema ati ni nini? It's a levy na unaingia kwa sako na mambo mengine, si ndio? Well, hiyo ni kinyume ya katiba. Constitution Article 36 inasema every person has the right of the freedom of association. Unaona? Huwezi kusema serikali haiwezi kusema ati nimeanza sako na tutachukua 3% yako na ni lazima uingie kwa hii sako. Unaona? Unalipa 3% every month or whatever the case, ile pesa umetengeneza. That's unconstitutional. So the government cannot do that. Hiyo ni unconstitutional. Number 2, ndugu yangu KK hapa alikuwa anasema ati hizi ushuru will create economic growth ama jobs. I mean, sorry, alikuwa anasema ati construction itafanya ninio. I think George ameeleza hiyo vizuri. Construction cannot, ndio itakusaidia, itafanya watu waandikwe kazi, lakini for the long run it doesn't help anyone. Alafu akauliza Stella ati serikali inaweza kufanya nini ndio watu wapate kazi. That was also explained nicely. Serikali, actually Ruto did one thing also which was positive. I think he made a deal with Amazon. So Amazon should be coming to Kenya. That creates jobs. That's just a good example, unaona. So what Ruto can do, anaweza kwenda kwa hizi kampuni different za huko Ulaya kama ni Mercedes Benz ama nini, awaambie kujeni Kenya, mtalipa ushuru hivi, lakini msaidie kuninio kutrain wananchi, na pia mnaweza mkamsomesha, you can pay for their healthcare, you can pay for, these things like that. So he can do that to bring these multinational companies to come to Kenya and create employment that way. Na pia vile George alisema, revitalize this industry that we have. Somebody talked about sijui Kenya tunatoa chuma huko China. Nilisikia Omtata alisema chuma iko Busia hapa, ile steel. So we can use that. There's a argument right now about if we export steel that's more than 1 ton, you are supposed to pay $175 for every ton. Now internationally it's only $108 for every ton, which basically it makes people, it discourages Kenyan companies, steel companies, from exporting so that can be reversed. Anyway, so in short, this bill is not going to help the common mwananchi. You cannot help the economy through overtaxation. Vile tu nani amesema hapa, nani hapa, ni George na nani Stella, focus on employment. Wacha watu wapate meaningful employment, ndio wapate njia ya kulipa hiyo ushuru nataka walipe. Unaona? Kama wanatengeneza hii pesa kidogo, mwanzo sasa hivi Jack nimesikia ati Ruto atapatia KRA 1.4 billion ndio wafanye secret KRA agents wa make sure everyone have to pay Sasa hata watu wa mjengo wakipata kazi watakatwa watakatwa ushuru. And last one, I wanted to use this example, Jex uko unafanya kazi hapo Mutembei. Sasa wewe hiyo kitu ikipita, you have to pay 3%, okay, for ile check Mutembei anakupatia. Na Mutembei akituandika kazi sisi sote hapa, Mutembei also has to pay, everyone has to match up that 3% with the age of every of his employee. How can he grow if he's paying it's an extra expense, unaona? So the small business people shall die because they are paying so much in these taxes, and it kills the it kills the growth. So hii bill vile tu mimi nangoja, najua itapita huko kwa sababu itapita huko kwa sababu Ruto ako na watu wengi hapo kwa parliament na National Assembly, but itaisha kwa kotini na kokia mtata, maana it's very unconstitutional on so many levels. I just gave a few examples, lakini wacha niwache watu wengine pia wachangie. Asante.
Okay, KK, I give you right of reply. I'm sure umesikiza vitu mob, so you are able to make your argument richer. KK?
Sijui nimpe Isaac and then I come in after Isaac. Or who is next? I was typing something here. I'm writing an email here.
Oh, okay. Sawa. Before you are through, George, you're raising your hand, but before I give you George, let me give Isaac. Isaac, what do you want to say?
Actually, I was not ready to make any comment. It's only I want to listen for a minute. I was also doing something.
Okay. Jex, one more thing, kidogo. Oh, there's another thing. Imagine serikali itaenda for every county, it will take public land from every county and give it to a private investor to build a house. So, number one, as Kenyans, mpaka tujiulize hii swali. Why are you giving public land free of charge to the investor to build a house, which then turns around and sell it to the government? They are guaranteed to sell it for whatever price they make. So, unaona vile hiyo kitu iko unfair. That is something also we need to address. Why should we agree to that? Unaona, nilisahau hiyo maneno. So watu wa Kenya kwanza hapo mimi sita agree. Kuna vitu rais anafanya ambayo ni nzuri, lakini hii bill yake tafadhali, it's going to kill Kenya, to kill the economy.
Kuna kitu nataka niulize panelists. Kuna jambo nataka niulize.
George, can I ask you before you ask? I wanted to ask you this.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you this. If what Kenya Rebel is saying is true, right?
Like?
If what Kenya Rebel is saying is true, that the government will take land from counties, or after counties are able to spot lands that can be prime lands to invest these houses. My question is this: when SGR ilikuwa inajengwa, land belonging to people and all, these lands, people are compensated for the same. Like, it was not a free space, right? Now, how come these houses are looking for free spaces?
Yes.
What involves these free spaces, and in the event these houses are constructed, with the factor that this land was given for free being noted in the pricing of the houses, number one. Number two, is it not a loss giving one factor of production, land being a factor of production, for free, then later buying it at a cost? Is it not a loss in its sense?
What I think, valuation is there. You can do value of that land. So that when you are doing costing to arrive at the price per unit, for my thinking, when you are doing costing until you arrive how much that unit will be paid, because that is Kenyan land, I think this person will be constructed on that land will subtract that money and assume, and the government will assume that land was sold to him, so that it will affect the cost per unit. If they are serious, but I don't know how they are doing about it. So that's my assumption. There's this thing, Mr. Jakes, which you people are saying that on the 3% levy, the employer or the manufacturer will contribute the employee. Yes. Are you forgetting what is called costing in production? Costing in production, you add all the cost you have incurred to make that product, and then you add your profit we decide to make of that product, and then you arrive at the selling price. So, in other words, this is another tax which manufacturers are collecting on behalf of government, because that man is not giving his money from his pocket. That money is coming from the product which he will sell after manufacturing. I'm a manufacturer, for instance. I'm a farmer, kama flower industry yenye nimefanya. One stem of the flower is costing, nikipeleka Europe na user tuseme 50 shillings. Kwa hivyo nitaongeza price ya ile flower, ikirudi ile pesa niliongeza juu ndio nitatoa ni pesa serikali. Kama ninauza hiyo commodity Kenya, kwa mfano ni majani chai, umetengeneza ile majani chai yako, umemaliza mpaka umeweka kwa pakiti, ukienda kuuza, si unajua iko 3% naongezea mfanyikazi wangu, unapasa that
can I speak
to each other?
Sorry.
Yeah, surely costing the production. So it is another tax the manufacturers are collecting on behalf of the government, and then they submit to the government, because that man will not get his money to pay this.
Can I?
So that's another tax.
Jakes,
allow him to finish.
Let him speak. I don't want to monopolize talk. Let him speak.
Okay,
go ahead, KK.
Jakes, what happens is that in this finance bill, all the inputs in construction are zero rated. All of them. There is no VAT. Cement, steel, everything is zero rated. So I don't know when he says manufacturers are collecting for the government, I really don't understand. Another thing, the issue of land. It is PPP. The project is going to be a PPP, right? Public-private, initiative. The investors are coming. The government provides land. They do have you seen what happens here in Syokimau? If you have a land, I've lived there for a long time. Unapata mwindi anakuja na kuambia, let me build the houses, then we will tutagawana. You sell yours, or you rent yours, I rent mine. This is the model the government is approaching this issue. Then Kenya Rebel, if you check the chart, I've pasted some part of the constitution on this issue of the housing. There is a part that says the state shall take legislative, policy, and other measures, including setting standards to achieve the progressive realization of rights guaranteed under Article 43. One of them is the issue of housing. So, in this bill, the government has followed all protocols, including public participation. I don't know on which grounds do you think the court is going to overrule? Is going
Yes.
to rule against the.
Yeah. Nijibu. Okay, KK, very quickly. What I was saying is this.
Kenya Rebel, kuna mwanadada anataka kuongea kidogo.
Okay.
Yes, Stella.
Okay. Listen to me. I am a lawyer and I know what you are saying about the constitution. But has it mentioned it should be compulsory?
Shall.
Please elaborate.
My sister, shall take. The state shall. Well, I don't know what is controversial about that.
Apana, there's a big difference. Kizungu na kizungumuti. I'm asking you in English.
My sister,
Has it mentioned it to be compulsory? That's what I'm asking.
The state
this
shall.
Is something. No.
Hey, Jakes, surely Jakes, you need to help me now. You need to protect me now. Shall, my English. The
Now,
state shall.
No. Listen to me, Jakes.
Now, KK and Stella, you're doing a good job, both of you.
It's a mandatory ama it's a compulsory. This thing ni ile mtu anataka kujitolea. But you cannot use that one to defend your point.
Bana Jakes, please help me.
Stella, wacha niongezee. KK, wacha niongezee kidogo.
You're online. Peruse that thing right now. Fungua Google uangalie. Come back to us.
Please, Jakes, can you share that message? Please.
KK, unanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia.
Soma article 36 hapo, okay? And which ties in with what nani anasema hapa, Stella anasema. Freedom of association. Ndio hiyo ni na state, but nasema hivi, huwezi kulazimisha mtu aingie kwa association hiyo sako, unaona? Which you're violating my right. Serikali haiwezi kuniambia, maana ulisema si tax, si ushuru, si ndio?
Si ushuru, okay? It's a saving. It's a
right. So why are you forcing me to save? Through this association you're calling it,
The constitution gives me the power to
yes, but skia, read article 36, freedom of association. Huwezi kuniforce. It is because Inga sinatuambia ati nini niyo? Inga alituambia ati itakuwa ni sako ambayo watu wanachangia. Hii pesa itakuwa it will be put in
it is like a sacco. It is like a sacco. We are just amending the Employment Act. There is not. It is just like a sacco, but it is a pool of resources. It is not a sacco. It's not an association.
Are you listening to what you're saying? Go read it. Read it.
Jakes, you have to protect me here. Jakes, you cannot leave me alone here. You cannot leave me alone, Jakes. No. People are trying to lie here. No, Jakes, you cannot be silent there.
Daddy.
Yeah. Okay. To be fair to KK, how would you wish me to help you? I would definitely do that.
Jakes, these guys are saying.
Let me interject.
Let me talk first.
No, listen to me.
The issue of 3%, Jakes. The issue of 3%.
Your English teacher in school.
No, you cannot abuse my English teacher, Buana. I got an A in English. What do you mean? Jakes,
okay.
telling you, Jakes.
Power, you scored an A in English. Jakes. Can I ask? Jakes. Let me ask. I want to help you. You have asked me to help you. I want to ask Stella. Stella, you have said you have some level of low background with you. Hinga yesterday said that the reason as to why the whole issue is the controversy is because they cannot tell people of the statute before the regulation have been published. Now, what's the difference between a regulation and a statute? Stella? Stella, can you hear me?
Jake.
Hey, yes, Kenya Rebel.
Kizungu yangu ni ya pendini, I failed in English, but wacha niseme hivi. A statute is part of a law. Okay? Regulation ni kitu an organization can have. Let's say tuko hapa regulation ya Mutembei TV company inasema watu mpaka wavae shati ya white. Okay? It is not a law. Okay? But inasema hivi, regulation in this case cannot contravene the law. So what I'm trying to say in tell KK is this. Ndio unasema hiyo ninyo yako ya 32 ulikuwa unasema.
That is article 21 and article
21.
Yes.
Okay. At the same time, unaona, government haiwezi kulazimisha watu. Government haiwezi kusema ati mimi nakulazimisha 3%, especially if it's not a tax as you claim it is. Hawezi kusema ati na lazimisha mpaka mtoe 3% tuiweke kwa hii account ndio tujenge manyumba. Because mimi kama Mkenya, I would like to buy a house where I want and how I want it, wherever it is. Unaona? That's why I quoted Article 36, freedom of association. I have that right to associate with any sako nataka. You cannot force me to do that. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying the government cannot impose that, especially if it's not a tax.
Yes, I want you to help me here. Jake, we are just amending the Employment Act. It's not for an association. I don't know why.
Then we should have a referendum. We should have a referendum.
Can I answer something? Just one thing.
Yes, George.
Jax, can I answer him somewhere?
You can, and also help me, George. Help me this, because what Hinga yesterday said, he said that a regulation needs to be because just one moment. He said that it is the regulation that after it has gone through public participation, that is what eventually will inform the statute, and the statute, he said, is what will explain all the questions that Kenyans have, and the statute cannot come before a regulation. Now my question is, what's the difference between the two? Because as he said, the statute will answer all our problems, all our questions, and probably will give a seal to all these questioning and all these discourse all over. So I'm not sure what really is in the statute that cannot be told to the Kenyans first, even as the regulation is being introduced, or rather is going through the public participation, so that this thing is not clouded with so much mystery. Yes, George.
Okay. Let me start by these terms used in most of the law. We have the word shall and will. I want KK to understand shall is a must. Those are terminologies they use. Number two, we come to these terms zero and exempted. You know, there are just there to just divert attention of people, but in the real sense, something zero rated is cheaper than exempted. And then when I come to Hinga, Jax, even you have seen Hinga, anachanganyikiwa vibaya sana. Mara anasema ni national sako, mara anasema ni nini, mara anasema hii. Iyo public participation, what to start with, leave alone terminology, statutes, rules can be amended by the cabinet secretary, regulations, what, act of parliament, this, no need of all these definitions. They are not assisting us here. Here it is the concept. When you are doing public participation, why are you doing it? What is the major role of doing public participation? Is to get the views of the public. Those are the things which will guide you to come up with a solution. In this case, the public participation have done their part to this finance bill. 90% is against it. Whereby, I don't know whether They don't have proper civic education regarding all components of the bill. You know, people, I can pick one section, I expound on it. Another person taking another section, expounding on it. So it is being expounded bits by bits. So someone somewhere will get this one for house levy, akufe nayo. Mwingine achukua ya fuel levy, inamuaffect kama mtu wa matatu. Kwa hivyo mafuta itaongeza, anakufa nayo. Ukiuliza kila mtu kwa nini anapinga hii bill, kila mtu atakupea sababu yake. So there's a way they generalize. Wao wenyewe wanajua kwa sababu walichukua hiyo maoni. Wao ndio wanajua ni gani imepingwa kiwango fulani, ni gani imepingwa kiwango fulani, kwa wale watu ambao wameelewa what's this financial bill. Na unajua ya kwamba si ati ni watu wote wanaelewa what's a financial bill in Kenya. Kwa wale ambao wanaelewa. Sasa kuna ile mass ile ya kuambiwa. Si unajua kwa wale wanaambiwa, umesema, ni hivyo yani kitu iko hivyo hiyo kitu ni mbaya. Kuna wale wanaongea wakiwa wherever they meet at meeting places, you understand social joints. Kwa hivyo mtu anaenda na moja ka section kamoja anaka elaborate, wengine wakitoka hapo ndani hii kitu ni mbaya. So ndio inahitaji vitu zingine watu wawe informed pole pole na kwa utaratibu, lakini hata wale wanataka hii kitu ipite hawana huo utaratibu, wao wenyewe hawana. Sasa kama kina Usoro ndio wanaongea vile wanaongea, kina Ndindi Nyoro wanaongea na kifua. Kuna njia ambayo unaweka vitu zako kwa unyenyekevu na utaratibu, watu waelewe. Lakini sasa wanaona, alafu rais mwenyewe anaenda pale Narok mwenye hata yani the tone. Unajua even the tone can make people wonder, why is it like this? Why are leaders doing like this? Kwa nini hii kitu inasukumwa? Alafu watu watajiuliza, kwa ile wa Kenya wengi wanachukua hii lugha ya kawaida, sio those big terminologies ndio inafanya ati nini. Hii lugha ya kawaida ambayo inaeleweka kwa urahisi ndio ina base judgment of people.
George, niseme kitu kidogo, haraka tu kidogo. Jex, tusome pamoja. Hiyo alisema Constitution Article 21, si ndio? Line ya kwanza ina...
Where are you? I'll start with 43 and then you go to 21.
Okay, I'll start with 21. Skia. It is a fundamental duty of the state and every state organ to observe, respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights. What is part of my rights? Article 36, freedom of association. There's no quarrel of there on that. Unasikia? Sasa hiyo 21 imesema lazima protect freedom yangu ya association. Unasikia? So ukisema ati unataka tutulazimisha to associate na hii sako, mnasema ati nitoe 3% tuichangie ndio tununue nyumba na mimi sitaki nyumba, it's violating my rights. So there's no conflict there, if you understand what I'm saying. If you read both of those video. KK jibu.
James, please. James, I want you to make this thing very clear. We are not forming an association. We are just amending the Employment Act. There is no association.
What do you mean the Employment Act? What do you mean the Employment Act?
Let me ask him a question, please. Kindly, let me ask him a question. You know, when we are arguing this thing, let us get from the person concerned. And the person concerned is Hinga. And the thing Hinga is talking is saying it's like forming a national association. Why are you diverting us? Listen from Hinga this relating to housing. Go to Ichumba about it. Go to Ndindi about the finance bill, so that you come here to contribute. Don't just come from nowhere to contribute based on the person concerned. Now here the person you have to face our argument is Hinga. Is the one who is featuring everywhere and bring his idea. What is bringing to us is what is in debate.
Let me supplement on what George has said. Just a minute. George, let me supplement on your point, and I will support you. Actually, as by the Kenya land policy, the land policy should be held, used, and managed that in an equitable, efficient, and productive, and sustainable. What am I saying? if the government has assurance that all counties they have excess land for people to build houses, do we have title deeds? Kenyans are not stupid. We know there is no idle land in towns. Land has been grabbed here and there.
No.
And they are making Kenyans to start asking, who are these people who grabbed land from the previous regimes? Because the land they are looking for is not even where. It's not even identified.
That's what I said.
So
that's what I said my first statement, that let it be enacted in every county, so that if I choose that county in my county, you cannot take me to another county. How can I contribute? I'm in Nakuru. You take me to Mombasa. This issue, by the way, it is a good idea.
Allow me
but
to contribute.
It is being brought by force. It should take time for people to understand. It is a good idea. Give it time, sell it to people.
Allow me to contribute.
Yes.
Housing matter.
Yes. Yes, Stella. Go ahead, Stella. Stella, go ahead. Stella,
Okay.
can you hear me? Go ahead.
My issue is about the government land and the issue. Okay. Can you hear me? I want to add on George.
I can hear you.
And
Go ahead.
Isaac. The issue of the housing and the government land. My issue is here.
Oh yeah, Stella, ameponyoka tena. But George, I don't know if you are through, but before you come back, allow me to give KK just a second. Yes, KK, go ahead. Just a second before I give George again.
Please, as I talk, I want you to share that link. We are not creating an association. We are amending the Employment Act. Then what I wanted to say is that as we speak right now, 42 counties out of the 47 have provided land. This is a project of the counties. Housing is devolved. It is not a national project. It's only that we have the shared responsibilities between the national government and the county government. This is where this thing is coming in. Otherwise, housing is devolved. As we speak, 42 counties already have identified land for this project. I don't know why people think this thing is going to happen in Nairobi alone. Please, Jakes, protect us. You need to fact check these things. You cannot leave me alone here, Buana. You cannot. This is very wrong.
Jakes. Let me add something on that. Let me add on what they're saying.
Let me see what.
Okay, let me add something small.
Just one moment. Just one moment. I'll give you immediately after I read what KK is saying. KK is raising that the housing levy is an amendment to the Employment Act. Now, part of what he's saying is true, but not wholly true. Now, the intro to the housing levy, as per the proposed financial bill, it begins with this statement. It says that decent and affordable housing in Kenya is important as it affords dignity, security, and privacy to Kenyans. The Constitution 2010 mandates the state to take a legislative policy and make measures that achieve the progressive realization, among others, the right to adequate and accessible housing. Now that's the intro. Now it goes ahead and says among the president's big four agenda is the goal of delivering 500,000 affordable homes before 2022. That was during Jubilee's government. Now he goes ahead and says he wants to take that, and now he says that therein kulikuwa na story na 1.5 contribution of every employer basic salary to the fund, that provided that the combined contribution does not exceed 5,000 per month. Now that was the regulation as per the finance bill or the Finance Act 2018. That was according to 2018. And it says, according to the Financial Act 2018, the employers who contribute to the fund shall benefit through the following ways. Number one, obtain financing for the purchase of a home under affordable housing scheme at an interest rate of 7% per annum on a reducing balance. That's one. Two, for the employee who cannot qualify for an affordable housing, transferring their benefit to a pension scheme or to a person registered in the affordable housing scheme or their spouse or children. And of course, through cash distribution. And there is where they put a cap that it will be given back after 7 years. Now, that is what the legislation says. I've tried to read. I don't know if I've helped you, KK. That is what.
At least you're trying to save me, because this guy is saying it is an association, and it is not an association. And then
No.
George is coming here and telling us manufacturers are going to collect this money, and we have all talked about.
KK, let me ask you a question. KK,
let me ask you. Why you in fear, KK? Your point is valid, and you are not alone. You have supporters at the background.
No,
yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Stella.
Fanya hivi. There's one thing.
Yes.
Wait. What KK is forgetting, there's something written on paper, and there's the technical, and the physical. So now he was saying that the government has allocated 42% of land where the affordable housing itafanyika. Mimi shida yangu ni hizi manyumba hizi ma land which is saying, is it gazetted? Mimi naangalia gazeti mimi sioni kitu. Another thing, instead I understand, like, if you start building houses and there are no jobs, end of the day, those are to be white elephant projects. The thing is, my argument is like this. The government first should sort out the employment matter when in the industries, whatever sector. Now we create easy parcels of land kwenye hizo nini ziko. They put SEZ where at even nini cottage industry wangeenda hapo analipa hiyo pesa kwa SEZ, ina create jobs. But this thing, I mean, wakati nani keki amekwamia ya muulize kama yeye amechukua mortgage, muulize hata yeye akiona payslip yake imekatwa hiyo 3%, if he's going to have a good night sleep. I believe, let's not sugarcoat. Mi naumia, akina Isaac anaumia, George Murara anaumia juu ya watu wake. The thing is, he has to calm down, atuambie this thing, let's go back to the drawing book. But usijaribu kufinyilia hii kitu. Hata ukijaribu kucopy paste everything in the constitution, and I've told you and I've read the English, it has not mentioned it's a mandatory or a compulsory. It is a freedom. So a freedom is your choice. Go back to
Morara, George told us here clearly, shall mean must. The government must. The state shall. What is controversial about shall?
Must do what? Sum the whole sentence.
It says.
Sum the whole thing. Read the whole thing.
Shall take legislative, policy, and other measures, including the setting of standards to achieve a progressive realization of the rights guaranteed.
Of the what? Of the rights. Go back. Somewhere before you the word rights.
Of what?
Give me the reference of
the rights.
Go back.
Article 43. 43 says what?
Okay. Tutasoma pamoja.
Section B.
Tutasoma pamoja.
Soma.
Ngoja kidogo.
Jake.
Tutasoma pamoja.
Right. Google. Alafu we paste kwa.
That's where we're going.
I've shared the here. What section? Article 43.
Ngoja.
Every person has a right to accessible and adequate housing and reasonable standards of sanitation.
Ndio hiyo.
has a right. So that's a choice.
Thank you.
It's not for force. It's not a force.
So it is not.
Yes.
It is not the government. It's not the government. It's not the government's job to force us.
You have brought yourself to the point now. It's a choice. You have answered yourself, by the way.
Thank you.
KK. What are you trying to say?
What choice? You can exercise it or not.
Let me ask you, you have a right to leave. Can you say you are free to leave? Can you say you are free to leave? You can decide to die, and you guys.
So long as you are not forced, like Shakahola. Yeah. So long as you are not forced.
I can leave.
Yeah, so long as you have a right to kill yourself.
I want to go to job or not, but do not.
You have a right to kill yourself.
Yes.
No,
so long as you're not being forced like Shakahola.
No way.
No, let's not take it to the extreme. Let's get back to that Neo. So,
okay.
Stella,
what, when the government says that it tried the voluntary way, or rather the freedom to choose from 2018, it says that many failed to participate, and that's why now they felt that because many refused, rather, or many did not uptake the program, that's why they brought it as a mandatory, so that everyone feels obliged to participate in the program, to feel that they are contributing towards, if I use him as wordings, towards this noble scheme of building, and that's why the mandatory contribution is coming in now. Creating a pool. Now my question is, why do we need to contribute money to attract investors? Because it is a scheme where this money will be in a pool, and then it attracts investors to come help build. That's what they have tried to explain, as per my layman's understanding. Why do we need to do that?
Okay. Now, here is the issue, Jake. The one which the government was saying that some guys refused or what, is not about refusing. It is our money power. Pesa yetu ikiwa kidogo, I cannot divert kwa ile kitu, it is not important. But mi najua, nikikuwa na pesa kidogo, first thing Kenya ninakimbilianga, number 1, it is your health. Number 2, it is your food.
Priority.
Number 3, it
Thank
is
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Government never gave us that. They put that thing, they put it in our throat. Then a Kenyan atasema aje, if I have to contribute this money, and tomorrow morning I'm not going to wake up in that bed, my children and my children and my other extended family will suffer, because kwa sababu hiyo pesa itapotea. Number 2, about investors. Jake, let me be honest, and everybody knows here, si mtoto, hakuna mtu hapa alizaliwa 2000. I believe kila mtu hapa ni 1980s and above. Yes, let's speak the truth. Investors wametoroka Kenya. Why? Number 1, the tax regime is very harsh on them. Number 2, investor akikuja hapa, they shift off. Kuna ule a political mtu atamwambia ati, because you are producing this, I should be needing a certain percentage of this. Number 3,
thank you.
This thing about investors wanakuja, then they are being harassed by the politicians. Remember, kulikuwa na kampuni, if you lived in Nairobi, let me, I can name like 7 companies zimepotea, zimeenda Egypt. Because these people, they were telling me they'd rather get out of the country, but they'll be doing what? Importing this thing, because it will be cheaper on labor and cheaper on energy. Unajuaga bila stima siku hizi. Mihadarati inaendaga juu. So, angalia watu kama Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was one of the biggest in East and Central Africa. Believe me, you mean, hiyo kampuni ilifungwa. So what they do, wanaimportiki sukari na hizo ingredients zinatengenezwa hapa Nairobi pale bottlers, they mix it. Procter and Gamble wamepotea. GlaxoSmithKline wamepotea. Ukuje tena, mkuje watu wanaitangwa, watu wanateza fertilizer walikuwa wanaitangwa Syngenta, wametoroka wameenda Uganda. Go to Pepsi, wametoroka. Now, you see these are invest kuja kuinvest in Kenya. But the thing is, hawa investors walipotea kwa regime ya Uhuru. Let's speak the truth. Let me tell you, vitu kama zinatagwaje, vitu kama Dettol, I mean hizi vitu za hospitali, it used to be found in hospitals hata kama hakukuwa na madawa za kukunywa. These days hata glove ni shida. Yule company ilikuwa itatengeneza glove, ilisonga ikaenda Rwanda. So the thing is, this person who is saying that, Kenya, they have done nothing. Let me tell you, if they wanted to test the waters, kitu ya kwanza wangeita investors. You do this, we are going to give you this company imeanguka, mu revive, free of tax, free of excise duties, free of everything. But from the generating amount itakuwa ikikuja kwa revenue, there's a certain amount utalipa government, the other one inaenda kwa counties, like the way Narok does. And I'm very proud with a guy called Ledama Olekina. Olekina, I'm telling you, this guy akona a farm produce uko in Narok. Can I tell you a shocking story? Huyu mtu ana exportingi maziwa yake Sudan, Tanzania, ana exportingi maziwa yake. I've gone to each and every supermarket. I asked his PA, why is your boss not putting his, kuweka maziwa yake kama akina Brookside kwa nini? Alikuwa anasema it is a shit hole. Sababu atafuatwa na cabs. Tunataka kitu kidogo ndio ni maziwa ingie. Aende aingie kwa store, ambiwa hapana, ukitaka chef wacha tukupatie hivi. Unaona sasa yeye he's a local investor, lakini he's saying they need very harsh to operate business. So the thing is, ambia nani akwe mpole. Housing scheme, it cannot work. There are no industry or employment generated. This thing should be put and dusted. The time and itatolewa ni wakati there is revenue in Kenya where people even they can afford to toa even 10% or 20% of housing scheme. But the thing is, there is no land. Hiyo PPP anasema atuambia how PPP when wanakuja, because I do corporate commercial. Those investors wanakuja kufanya PPP hapa. There is no land. Let me be honest with you.
Thank you, Stella. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, there's no land.
If the government could have done anything, build maybe horticultural, ama wafanye hivi, waongeze vitu kama airstrips, ama waongeze kama SGR. But right now, hata tukiongea, SGR walifukuza watu Mkoroi over 1,100 rightfully owned land. Mpaka walikuwa wanafukua kaburi za watu ati tuwatengeneze SGR. Alafu wewe unakuja kutuambia ati kwa sijui na za kitu iko wapi? Jumia I'm perusing right now because notice none of it. Nah. And believe me, I have people when wanafanyanga legal drafting in parliament, I know they will tell me this thing cannot pass because of XYZ. But who are us? The majority is KK. So that's pretty. But don't huyu atakijaribu kutetea government day in day out. Kenyans, our parents took us in good schools, we learned English, and another thing, do not convince punda uongezee muziki ingine. It does not work like that. So if you take a copy-paste material, constitution this, constitution that, yes, we can read, but what is in the ground? Hakuna kitu. There is no land. I will tell you for a fact. Nimeenda Kisumu, nimeenda Nakuru, hakuna land. Nimeenda wapi, there is no land. Yes. Back to you, Isaac. Ongezea.
Thank you so much, Stella.
Yes,
nilikuwa nataka kuambia KK nini? KK.
Just one moment, guys. Just one moment. One moment, Kenya Rebel. One moment. Now kuingia show si ngumu. Kupitia link ambayo nimekutumia hapo, hiyo link inaingia kupitia StreamYard. StreamYard inaingia kupitia Mutembei TV, Mutembei YouTube, Mutembei Facebook na Mutembei official. They will appear hapo kwa comment section. Hapo kwa comment section, there is where you get the link. Hiyo link ukiguza inakutuma place inaitwa StreamYard. Hapo StreamYard unafanya nini? Unawasha mic, unawasha kamera, alafu unajikuta uko kwa show. Ukiingia kwa show lazima uwe umeweka jina ili iwe rahisi kukutambua. Zaidi ya yote, thank you so much for those who are watching. I see many bado wana watch. Pia asante sana wale bado wana like. We si likes ni kibao. Na mwana Daniel Musawa amelike, asante sana. Thembi Nkosi amelike, asante. Na mwana Kanja amelike, David Tanui amelike, Zultan Alicia amelike, na mwana nani hapa anajiita Maltasi Maltias ama ni Maltasias Maltasias hihi majina zingine bwana we. Alafu Eva Shuma ako ndani na Kahu pia ako ndani na amelike that. Omar pia asante sana kwa kulike. Na muona Bethwell Seurei amelike na Hezron Omete pia wamelike. Thank you so much. Pia wewe ambaye una participate kwa comment section, thank you very very much. Abdullahi Ali, I thank you so much for participating. Atticus Now and many who are participating kupitia nini? Kupitia comment section. Abdullahi Ali, I thank you for also liking the video. Let's go on. Yes, Kenya Rebel, what are you saying?
No, I just wanted to say this. Hii kitu ikipita tuseme wakianza kujenga manyumba na watu waanze kunio. George made a very good point. Hizi nyumba zikijengwa, mtu anaishi tuseme Kibera. What they'll most likely do is this. Wataenda hata wao apply, wapate kanyumba, then guess what? They'll probably put somebody to rent that house and go back to their nyumba yao hiyo iko hapo Kibera, okay, to give them extra income. That's why I wanted to go back to KK's point. When he read that right, yes, Kenyans have the right to a decent living, but the government cannot force them to exercise that right. Mimi kishi Kibera kwa hiyo nyumba ya matope, whatever the case is, Ruto hawezi kuniambia hivi ati nimejenga kanyumba kakubwa hapo, enda uingie kwa hiyo nyumba na uanze kulipa ushuru au rent, whatever the case is. I might not like that nyumba ya ninio. Mimi nimependa hii nyumba ndogo kwa sababu it's maybe, you know, I'm getting ile ninio bills nalipa hapo ni kidogo, stima itumisi natumia kuruboi. My income inaniweka hapo, you see. So the government cannot violate that right in the name of saying that I want you to exercise it. Unaona? So that's what we were arguing when you are yes, you're right, but you're missing the point. Just because I have the right to do so doesn't mean I have to exercise it. I can choose not to. That's all I wanted to say.
Please, Jakes, I want you to please make sure you protect all of us here equally. When someone
I am trying all I can. I'm trying, my brother. I am.
You have been letting Stella to mislead the panel here. So myself,
okay,
I look like I'm saying things that I don't know. I don't need to check what she's saying. He's saying that there is no land. He's saying that there is no land.
Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak next.
Okay.
Yes, George.
Jack, let me speak something. Okay. You know,
yes, George. Yes, George, go ahead.
These people are saying wametembea kwingine na wao wameona vile huko wamefanya, hata wangependa Kenya na sisi tufanye kwa sababu ndio tuendelee, si ndivyo? Na hata sisi wa Kenya tumetembea pia. Wacha nikupe one example. Mauritius. You go to Mauritius, this issue of housing, it is the government which builds. Serikali ndio inajenga hizo nyumba. Alafu kitu ya ajabu ni kuambie, nyumba ni the same design, everything, kila kitu ni the same. But one condition is this, you pay depending your income. You are given a house, it is by the government and it is a right, but you pay depending your income. Unaweza kuwa neighbor yako ameajiriwa is earning 100,000. Where huku una earn 20,000. You will be paying 2,000, he will be paying 10,000, living in the same house. The condition is, hii nyumba italipwa tu, wewe utalipa mzazi, ufike mtoto wako aendelee kulipa, hakuna shida. That is the policy. And it is the right to have housing from the government. Lakini sio wao wameambiwa wajenge. Nirudi ya Kenya. Tumecontribute mimi na wewe Jex, KK, Labor, wote sijashika majina vizuri. Wote tumecontribute pesa, tumekata kwa payslip. Imefika nyumba imekuwa complete. Which criteria is it going to be used to allocate these houses? Utaniambia unipei kwa nini unapea huyu na tumecontribute the same? How will you deny me? You give Jex and you tell me you wait. Why should I wait and yet you have contributed the same amount? Which criteria is it going to be used to allocate? Another thing, who is this who is being targeted? Because people, those employees who are being deducted salary, already Kenya bwana sisi mtu akiajiriwa, priority number one most people ni kujenga. Most people ni kujenga. Kama ni youth, ajenge ahoe. Sasa, swali nauliza ni je, specifically, which category of people are being targeted? Another thing, county government employ from the locality 85% of employees. Wacha nichukue for instance, zile za reserve huko ndani. Whereby, mtu anatoka kwake nyumbani, kwake kwa boma yake, akikuja kazi. Jioni anafunga kazi, anarudi nyumbani kwake. Unamkata, unamwambia kuna nyumba inajengwa na utabenefit. Sasa nitaama nitoke kwangu niende kwa ile nyumba ambayo nimecontribute kujenga. Kuna kitu huyu jamaa unamuita sijui ni Kenya Labor alisema, freedom. Freedom is equivalent for voluntary. Wacha ikue mwenye anaona ako na haja ya nyumba a contribute na apewe conditions na criteria na ni wapi atataka apewe hiyo nyumba. Ndio work out. Kwa sababu wewe uniulize Jex, unajua sisi Kenya kabisa, hata mimi nikiwa mbali, hata nijenge nyumba yangu ya kebo hiyo mtu anaweza aone ni mbaya na iko kwa shamba yangu. Hakuna vile utanihamisha uniambie unipeleke town. Hapo niko na kang'ombe yangu, hapo niko na kuku yangu, hapo niko na garden yangu najichunia sukuma, hapo niko na freedom yangu, sina no noise pollution, no what. Unataka kunihamisha aje unipeleke kwenye umejenga hizo nyumba zenye unaniambia niende kukaa huko? Number 2 KK, wacha nikuulize. Unaandaka duka kununua kiatu. Alafu kuna mtu anakupea kiatu, hata anakusaidia. Wewe unavaa number 6 anakupea number 8. Utavaa? Uliwe? Kuna kitu jamaa ameuliza. Mimi umenijengea nyumba, unataka unitoe Kibira kwa hiyo nyumba ya slum, niende hiyo yenye umejenga ghorofa. Continuation of payment ndio ni meet the target, utanipea? Because yes, umejenga, nimecontribute, nimeingia kwa nyumba, sijalipa hiyo pesa yote. Continuation of payment nitatoa wapi? Ni mkakati gani umewekwa nisinyanganywe tena hii nyumba? Kama ya Mauritius nimekuambia, huyo mtu analipa huko, ndio mahali nyumba 10 inafanya kazi. Mtu amepewa, mzee amepewa na analipwa na serikali hiyo nyumba 10. Yeye ndiye anahakikisha hii boma kuna mtu ameajiriwa. Kwa hivyo ukiajiriwa, pesa yenye mnalipa inaenda juu. Mkiajiriwa wawili, pesa inaongezeka kulipia hiyo nyumba. Kama hakuna mtu ameajiriwa, pesa ule mtu wa nyumba 10 anapeana reports. Sasa wewe niambie, watu wamepewa hizo nyumba, hawajamaliza kulipa, utanipea kazi yenye nitapata continuation ya kulipa hiyo nyumba? Where will I get money for continuation pay? Because wewe ni 2%, nyumba inajengwa na milioni, nitalipaje? Yes.
George, the government is equally saying that there are categories of owning those houses. There is also what they are terming as like, is it paying, what are they calling it?
Rent to
Unalipa rent,
own.
na hiyo rent, rent to
It is
own.
rent to
Very
own.
good. Thank you.
Yeah, sasa
KK.
niulize
What
swali
you're
hapo.
describing, is it not almost, yeah, now if for instance I'm able to pay the 10,000, I go for
Yes.
that house of 10,000. My question is this:
How fair is that?
if I'm able to rent to own, if I'm able to rent to own, is there like a down payment? Of course, they say kutakuwa na like a down payment, or I've yet to really get those figures correct.
Imagine that.
But
Can you imagine that?
How no, I have the figures. Okay, you see, I've been in the show for several hours. I have the figures. I think kukona a given amount, right? There's a down payment for each category of the house. Now, my question is this. How will that common mwananchi, ule wa chini kabisa, mwenye
yes,
there's someone who is earning 10,000 anakato 300, right? If that's the 3%. If already mshahara ni kidogo, right? Hata ile nyumba na own haijafika ile standard ya kukatwa. For instance, maybe they are saying the least amount ni 5,000, right?
Yes.
Huyu wa 10,000 maybe hata anakaa nyumba ya 2,500 ama hata 1,500. So already hata haja qualify kwa rent to own, right? Na already ana participate kupitia hii 3%. How fair is it to this person mwenye already haja meet all the standards, haja meet kwa rent to own, contribution yake ni kidogo 300 kabla ifike hata ya kupewa a house.
Nyumba.
It will take almost forever. 300 kwa mwaka ni, I think it's almost 7,200 if I'm not wrong, there about 300, then Rudu ongeze yenye anaongezewa, so it's ni pesa kidogo. So ili ifike a million ili ifike a million, we are talking close to 20-30 years there about, if I'm not wrong. 20 years, 30 years. Na huyu mtu maybe already ako 30 years. Ukiongeza 20 years, hii nyumba anapewa kienda retirement. Is it even
fair? Deduction ni blanket deduction. Hata mwenye amepakisha 5 years to retirement, hata mwenye amepakisha anaenda retire, hii bili ikipita, hata mwenye amepakisha months to retire atakatwa.
Can I talk now?
That's what is that. Alafu hiyo pesa atakatwa, angoje 7 years ndio arudishiwe. Sasa hiyo ni nini?
Na akitoa itataxiwa. After that 7 years akitoa anakatwa, anatakatwa tax tena.
Imagine he has 2 years to retire or 2 years to retirement. He's back in 2 years and then he should wait for 7 years to be given. It's jacks. He keeps ingeletwa na forms, you fill the forms, you agree, you commit yourself, you agree on terms, category of houses, you select a category, everything, you commit yourself willingly so that it kicks off. Hata wakati wa allocation haitakuwa na confusions. The whole thing my friend, disadvantages ni nyingi kuliko na KK ni kuambia, I'm not dreaming, I'm getting that clip. Bali Hinga anasema it is like a national association. We are not dreaming. In order to contribute here, tunafuatilia hii kitu namna hii. Usifikirie these materials we just get them from wherever. He reaches a point even is unable to answer some questions. Na unamwangalia tu hivi. So we are following him like this, yes, because he has distracted our attention.
George, wacha tupe KK asifeel ni kama we are attacking him. KK, it's not personal, Don't take it personal.
I also want
a conversation.
I also want you to come with the fact checking so that you don't allow other people to have, we have a level playing field together here.
Okay.
The housing policy.
Unfortunately, it's because at the moment kwa show we have, I understand KK, it's because at the moment kwa show I have 6, just a moment I explain to you why inakuwa challenge. I have 6 panelists and you are very vocal in the bill in support of it, and of course you are equally polished on some of the details. Now, the other panelists are against it, and they're equally polished as to why they are against. So in a tricky, I don't know how to support you or to oppose you. So the best thing I'm trying and I'm hoping you will do is I'll give you more time to to defend and to shed more light on the issue. Hoping you'll be able to convince these guys and as well inform the many who are watching us. And as I've said, don't take it personal. It's not personal. Don't feel as though
I'm not taking
you're being
personal.
oppressed.
I'm not taking. No, it's nothing.
Yeah,
I'm taking.
but go ahead.
Billy Peter Kitambo. These issues of Kenyaribon going to court. My friend. Kenyaribon. Hey, relax, man. Billy Peter Kitambo, sana. Yeah.
Hebu kujibu kupita sio hoja, itapita na ipotelee. That's not an issue. Itapita na ipotelee. It will be unable to be implemented. Passing is not an issue, my friend.
Okay, let me talk.
Passing is not an issue. It will pass and it will be unable to be implemented. Hii kitu mnatuimbia hapa ati hii bill imepita. Pitisha. We don't care. Pitisha. My friend, pitisha. Wacha tupea pitisha.
So that I can have Ashley.
So now, Jakes, the housing policy in Kenya is in three ways. We have the affordable housing, then we have the social housing, and the one for rural homes. Okay, the one for social housing is that one you hear people with earning 10K, earning 5K. Those who rent, they pay rent of 2,500. They are given a social housing home. Okay. They pay that the same rent, and they are guaranteed to own that home. That is social housing. Affordable housing ni watu tunajiweza kama sisi. Okay, that rent you are paying presently, unalipa your rent until you own your house. But now in this one for affordable, you have to pay a deposit. My friend, this is business. Okay. And then I think I've reviewed the issues of Stella saying there is no land.
Let's go back. There's a moment. Okay. Let's go back. Umesema ya kwanza inaitwa
social housing.
Social housing.
Affordable housing.
Social housing. The other one.
Affordable housing. And then there is another one for the one you give mortgages for people living in the rural areas to build their homes. I don't know the name of that one. There are three in the housing. Yeah. Rural housing. I think it's rural housing.
Divert conversation. Rural kunanga watu wanapata.
What is she saying?
Taking in the motion, there are those who take the motion and those who lose the motion. And all will not be. And there are some things, however much you defend, okay, you list advantages and the disadvantages, and then you count.
George and Stella, you guys are many. Let's give KK some leeway kidogo.
No, Jackson is this. We have no problem. Let him convince me. Let him convince me with the facts.
One moment, Stella, one moment. Allow him to finish. I'll give you, Stella, listen. I'll give you the opportunity to rebuttal because in any case, it's only fair. It's only fair because he's listening to all of you, and if he begins to speak and you cut him before he finishes, he's unable to fully deliver what he's saying. So, KK, I think I've insulated you as much as I can. Now, you have said three things. You have said there are three types of houses, and the social one, I've even forgotten already. Social
one,
rent to
affordable,
own, and rural. Now, now you have even tried to explain who qualifies for what and who qualifies for where. Go ahead, Kidogo, before I even ask you any question. I don't know if
I wanted to give you an example. I wanted to give you an example of each of these types. I don't think the one for rural housing is there yet. But the affordable one is Park Road is an example of affordable housing. The one ongoing in Kibra, that is social housing. Those guys don't pay deposit. The rent they are paying currently. They will pay that rent until they own that home. That is social housing. The one for rural housing, you've had the pastoral is saying that we are not stationary, we are on motion. Then you now there is now this need for creativity.
So hizo za rural housing zitakuwa kama Airbnb ama zitakuwa aje, so that huyu pastoralist akimove anakuja anaingia kwa hii.
Brother, why
no, I'm just asking.
No, mwambie angalia kwa housing. Hiyo inasema hiyo.
Jake, I'll have to protect KK. Tafadhali, wacheni KK aongee. Wacheni KK aongee. Tafadhali. Wacheni KK aongee. Jake, what a job.
I think you, all of you, including Jake, is against me. I see.
We are
including Jake.
Please,
not making
let KK talk.
Yes, it's being funny. And we are serious.
No.
Where?
Unajua, it's how you have made it sound.
Housing. Nini gani kwa housing act? Haipesa hapa kwa ukuta, tunataka kuiona. Hiyo housing act, mimi nataka kuiona. Hiyo ndio nataka kuiona. Hey, usitudanganye. Tuko
let me open the article for you, Stella. I'll open the article for you.
Angalia ya rural. Hiyo inasema pastoralist ya watu wanazunguka na ng'ombe.
Now, KK, let me ask you, how will the government identify that I fall under the social? You social numesema kama I pay like 2,500 blah blah blah. How will it insulate or rather protect people wasifanye what Kenya Rebel and George are saying, that mimi naweza kuja niseme ninatoka Kibera, I cannot afford here 2,500, I come get it, after some time I rent it out, I go back to Kibera, yet this house nimeipata through fishy ways, right? Number 2, hata kama ninalipa rent to own, hakutakuwa na initial deposit I'm making, or nitakuja tu kama venye ninahama hao, nihame kwangu, niende kwa hii hao, niseme nilikuwa ninalipa 10k, hiyo hao ya 10k mnaweza ni show, niingie kwa hiyo hao ya 10k, and then as I'll be paying, hii hao itakuwa yangu. Are there like documentations that people will need to fill, like how will people go into search so that we are well protected, that one, masonko hawatachukua most of the houses because they can afford it, that truly it will cater for the poor, those in the slums, and also those in the slums, as well as Kenya Rebel and Morara was saying, will also not take advantage of the homes, and become like a venture. Msee anaenda anachukua hao, anairent, kama hiyo hao ilikuwa ya 10k anairentisha 20k, right? So analipa zile stories za mortgage na bado ana make income. So how do you think the government, sorry I'm asking you swali zenye hata si zako zinafaa ziulizwe hinga, but how do you think the government will go through that? KK.
Yes. So can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can
Go ahead.
Loud and clear.
The issue of social housing. The guys living in slums, and you know how many slums we have right now in Nairobi alone. Sprouting all over the place. Zimmerman used to be a very nice place, but nowadays it is a slum. That is a fact.
Whose fault is that?
It is our policy. Our policy is wrong. We are leaving it to private sector. The private sector is wanaweka land inakuwa millions of money.
But
let's be honest ourselves. Anyway, I will not.
Let's level up kidogo Uko na point hapo. Question yangu nakwambia, unaona hii social housing yenye unasema, that thing was done by people wanaitangwa National Housing Corporation. These people were well structured, ndio hizo nyumba zilitengenezwa Kibera, Mathare, and there are some places, even those sides of Nyayo high rise. I think you are familiar with it. Sindio? Alafu kuna watu wa NSS wametengeneza hizo nyumba zao za social zenye wametengeneza kunaitangwaje those sides when you're going to Eastlands? There's a part of Kariobangi, and there are other places in Nyayo high rise, Nyayo estate in Embakasi. Now that one is a structured housing. That one, hata nikiambiwa nitoe 5,000, I am guaranteed hiyo pesa nitatoa. Lakini hii enye unaniambia, enye unaanza kuniambia ya affordable, we are not seeing the land, I am not seeing the house, I have not seen the plan, I have not even seen the demo of all those houses zenye ziko ndani nje, na venye naweza pata security ya hiyo nyumba nisinyang'anywe na watoto wangu wasinyang'anywe. Hiyo kitu ijakuwa structured. Wacha tu level up. Kwa house no corporation kwa sawa. Ndio nakwambia, if you're one of the people you're contributing for this thing ipite, make sure you go back to drawing board, uambie Ruto tutoe hii historia hinga, wacha tuingie na historia national housing. If you put that thing in affordable ya hinga uweke hii national housing, believe you me not, hata ule mtu ana earn less than 10,000 shillings, he will try so much, ajaribu hata kupata hiyo pesa, ajaribu kusecure hiyo nyumba. Juu wanaona hiyo nyumba juu imetengenezwa na gava. But he, the bricks on air, that one, it is should be out of it. So the one for Nini, you have to allow that the ring for the boxing umechapwa knockout.
No.
Hii housing hata ilipita knockout kwa sababu wote ni kuambia. Ilipita aje, ilisainiwa siku gani? I'm on the Hansard. Let me tell you, niko hapa online na ninaangalia Hansard ya National Assembly. Hiyo kitu bado ni draft. Nina download saa hii ni post. It's already.
Jack,
this is what I'm telling you.
One question, please.
Jack, listen.
Jack, wacha niulize swali moja. Just one question.
Jack, unajua hizo nyumba za Ngara? You know what happened? Hizo nyumba za Ngara zilikuwa watu wa civil servant walikuwa wanafanya kazi Kenya Power. Hizo nyumba wao wakaambiwa hameni kwa hizo nyumba, na Nisonko alikuwa amemwambia tutawapatia rent, hizo nyumba zikishamalizika mtakuwa mmesharudi. Do you know what Hinga alirudi akasema aje? Ati hizo nyumba mtu atashinda kama raffle ticket. Unaelewa? So that means livelihood ya watu wenye walikuwa nakaa hapo ilipotea because they were not guaranteed or saved by the government that they will return to those houses. Bado wanakaa kwa slum ama they went back mashinani. So unaona investment yako enye ulitumia na retirement inemezwa na gava, na wenye wanakaa kwa hizo nyumba za affordable housing ni mabonyenye na wanaokota rent enye inatakiwa kuwa 20,000 shillings, they are charging 40,000 shillings for one bedroom. So this story of nani anasema this affordable housing, the Hinga project, tell him it cannot work, and I am convinced, and a million others, and also the world knows this thing. It is a way of getting money ya kukula wa Kenya, and it is not fair. And the God who I serve, hiyo pesa haitapita kwa mfuko ya watu.
Jax, hebu atupe nafasi niulize swali moja. I have one question. Let me ask you, then you move on. Just one question.
Just one moment. Relax. Just relax, because we still have someone mwenye hajaongea na kwa show. Ashley, how are you? Because we also be fair to everyone, eh? Ashley, kwa show. Ashley, how are you?
Yeah.
Sorry, unakuta show ni moto. So,
hi everybody.
But karibu sana, how are you?
I'm fine. I've been trying not to jump in, and I want to appreciate everybody for contributing, for those listening. And I want to start by saying this housing plan is not tenable, because if you think about, if you build houses now for some people and we keep growing as an economy, as a country, what will happen to those new people that will be finishing school and coming into the cities? And they also will need housing. What will happen to them? Where will we find land to build for them? So I know people want to protect or to come here because they are supporting Ruto and start to tell us what they think this housing levy is. And I'm a victim that before the election, I was here trying to talk to people about what I thought the bottom up is. So I think we should hold him accountable, whether you support him or you don't support him. This plan only Ruto knows, and he has not even tried to explain to us. All he has told us is that those with pay slips should they live in houses, and they are being selfish by not wanting those who are not working to have houses. I haven't heard that these houses are free. So I'm wondering, how are those without employment going to get these houses? That the way he talked is like we should support him so that the finance bill can go through, so that those without employment can get housing. So I'm like, they are not free. So how are they going to get housing? Because they are not free. And also Hinga said that they are going to revise that bill so that that bill includes, because some people are removing, they already have mortgages. So it is going, if it goes to court, it's going to fail, because they are going to ask, how can you tell someone that they don't qualify? Then why did you take their money? And these people who are told they don't qualify is because they already have a mortgage. So they want to remove that clause on mortgage so that you can also buy a house if you have a mortgage for your sister, for your brother, for your child, or anyone else you want to. And that is where the hypocrisy, or that's where they are going with this. So when you start talking like that, everybody knows. Then this opens a loophole that people will start bribing to get those houses. So still those houses will end up in the house of landlords. And then again, those people who we are being told are going to get housing, are going to own houses, will not own houses, because it will be taken by those people with money. When you start hearing that someone with a mortgage can take one for their child, you're like, someone who has a mortgage taking one for their child, anybody earning under 83,500, because those are the target of the 3%, cannot afford to have a mortgage and to take another mortgage for another family member. It doesn't make sense. But that's what they are saying, that now they are going to adjust it. So I see a lot of dishonesty already on how they are approaching the issue. And these are very intelligent people. So don't think they don't know what they are doing. What they are banking on is a lot of ignorant and low-educated people who do not want to look at what they are saying. Unfortunately, we have the social media, and people have become enlightened by the internet. That's why they want to put 15%. And that KK who is supporting this bill, just know if it goes through, Mutembei will not have a show, because you have to pay 15%, and assuming that he's paying Jakes too, he has to pay another 3% towards the housing levy once he takes for Jakes. So that's 18%. Then he'll have to decide, is it even worth it? So we might not have a show. So think about that. So let's think about, how is this affecting me and my community? Not supporting Ruto. Ruto is going to be okay. Whether this goes through, whether he's removed, he is fine, he's set. But are you set yourself? So let's not blindly support him. I had written some notes here, so sometimes I forget, so I'm going to read. He says that the deal is we need a well thought out plan before any of this bill is formulated and enacted. We cannot work on assumptions. And the deal is too good for the investors until I think the investors, in quotes, those investors are in quotes, is Ruto and his Wakora network of Akina Moses Kuria. They will go out, set up proxies, and those proxies will come posing as investors, because this deal is too good for the investor. How can our government give free land to investors without an agreement on a cap as to how much they will sell their houses? So we are going to depend on the goodwill of an investor who is a business person to be so charitable. He's been given free land for him to decide how much that house is going to cost. That is why I started by saying we need a business plan. They need to scrap the housing bill, levy, come and explain to us exactly how it's going to work. Because when they came and told us they're going to build houses, we didn't ask them where the money is coming from. Now they're telling us they're fulfilling the promise. Had they told us this, they would not have been elected. When we were told they were going to have gas for 300, we assumed that it was the gas. He came and told us it was the cylinder. So at what point are we going to tell him, we need you to sit down, we need to have a state, what is it called? Like, he needs to come and address the nation and give us a detailed business plan on where you're going to collect the money, why you're taking only from the 3% from the low income earners, why the high income earners are not footing the bill, why you're not capping, why you're not protecting the people who make like 10,000. They're already struggling to pay their bills. Why can't we exempt some people from the levy? Why can't we exempt anybody making under 50K? And then, or even under 100K, and charge everybody making over 100K the housing levy? Why are you wanting to oppress the people without disposable income? Let him explain his thought process, and then we can have a discussion after he has explained. But we can't come and ask him. He doesn't know. He's just telling me what he thinks, which is an assumption. And then tomorrow Ruto will say, oh, you thought even the hustler fund, he said it was going to be free interest. And then he came and said, who has ever seen a loan of free interest? So we need him to explain himself, because he seems to be the one with this idea. Tell us exactly where the money is being taken from, only the low income, where exactly the money is going to go. When those 7 years are up, is it going to have interest? Is it going to bear interest? And also, who exactly is going to qualify for these houses? And if someone with a mortgage can qualify for a second mortgage for their relative, how someone making 83,000 can be able to pay 2 mortgages? Then what is that defeats the purpose? Because in some families living in Kibera, even the first, like their first generation, their mom is still living in Kibera. Why would another person who has been able to afford a house start buying for their children? Is that not what is happening today? So how does that fix the housing problems? So this is, and then someone said, I heard somewhere today they were saying they've allocated 29 billion is what is going to be generated from the housing fund. 49 billion is going, that's what is going to be generated from if goes through. 49 billion is what they have set aside for their trip abroad. This person was like, we can cancel this housing levy, and then this money that you've set aside for trips abroad, they keep going abroad for trips, but they never bring any benchmarking. Why can't we cancel that 49 billion abroad and use that money for the housing? Let the government build the houses. And then once the government build the houses, let's copy some of these developed countries where they go for benchmarking. They need to come at Mutembei, free benchmarking. And this is it. Instead of building houses for sale, let the government take the 49,000. All the money, they stop all those government trips. I was told by somebody who is he's a legislator, and he said he was out of the country in March, and they were out of the country in a group. And then when they got back the next week, one of his friends said, I'm going back, I'm going out next week too. So you see, it's like a thing. Look at how Moses Kuria has been getting until he has become out of touch. This is why they are talking about saving, because then they don't know what is lack. They have forgotten. And that is another thing we need to do. We need to cut their salaries to match what the country is bringing in. They don't need to be making more if they cannot think of ways for us to make money. We are coming here, we are giving them information for free, and they also need to cut until the GDP needs to go in hand with how much our leaders are making. If the government is the negative, they should not be making a lot of money. Anyway, so I take a talk about, I think, 3 types of housing: social, affordable, and rural. And I'm like, we need to become realistic. We need to talk about the elderly, unemployed. In most economies, they take care of their elderly. Why don't we have elderly housing, disabled housing, unemployed housing, or the poor and the employed housing? Those are 4 categories. How can we accomplish this? My suggestion is this: that if we take the money, instead of all the trips abroad are banned completely, they assume like there's COVID in Kenya, and the COVID that is in Kenya is poverty. So we ban all trips abroad. Let them do then they come to Mutembei, they can send us, we give them the information they want. So use this money, build government houses, and then build government houses, ask those people making over 100K to give a fund, whatever you call it. If you want to call it Build Kenya Fund, charge them 2%, 3%, it's not returnable. And then go towards taking care of our elderly, taking care of the disabled, give them housing. And this housing shouldn't be permanent. It should be houses that when they qualify, they get where they stay there. But, and have houses for people who are unemployed. So they stay there if they qualify. And then once they get a job, they can move and someone else can come there. That makes more sense, because today I might be struggling. The youth might be struggling when they are going to school, but once they get a degree and they get a job or they become self-employed, then they're able to move and be able to take care of themselves. Now they can buy government housing that is cheaper than the private person housing. So instead of making houses to sell, why don't you make houses that are government funded, that can be rented at cheap prices, that will go on a sliding scale according to your income? So they are not houses for permanency, they are houses that are rentals, but for the government. So how can someone say there is no land? There is land. There's a lot of dilapidated housing places like in Kibera. So they can go section by section and say we are demolishing all these, a section by section, and build houses there and give those people housing and come out in a way they can still pay the same amount to the government. And over the long run, it's going to be profitable. If it's not, at least the government has taken care of the housing issue. Let us start it in the slums. Let us destroy those dilapidated housing and build more decent housing, but not for permanency. Let it be rental. And then once people get back on their feet, once we come up in ways how to generate more jobs, people are going to become more financially independent, and they are going to go out and decide where they want to build houses. Most people start building up country, because when most people retire, they don't want to live in the city. So that is my submission.
Okay, beautiful. I want us to near wrapping up, or rather to close the show. Kenya Rebel is asking to be okay, I see what Kenya Rebel was trying to say. I want to give George, Stella, Ashley, and KK 2 minutes each to wrap up. And of course, we'll have another show tomorrow, or rather today, because it's already tomorrow here in Kenya. I start with you, George. George, you wanted to say something?
I want to ask you something, Jax.
Me?
Okay. There's one thing. Okay, all of us. What is making, or what aspect is making these houses more affordable or cheaper? Is it materials which they are going to use for constructions which are cheaper? It is because the land is free? What in the real sense has made these houses to be said they are cheaper? If the government can take affordable, if the government can take Kenyans who are able and have funds and negotiate with them, they agree, look, especially let's say Nairobi. A plot in Nairobi or land is very expensive. Because this land, we are waiving you, you are not buying. Let's say it is costing 100 million, 10 million, whichever the amount. We are not charging you. So you construct let us agree, if we give you this land and then you construct a house and then people will buy it from you, how much will you sell to these people? They make an agreement, written a very good agreement, that private developer to build it, given some subsidies here and there, may be materials to not to have VAT and what. They should make a way on how to make the materials cheap by not having taxes. They are not selling them this land, and then the land is sold to the people who are there. Is it difficult? Let me tell you, Jakes, what you don't know. I'm somewhere nearby Ethiopia, or I'm almost in Ethiopia. Do you know why flower industry companies are moving here to Ethiopia here? Here in Ethiopia, land is purely free, completely free. Companies are given land for free. And let me assure you, companies are moving from Naivasha and they are coming here, Ethiopia. Reason, land is free. They are encouraging you to come and make that, those industries, those whatever, you create employment. That's an incentive. Why don't the government create incentive means of doing these things, and then they give private developers to build these houses and sell to the public? Reduce taxes, land is free, and these other things. Another thing, let me ask you, these people have landlords who have constructed houses. It is a business. It is what? It is a business. Are they put into consideration? Are they being considered that they need people to occupy those houses? Because it's a business. I've been hosting this person. Now you want to tell him, get out of this house, come here, I give you this, because finally it will be yours. Are you taking into consideration this house was built by Kenya? How are they being treated? Because it's a business by the end of the day, and that's what we want. Is it not being disadvantaging others? These Jacks, whether we agree or not, whether we debate 3 days, 360 days, whichever the number of days, this thing needs to be discussed properly, structured properly. It is a good idea, but structures have not been put in place clearly and then categorized and then to be voluntary. Then that will be the best thing. But the way it is right now, the way it is at the moment, and the way it is being pushed is not good. Not that the idea is bad, but the way it is being pushed to people, it is not the right way. Let them sit down, stretch it properly, and then bring it to people.
Okay.
Those are my remarks.
Stella, you have 2 minutes of fame.
Okay, mine is 2 minutes. So one, I think this bill is a sham. We have to go back to the drawing board and let every Kenyan, Mama Mboga, whoever is involved when they are contributing this bill. And the government should respect the sound of a Kenyan businessman or a hustler. Hawa wamabonyenye wako pale juu, hawa wanyamaze kwa sababu sisi ndio tuliandika hawa watu na ni wao wako kwa hiyo ofisi juu yetu. So we pay their taxes. In short, we are the employers. So they should respect. Number three, I think the executive should just step aside and let they have to let the investors, the manufacturers, and civil society to come up with proposal. Even they can put those proposals, then they can see which is more of sense. Then they can able to pick 1 or 2 points. But it doesn't mean because they are the government watatukupigia kifua. What I believe that this housing, affordable housing, it has been tried to explain in every corner of the square. None of it is making sense. It should be abolished, quashed, and we go back to the drawing board. That's my final point.
Okay, beautiful. KK?
So my parting is that the finance bill in totality is unstoppable, and I'm waiting for Kenyarebo to show me where the court is going to stop this unstoppable bill. Then housing is an excellent idea. It is going to start up our economy. Our Juakali industry is collapsing. It is never gone beyond where Kibaki left. It is time for us to give them a boost. It's time to incentivize their their effort. It's time to give them a consumptive demand for the doors they make, the inches they make. You know, it's time to work our cement industries. It is time for our, the guys who move heavy goods like construction materials. It's time to give them a boost. The project is unstoppable. It is going to make us a working nation. It's going to put money into pockets of millions of Kenyans. The idea of the housing levy is to create a revolving pool of resources. We are doing exactly what George said about Ethiopia. We are providing land for our investors. Investors are worried about the prices of land in Kenya. We are telling them, don't worry. It is our responsibility as the government to provide land. The investor is worried about getting return of investment for their money. We are telling them, don't worry. We have a revolving fund. As soon as we have an off-take plan, as soon as you finish constructing the houses, be assured that the houses is going to be bought. If a person, a citizen, as an individual, is not going to is not able to buy the houses, the government is going to off-take those properties. That is the idea about the levy. Another thing I wanted to talk about, the project belongs to the counties. I've shown you that 9 counties, as we speak, have signed a memorandum. They have provided land for housing. They are ready for this thing to take off. It is just 2 weeks from now, and then we are ready to go. So I want to assure people who have doubts on this bill, don't worry. The government has a responsibility to provide adequate housing and sanitation, and they have been given the power and the mandate to tax, to create a policy, to create a legislation. That is why we have an housing levy today. I think for those few remarks, I want to stop at that and wish you all the best in your endeavors. Have a nice one. Thank you. I think it's your turn, Kenyaribo.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. KK, I admire your zeal in the government's in defending the government. I am not against Ruto specifically, necessarily, but I go by what the policies he puts forth. This bill is overtaxing Kenyans, especially Kenyans who are already struggling, and it's not going to spur any economic growth for the reasons I gave. For example, if you're a small business person like Mutembei, well, Mutembei is now small, but let me just say Mutembei is a small business. They have to contribute 3% for every employee who's also contributing 3% going towards the housing levy. I talked about the PPP arrangement on this housing levy thing. What's the risk on the investor side? The government gives you land for free, drops any taxes on the materials you use, and afterwards they're guaranteed to buy the house. The government will buy back the house from the investors again. So the investor is just, all he has to do is come up with a down payment. That's just an example. Number 2, they tell us it's not a levy. Sorry, it's not a tax, it's a levy, association, whatever. I told you, Article 36, that's unconstitutional. I have the right to choose any msako I want to be involved in. So I don't want to pay that 3%. KK, don't talk. KK, tafadhali, KK, tafadhali, nitakuitia Stella tena ukianza. Anyway, to finish, Ruto needs to, you say something about legislation. Legislation should be done by the legislative body, the Senator and the National Assembly. It is not the president. In fact, the president should not tell the senators and the National Assembly to pass this bill. That's not his job. The job of that legislative body is to review, see, and take hiyo nini kwa mashinani huko to their constituents, debate it, and if they don't like it, they go back and vote it back. From what I'm hearing, most Kenyans are saying they do not approve this bill. Ruto should go back to the drawing board, reinvest, go back and try to find ways of which you can create employment. I gave you an example. You can bring companies from outside, you can revitalize the companies that are dying, so we can have employment, meaningful employment for long term, so these people can actually pay bills. As far as the housing thing, you can have a housing idea, but don't make it mandatory. Let it be voluntary like the other projects have. I'll make it short. In short, I'll say this thing should be rejected. It probably pass. KK, you're right. It might pass. But tutakutana mimi na Mtata, tutakutana na nyinyi in the high courts. It's not going to pass by the courts. Courts will shoot it down and you'll have to rewrite it again. Thank you very much, everybody. And
Kenya Rebel,
yeah.
let me ask you.
Ask me.
I don't know how true this is. Just to add 1 more minute. The CJ was complaining that some judges, or rather allowances, salaries za majaji zimechelewa.
Right.
Now, I am a judge mwenye salary yangu imechelewa, and then a petition is brought before me about the financial bill, and I'm the judge, and I see that despite kunicheleshea mshahara, you still want to come ahead and do that. I know they normally say as sober as a judge, and they are supposed to be seen to be fair. How fair do you think the ruling will be? Sorry to ask that. I just want to ask it that way.
To me, if they were to go by the constitution, this thing should be dropped. If we were to go to the constitution, but you made a good point. They haven't been paid, so they're already mad at the president. But you can't blame the president. To be fair, you can't blame the president because they have bills to pay. Okay, but I'm just saying, if they know that they'll be taxed on whatever they have, even them as judges, I don't think they'll base their judgment based on lack of payment to your allowances. It should, and I don't know Comey that much, but hopefully they'll make their judgment solely based on the laws. Okay, so
I agree, but let's not be blind to this fact. One of the reasons BBI failed is because there was an ombudsman who was coming to be like a prefect to the court, and the court was clear: we cannot have an ombudsman. Now here is a court where the judge is already oppressed. What do you think the ruling will be?
That is why that's what I've been trying to say. That is why the cap on the tax is at 83,000, because they don't want to mess with the wrong people. If they include the judges that they are going to remove 3%, I am telling you straight, it will not pass. Now we are not sure whether they'll do the right thing because they are not affected. They only have to top up 2,500, and to them that is a plate of dinner or lunch.
Okay.
Ruto is crafty, and that's the thing. He's crafty, and the more I look at this bill, the more I see this genuinity in it. And for that reason, that is why I say no. Because that was a consideration, and that's why you're seeing, even when they want to increase the cap, they're still saying there'll be a cap. Why do you want 3%, and you want to not put a cap on another one?
From the law I projected earlier, just a moment, Morara and Zalenda, thank you for being part of the show. When you read the law, what Ruto based his argument on, the law on 2018, it capped it at 5,000. It was to be 5,000. So what Ruto has done, he came and used the 5,000, made it like a 3%. Now introduced a capping where the employer gives 2.5 and the employee gives 2.5. And because that was the law in 2018, it had that capping. So it is not him who is coming with that law. Of course, I want to be fair as well to him. That the law of 2018, I think I had projected that.
That is an excuse because that law of 2018 is 1.5%.
They are proposed.
But that's why they are doing this, because it was at 1.5%, and now they have said 3%. Like you're saying, they said 5,000, now they are saying 2,500. And why is it favoring those people who could change it? Even now they have changed it because they removed, what are they saying? They are going to tweak it to where everybody who pays to it qualifies. The law then said that you cannot qualify if you already have a mortgage. So the shortcoming was, if you went to court, some people, the judge would have asked, how can you charge people and then tell them they don't qualify? So they have changed that. So that's something that is within their right and their scope to be able to change.
Just before I have Mzalendo and George will be the last one to
speak. That wasn't my submission. Can I give my submission?
Yeah, I'll give you time to make a submission. I have added you guys some few more minutes because
if you don't mind, I would just want to give my 2 minutes and then I'll just be listening, if you don't mind, because I'll forget.
No, be there, because if you go, will remain. So you'll be last because you want to go. Better for her to be last.
I don't want to go. I'll forget what I want to say.
No, so you'll be there, listen, and then you'll be given last.
George,
yeah, you
to speak.
I trust you. You won't forget. Let me come to Stella. Stella, there is a reason we have what we call a financial bill. Let's look at the event. It goes to court and it flops. From your end, what happens? Because it will be debated after the budget has been read. Financial bill is what informs how the government raises money after the budget, how it intends to fulfill its budget, and how it intends to go about in making the budget succeed. If the courts deem the financial bill a flop, or it sends it back for amendment and all, will it not create a crisis in the law? Because we will already have begun the next financial year in 1st of July. Don't you think already we'll have a crisis if the court squash?
The previous finance bill will go through, will continue.
What happens to the budget?
The only thing, let's assume that the court has quashed this bill, null and void. What happened? It goes back to the House. Remember, every bill starts from the Senate, then it goes down to the National Assembly. So when the notes are compared and they've dotted the T's and they've dotted the I's and closed the T's. Now they come back and say, this is what we've proposed. Then they go back to court. Then the court give them a date of saying, now you can read your bill because this one has gone through the public participation and everything, and everybody is comfortable with it. So the court, normally the court has the powers, even if it can go against the president, because most of the time they see the executive, whatever. But the last drop goes down to the court. So the court will give another date for the bill to be read. But remember the supplementary bill, there's still money which has been reserved. How do I put it? Become who normally they're called what? The treasury. They'll be told there's a supplement amount of this. So they will give priority. Do we pay salaries or do we pay counties to take care of their county affairs? But once the bill falls from the court,
this is what the law defines as a money bill, and money bill mostly begins from Parliament, not from the Senate. So it is the budget committee. No, it's a money bill, and money bills, all of them originate from Parliament.
You see, the budget.
And the budget estimates and the budget projection, they all come from, I think it is the House Committee on Budget, I think so, if I'm not wrong. So that they're the ones who come with all this. Yes. They're the ones who propose this, and then eventually it goes to all the first stage of reading and all that. It's then taken to a public participation, which they just completed. Then it goes back to second reading, and then from there, I think there is where mambo za kina Hinga zilikuwa zinaingia, because he was saying kutakuwa na regulation which hasn't yet to be formulated, and then after the regulation, the statutory law will come in. I think if I had from a layman, not that I know anything in law, I'm just saying. Now, I'm looking at in the event the court has quashed the financial bill. Will it quash everything? Will it quash some of the parts? And then if it quashes everything, and the budget has been informed through this financial bill, because financial bill, I think it is ways of raising money to fund the budget, right? And the government year in a start the 1st of July, or the calendar government, whatever. Now, what happens? Because if we may quash ways their government could raise money, does it mean they have pushed the date where the government nini begins?
It's just a temporary.
Yes. With that question, if I can assist you somewhere, you know, there have been some MPs and senators who have been citizen station. That question has been asked. One MP said there's a budget which they had passed. I don't know how it was passed, of 2.51 trillion. So he said, if this one is not going through, at least there's whatever which has been passed, which has a figure of 2.51 trillion. So nothing will stop. Already there's some estimations which are there. I don't know. I didn't take much interest to tell you how he arrives at that. But he said it will not stop. Now this thing of court, Mr. Jex, and this bill, you know, there are some things you can see from far. It will end up going to court. I want to tell you, some people. Yeah, that I went to court. But now I want to tell you here, some people work. They have smart work, not hard work. Smart work, differentiate smart work or smart deeds, not hard deeds. Do you know what people does? There's a competition. When you see a tortoise is determined to compete with the hare, what do you think? The tortoise is telling the hare, Sungura, kuja tushindane, nitakushinda. And you remember, kwa ile story ya kaka Sungura na wenzake, you know, we read the things and forget. The tortoises are stationed at the different stages. So there's a tortoise in parliament, there's a tortoise in court, there's a tortoise in high court. We have tortoise all over. That's why people are promoted who are not being promoted during Uhuru regime. They were brought in. So this is what we call smart work in place. Not unless Stella, being a lawyer, to explain to us how it will maneuver. Because me, I tend to believe here it is smart dealing. Tortoises have been placed all over. It will reach a point you'll be told, don't sit on me. I arrived before you. And who is the winner?
So, in short, you're saying what Stella has
already. This is something which is predetermined.
Ruto has already gone ahead, like he made sure he dotted the I's in court and crossed the T's.
I've told you, tortoises are all over. When you meet, when you are going to sit at the finishing line, don't sit on me. I arrived before you.
Thank you so much. Mzalendo, before I give George Moraro and Stella and Ashley, I had already given them apart from Ashley, but Mzalendo, I give you how many? 4, 5 minutes. What is your take on all this we have said? I'm sure you have been listening, and I'm sure you are for the bill, and I'm sure you support it. And I've heard you before, the reasons you have given. But given what you have heard from Stella, George, and Ashley, their worries and their concerns, what do you say about what you're discussing, and above all, what could be your tonight's submissions, sir?
I thank you very much, Jex, and the rest of the panelists. You know, this housing levy is a very contentious issue, and mostly the people who are contesting this thing are the legislators, and and largely now by extension, the citizens who probably understand it in a different way. Let me give you a perspective of this housing bill and the necessity why we need it. You know, government does not just wake up one day and say, you know, we need houses. It is something that is in demand. Today, how many times, Jakes, on your channel have you advertised for land? So many times you're advertising for land, and because the investor, the people who want to put their money, they're putting it on land and property. That is where the money is. But what is the long-term effect of these houses? The rent will come down. Government cannot regulate rents. People, you build your own house, you charge the way you want. So the government of the day will regulate rent rate by providing affordable housing. Okiem Chata has gone to court. He's saying the civil service cannot build houses for 50 million Kenyans. That is his argument in court. And he has mentioned the Attorney General, the Parliament as respondents, and I think the Speaker, and no, the Treasury as the respondent for this particular bill. Now, in particular case in court, this program has been tested in Malaysia. You know, sometimes we speak a lot. We just want to criticize things that are important. You know, this is something that is so important. It is important to us. Housing. It has been tested in countries in Africa. Ghana is a test case of this particular scenario. Nigeria is doing the same. Now, when somebody wakes up and tells you that this will not boost the economy, I think they're talking from an ignorant point of view. Because, one, there is labor market. The laborers, watu wa mkono, understand watu wa mkono, watapata kazi. Now, understand the professional market, the designers of this project, the project managers of this project, the architects of these projects. Now, the infrastructure, the roads that are going to be created in this particular housing projects, that is already employment for so many people. Now, we are not also looking at just that alone. Now, when people are moving into new houses, there is also market for the furniture guy who is making furniture in your village. He'll get some money because somebody wants to move in with new equipment. There is an investor who wants to put up a shop or a mall in a residential area. That is already an opportunity. Yeah, and this is what will spur the economy. It will trickle down into so many other areas. Now, when somebody opens a mall, because people have come in and there is a need for one, then it means that this guy will employ people, and that is how economies will grow. And they are saying, if the government cannot provide land for somebody to build houses, who told you that? Why are there Mukuru kwa Njengas, Mukuru kwa Ruben, Mukuru kwa sijui what, Mukuru kwa Kamau? There are so many Madare. All those slums are rising. Even if you go to your town today, if you come from Kiambu, you'll find that there is a slum already in Kiambu. And what is shocking also is that some of the people who live in these slums are working in the civil service. And why? Because they cannot afford rent to live in a decent place. Look at somebody coming here to argue, and yet if you go to places like Mlango Kubwa, there's not even a playing ground for their children. Hakuna playground, and even to some extent, those houses are not inhabitable. Zinaanguka kila mara. And why is nyumba zinaanguka? Because the demand iko juu and people are looking for alternative substandard materials to build quick houses because there is a need. The government has seen there is a need, and it is telling you, we are going to pull resources, and the resources are going to come from you to build houses for yourself and pay for them at affordable rates. You will no longer pay rent, and look at another generation. This is property for your children, property for your grandchildren. If you opt to not to live in this house because you are renting somewhere, you can rent it out. This is already a property. Now, how many of you here can afford to put a deposit down of 2 million or 1 million in Boma Moja, the one that has already been sold out to the rich? How many can afford? Nobody. Even those who are in the informal sector cannot afford. So the government has come up with a plan that will steer the economy, and let us embrace it. Let us not put all this bottleneck and think like politicians. Sometimes politicians know, well, this thing is good, but they have to be relevant. And being relevant is just to criticize a good program that will ensure that we have employment, will ensure economic growth, at least in 45 counties who are ready to embrace the program. And somebody comes and tells you, we don't need houses. We need food. We don't need houses, we need food. So at the same time, you don't have a job, and this is a job that will provide for you that food that you need. So sometimes we argue here, but look at other countries who have copied this model. In the US alone, I mean, they are talking about the economy. They are talking about what builds the economy. Is infrastructure. It is in industry. It is the industry that sparks the economy. They are putting a lot of money. They are encouraging the private investors. They have got so many bodies. The FHA, that's a body that governs housing. They have got housing for the elderly. They have got housing for, they call Section 8 for people who can afford houses, and the government is paying for them. So this is something that has caught up with us, and we must look at ways where we can build decent housing for our citizens. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Kenya Rebel has questions for you. I equally as well have one or two questions for the same. Can I go first, or Kenya Rebel?
Can I first be, because I think you haven't given my submission. I just answered your question before. If you don't mind. Kenya Rebel already talked.
Okay, I thought you wanted to ask some questions first, but it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, because he will ask a question and then he will answer and all that. Okay, so the housing. So actually, I'm going to comment on what Mzalendo said, and we all agree that there is a housing problem in Kenya. The government has come up with a plan. The only problem with this plan is that they are not open for dialogue. Ruto wants what he wants, and that is why someone is saying it will pass by force, by fire. And from my understanding, Ruto has no right to come and force the housing on us. He can come and request. He should tell us his plan, and if he's a good salesman, he should be able to buy his plan and he'll get the money that he needs. But forcing it is actually contravening the constitution, to the best of my understanding. So he also gave an example of the US, but the US, they're not having a hunger problem. So it is right for them to be talking about how to boost the economy and housing. So that's my answer to him. Okay, the housing levy is a sham, is a discriminatory to those with pay slips, because sometimes those people without pay slips who are self-employed actually make more than people with pay slips. And another thing, most of the people without a formal employment, those with informal employment, actually are the ones who struggle to get loans, mortgages from the bank to buy houses. Most employers, especially like the civil servants, teachers, are able to get mortgages to buy houses. So that is actually not a very good problem.
Please. Can you repeat whatever you've just said? Because this must be corrected. Are you saying that teachers can afford mortgages in Kenya?
No.
Can you just clarify that?
No, I didn't say afford. I said that.
Tell me the people who can afford mortgages in Kenya.
okay, you listen to what I'm saying. I didn't talk about affordability. I said people who are formally employed, it's easier for them to go to the bank and get a loan or a mortgage, even anywhere in the world, because they have a pay slip. So they are easy. Let me give my opinion, and then you can wait for your turn to give or to repeat. From the best of my understanding, if I go to the bank, the first thing they ask is for your financial records. The most reliable financial record is your pay slip, because it shows how much money you have, so it shows job stability. But someone who is self-employed, their income varies, and then there's no stability. And if you don't pay, they don't know where to get you. If you're employed, they can contact your employer, they can garnish your wages. So what I'm saying is, it is easier for a person with a pay slip to go to the bank and get a mortgage. Not afford. They can get if they want when they afford it, because the bank has their pay slip, which shows, it has a history. And they also know that if you don't pay, they know they can come and garnish your wages. Now, if you're self-employed, mostly you don't have a paper trail, so you're more risky to the bank. So what I have found out, even in Kenya, is that people who are employed by especially big organizations or teachers or civil servants, if they go to the bank or to mortgage company, they are easily accepted to be given a mortgage than someone who might actually make more but has no paper trail to show the bank that he makes that money. So when we're talking about the housing problem, most of those people living in slums, shanty slums, you find out are self-employed. So how can we fix this problem of those people in informal jobs? Self-employed people who do not get pay are actually the majority of those people who are not having good housing. So have you done a study to show that who is the most affected by lack of housing or is living in bad condition housing? So that's what my argument is. So, and then I went and said, KK says that the bill is enforceable. What I am saying to every person who is opposing the bill, let those representatives pass the bill. If they hear Ruto so much, is he the one who sent them to parliament to represent? What my understanding of an MP goes to parliament to represent the views and aspirations of the people who elected them. So they are beholden not to Ruto but to their constituents. So what we should do is wait for your politicians to ground when he comes back home after passing the bill. Make him fear to come back home and know he has no peace. Let him go and say with Ruto at the wherever Ruto lives. If he wants to please Ruto, because he was chosen by the people, he should represent the views and aspirations of Ruto. Otherwise, of the people, not the president. So that is my short submission. Thank you.
Can I add something on?
Can I add some Salendo? Can I add some Salendo something? You know, Salendo, Jack,
just one moment, just one moment, guys.
When you bring people, they bring other issues which you have to respond.
One moment. Jama anajita Arap Manyonge. To join the show is not difficult. There's a link that I'm sending you just now. The link itasoma Mutembei TV, Mutembei Live, Mutembei Official, na Mutembei Facebook na YouTube. Now, hizo links ukiguza moja yazo, depending on where you're naona watch from Facebook. So yako itasoma Mutembei Facebook. Ukiguza one of those links, itakutuma place inaitwa StreamYard immediately. Hapo kwa StreamYard unawasha mic, camera na unaandika jina. You can choose one of your names including a rap. And then choose one of the names, unawasha camera, unawasha mic, alafu najikuta uko kwa show. Thank you, Dio Diaz. Dio Diaz. I think I'm reading it right. And then as well, thank you guys ambao mna like hii video. Namuona naitwa John ame like video, asante sana. Rose Kadasa ame like video. Abdullahi Ali, asante kwa kulike video. Daniel Maswa, asante kwa kulike Musawa, kwa kulike video. Omari, Thembi Nkosi, David Tanui and many ambao mumelike video. You can like the video kwa YouTube, you can like the video kwa Facebook. Asanteni sana Omari, Hezron, Helen Maganga and many ambao mna like video. Zaltuni, Alicia na wengi, Kanja and all those who are liking the video. Like the video hapo YouTube, like the video hapo Facebook. Asante sana. Yes. Now you are saying you want to say something.
Yes.
Who do I start?
Okay.
Stella or Morara?
Yes. Jack,
Nipatie tu dakika
you know,
niongeze
there are some things which we tend to assume a lot and do assumptions. You know, these people are staying in slums. Note that by virtue of staying in that slums, they are unable to work. You know, there's some things we people equate wrongly. Who said when you are staying in the slums, you are unable to work? These people are the ones who are working in the Juakali sector, where, and if people are organized properly, I'm telling you, Jacks, they have more money than employed people, especially in government offices. Junior country, I am telling you the truth. Those people per day, some can make up to 10,000 and above per day. People just make a presumption that maybe they don't have money. And that's why on my side, I say, if the government is very clear, it was to tell people, form circles and give number of people. Maybe form a circle of 50 individuals. Start contributing, targeting to buy a house. They will even buy those houses more better than employed people. Pay slip. You know, people are cheated by this thing they call the pay slip. And because they don't have that pay slip to support them to do things, but they have money. So that for them to be able to access some other things, they form a circle. If they are willing. But the thing is, most of those people are not willing to leave those slums. No, they are unable. That will is not there. They know the advantages why they are there. Since you start knowing what's happening, how many NGOs and other bodies which have come saying we are upgrading Mathare, we are doing what? How many billions have been injected to Mathare? What? And if those people are given these houses which have been completed, there's a very honest man who was being interviewed. He said this is my house. It is 3 bedrooms and what, but because I don't want to commit myself, he's a very wise man. He did this. He supplied one of the rooms. He took the smallest room. He gave another person the bigger room and whatever. This person is buying the house for him. The rent this person is giving him is equivalent to what the mortgage is paying. Are these people fools? Yes. Let the government bring things to people in the right way, at the right time, and people will do it. And nobody's against the government. You know, when someone is criticizing a government policy, that's not being against the government. As some people take, and that's the common mistakes we are doing, that when I'm criticizing the government policy, I'm anti-government. That's not right. Another thing, these people will say that.
Just one moment.
Okay, another thing.
So that we don't take too long. Yes, Stella?
Yeah. Do you see these people selling tea and food along the roads? They have money.
Said.
Okay. So Msalendo telling us.
Your point is taken. Your point is
okay. Let me finish. The issue of Msalendo saying, "Oh, people staying in these warehouses are civil servants." Someone can decide to stay in that simple structure in Nairobi, but back home, back where? Home. Go there and see the house he has constructed.
A point of correction. Excuse me. I didn't say that the people living in informal sector are poor. What I said, some of the people living in the informal sector are jobless, and the houses will create an opportunity for them. I didn't say that they are poor. And I have told you also that not everybody wants to live in the slums. Not everybody. It is circumstances that have forced them to live in those slums. One, they can't afford a decent house. That is the one. And they don't have employment. They don't have money to pay for rent. But there are those who are comfortable and can afford, and they are doing business, and they live in the formal sector. Thank you.
Jeff, can I speak?
Yes, Stella, a minute. Stella, 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes, Stella, go ahead.
Okay. Wanted kind of there's some things which I'm not agreeing with Mzalendo. So you were talking about building this affordable housing. It's a good project. The Ruto administration. Yes, we are not arguing with it, but the thing is, the priorities were put all wrong. This is my issue. The way you're saying that these houses has to be built so that people are able to occupy, one has to get employment. But my argument as a Kenyan and my perspective is like, if the government wants people to afford this housing, first thing what they have to do, it is creating employment opportunities by reviving dead factories, by supporting cottage industry, and removing some unnecessary tax from the hustler. I remember some time ago when we were arguing with a friend of mine at the National Housing Corporation. Countries like the countries like Ethiopia, I believe George works there. Countries like China, Malaysia, these people were third world countries. They were one of the poorest Asian countries. But they had the right leadership. What did they do? They had to make sure that industries are there to create jobs so that people can afford to live. Right now, China, Malaysia, Thailand, they are one of the tiger nations. Now, the issue with Kenyans, and the issue with our own guys, the politicians or the people who are coming with this issue with bringing the housing affordability. Why are they going to other countries? They see what these people, they had structures they had planned 10 years, 15 years ago. Then this thing, they put proper structures and proper policies on how people should afford housing. But the thing is, we want to do copy pasting because Singapore, we did this thing and asked to do. You don't know Singapore, where it came from. This country is one of the smallest countries in one of the Asians that they created policies, and which is even comfortable for them to see, even if you're taxed 30%, you won't feel the thing. The other thing, even the housing affordability, kusema ati sijui masons, sijui mawe, sijui nini. These people, they will get jobs, but the thing is, these jobs are not long term. Watafanya like 1 year or 2 years, nyumba imeshaisha. Where are they going to be? And then the issue of saying about land at Mukuru, Kwajenga, Soweto, whoever, most land, it is not conducive to whatever affordable housing, because I believe such lands needs for maybe to be put like cottage industry or SEZ. So let's not be pragmatic. We think again and we go back to the drawing board. The housing, whatever affordable housing which has been brought to finance bill, it should be done away. We go back to the drawing board. If this thing will be planned, go back again, wrap it, go back again, draw it again to bomoe, after itakuwa in 10 years. Let's have proper policy. The other thing about the rural area, I believe land in rural areas, kila mtu akona shamba yake. If people feel that they want to make paraisos or they want to live in a small house, let them do that. But don't force Kenyans to come and contribute what they think they don't like. Like me, I'm very selfish. I like my bedroom to be like a football pitch. I want my kitchen to be a modern kitchen. Utanitengenezea jiko ndogo. The thing is, let the housing, this thing to be removed. Go back again to the drawing board. And this land where people are saying it is there, I've tried to check. I'm not seeing any land that has been permission to be given for free to PPPs. And I believe if the PPPs and investors are here, let's see those agreements we see. How long is it going to take to make those houses? Is it 10 years? Is it 3 years or 4 years? If you see private developers like King Developers, a place at Sokimau, they are building affordable houses for 2 million. It takes 3 to 4 years. There, at least you have a guarantee. But this one for Hinga, it is a raffle. And sorry to say, I believe the one for Ngara, it did not go back to the rightful owners. That's my submission.
Okay. Now I'm having a dilemma. I have the oldest man in the room, black, and I have a very newcomer by the name Arap Manyonge. Now I don't know. Hey, piki ponki, pakamielo disco. Arap Manyonge.
Give Arap
Patia mgeni.
what Black will say.
Acha nipatie mgeni. Arap Manyonge, habari ya saa hizi?
Habari yako, habari yenu yote. How are you doing?
We are well. Karibu sana kwa show. Good to see you. Good to have you. Great to be part of this.
Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. We can hear you so well.
Thank you so much. It's my first time on this show. I've been watching it on YouTube, on Facebook, but remotely. But today I'm glad to be part of the team here. I have not much to say. My name, as mentioned there, is Arap Manyonge. I am a chief hustler. Basically, I'm based in the United Kingdom, but I like to follow this channel so much. I am following the housing issue debate of the housing. I will be listening on the background. Unfortunately, tonight, I do not have much contribution to make, but I'm glad to be part of the team.
And we are glad you're here. All these guys are friendly. Mzalendo is the father of the house. Black is the old man of this home. We have Manuele by the name Kenya Rebel. He owns the longest hair.
I can see.
We also have one hairless man known as Alex. We have our sister Ashley and another new sister Stella. And we have another good panelist by the name Marora. So eventually tunakuanga hapa tunakuwa tu my brother. So you're invited over and over. Have yourself your space, eh?
Thank you.
Okay, so allow me to invite the oldest man in the panel by the name Black. He's the oldest one, eh?
Thank you.
Karibu sana mzazi.
Asante sana kijana yangu.
I don't know how you are older than Mzalendo, but ni sawa tu.
Mzalendo is younger than me. He's just bigger in size. GMO is doing his work. So anyway.
Wait, Black, wait.
Niliona mzalendo na uniform bana. Niliona mzalendo na uniform akienda shule. Nilivukisha barabara huyu.
Mzalendo nyamana kuenjoy vitali bwana wewe.
Nilikuwa navukisha barabara.
Can you give your contribution and we listen to what you have to say about the house instead of focusing on my fatness.
Anyway, that was on a lighter note.
Mzalendo tuko wengi. Mzalendo
Yeah.
tuko wengi, usijali. We are many.
You know, on a light note,
Unaona,
my son told me, you know, Dad, you know, you need to do something about this wiggling stomach of yours. You're wiggling.
One of my friends aliniambia what you didn't compensate on height, you compensate on weight. Sasa naona Kenya Rebel amecompensate on the hair. Yes, Black.
Yes, it is nice to start my submission or my contribution on a laughing note. So nawasalimia nyote kwa panel, Ashley M, the lady, Stella as well, Kenya Rebel, Mzalendo, Arab, and Jakes, as well as viewers at large. I've been listening to all the submissions that have been made by my fellow wise brothers and sisters, and I agree with everything that everyone has said, because you're all making sense in one or another. But then now, here's the problem. Our politicians, especially the opposition, they have politicized this issue such that they know they have the platform where they can make all these corrections and the suggestions, right? And that's the parliament as well as in the public participation. But they are not making use of those platforms. All they do is they just show up in the media and they just complain. But at the end of the day, they are not doing what they ought to do as leaders and as Kenyans by extension, right? As we all know, kumekuwa na public participation ikifanyika and reports are collected, and these will form basis of amendments here and there before the second reading. But do you see any of these people in the opposition going to these public participation forums? The answer is no. All they do is just show up and complain and say let's reject this thing. So at the end of the day, ask yourself, are they being sincere at the end of the day for the good of Kenyans? The answer is no. And we are being sucked into this, and we're just saying reject it, reject it, reject it. Do we reject the bill or do we correct the mistakes? The answer will be to correct the mistakes, right? So what we should do is push our leaders to be there and pass their suggestions and their views on how to make those bills better. Because yes, the financial bill has a lot of gray areas, but does not mean it is bad, right? So that's what I can say. On the issue of what good will those houses do, well, aside from the obvious, that is providing Kenyans with the chance to own homes, when they're going to be constructed in bulk, not only will they provide jobs, but most importantly, there will be abundant supply of these houses. And we know when there's a lot of supply of anything, the demand for it goes low. And if the demand is low, because if the supply exceeds demand, then the costs of this housing will go low. That being said, the cost of renting houses itapungua, na ikipungua, then disposable income ya watu itaongezeka. Look at it from that perspective, right? Because wanasema watajenga kila mahali all over the 47 counties, so they are intending to flood the housing market, isn't it? That being the case, itashuka chini ya rent. Yes.
Which other thing have they ever said and done? Wanasema what other thing have they told us that they have done so we can start believing this one?
What thing have they said they have done? They have a budget that is coming here right now, right? This budget is going to be based on the manifesto of which they gave us, right? Now, if there's anything that we can use to gauge this government, it will be upon baada ya budget yao, because this will be their first budget. Hii budget ikishaanza, ikishapita, the next budget that will come in, that is the right time now to start gauging them, because then you will be telling them you already have a budget allocated to the manifesto and the plans which you came and spoke to us about. Now, what is the reason why you have not been able to achieve this which you promised us, right?
Now, can I interject one more time?
Go ahead.
It's okay for them to do these things, but they should do them within the constitution. Why are they going outside the constitution?
What have they gone outside of the constitution? Perhaps you can be specific so that they'll be able to indulge on that. For instance, an example.
I would have to listen to. It's a lot of things I haven't written them down, but this plan itself is one of them, because according to the housing plan, you cannot take a levy from people by force. It has to be voluntary. And he said that he took this matter to court the last time under uhuru, and it was made voluntary. You cannot force them. That is one of them.
And that's the reason why in this public participation, it is best to give these views, which I think they have done so. We were seeing this on TV, I think it was at the beginning of this week that is ending, Kenyan Asia, where we had the same, that some part of the report that was being handed over to the committee was that they would like to have it being voluntary, right? I even had some people talking about the percentage, instead of the deduction being 3%, to be reduced to 2%, right? Now, those are the kind of negotiations which are productive in my view, right? As long as they are there to make it work, not to make it fair. Somewhere that at least in the middle, whereby it will be haitafinyilia sana mwenye anachangia na ita affects sana your program from being achieved, right? So when I had some people talking about the deductions going down from 3% to 2%, I said, wow, that's a good view, right? So I think that's the direction which we ought to take.
Using them is because we are increasing the people who are going to pay. And someone seems to be looking out for the high income earners. So they don't want people making about 83,000 to pay more than 3%. So that is why they reduce it, because they want to increase the cap. They are still not allowing every Kenyan to be treated equal. And if there is a housing levy that some people are paying 3%, I am wondering why they are not charging those making the most also 3%.
And you are right in that, and that's why there's one MP that was part of the committee. I think it's called Malito. I cannot pronounce his name well, and he gave that example. He said that an MP, a member of parliament, basic salary is around 400,000, and he said that why should he pay 2,500 just as much as a person who's earning 83,000, because that's 2,500 mwisho mwenye analipa hiyo ni kutoka 83,000 kuendelea juu. So he was saying that if 3%, if it's going to be deducted 2,500, just as someone who's earning 83,000 anakuwa deducted the same 2,500. When you calculate this 3,000 from his 400,000 shillings basic salary, it was coming to around 0.5% when you do this 2,500 deduction from his 400k basic salary. So he was asking, where is the fairness in that? And which I agreed. Now, that is part of the public participation. That's a member of parliament that brought up that example. That ye mwenyewe kwa nini akatwe 2,500 when that is not 3%, it is actually 0.5%. It's even less than 1%. So he was saying that, are these houses going to be built by the poor and then be occupied by the rich? So these are part of the public participations that we ought to bring there in these public participation programs or other forums. But most of our opposition leaders, they are not doing that, and that is where now we go wrong. You see. But yes, I heard your concern. You're 3% money square across the board. Kwa nini wale wana pesa nyingi wao wasikatwe 3%? The maximum mtu anaweza katwa is only 2,500. One MP gave that example.
And you know, and I'm sorry to interject, we are talking about cutting, we are talking about voluntary. They do not want to make it voluntary. They say they tried last time on the
yes, they said,
and it didn't work. Under the constitution, they can focus. You see, that's
Yeah,
why
they
I'm
said
saying
that.
before the foundation is already wrong. So how can we discuss the house? And that's why I told you the other day I will not read it because it is already defective from the foundation. They don't even have a structure. They cannot come here and explain to us exactly where the money is going, exactly who is going to qualify. If there is a cap on how much is going to be got, they need to go and sit down, go back to the drawing board and come and explain to us exactly what they are going to do before they bring a bill.
And that's what is going to happen when the parliament is going to be putting up the regulations for this. That's going to be part of that. I mean, your concern, which you just raised, is going to be what do you call it, catered for. At that time, it will be addressed. The regulations as to who will qualify, who will keep this money, how is the structure of this fund going to be like, who's going to be taking care of these funds, such things. It's going to be part of the regulations which Parliament will come up with. So I think it's like putting the cart in front of the horse, the way it is right now, because it's been so politicized.
At what point are they going to come up with? After they make the bill or before?
It's during, right?
They're not making that information. They should do it before the bill. Because after the bill, they can do anything. They can do anything. The money can disappear. They'll be held and accountable.
It cannot be it cannot be implemented without any regulations being put in place. That is what the law stipulates. So there's not going to be any deduction if there's no regulation. There have to be set regulations first.
Black.
Yes. Yeah.
I have a question for you. I really wanted to respond to
By the time it's being implemented, regulations are cosmetic. That's how it works.
So, Black, wacha nikupatie example. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
So, my question is this. Umetoa example of how this will spark economic growth by people, watu wa mjengo, watu wanauza doors, all that, right? So, if there's 3%, and this is the example that I use, tuseme uko na kampuni yako ya mjengo construction, okay? Umepata hiyo tenda ya ku build people, whatever, they're working for you, you have 10 people. You as an employer, uko na watu 10 wanakufanya kazi. You as an employer, you're contributing 3% to every 3% of each of your employees, sorry. Okay?
Hold up. That's 3%.
Yes.
There's a discussion on it being reduced to 2%. So let's just assume that you're mentioning this 3% as it is right now.
Yes,
before the second reading, which I believe itakuwa imeshukishwa 2% by that time. I believe it will be 2%, but let's assume it's 3% as it is right now. Okay, go ahead.
Even if it's 2%, okay?
Yes,
Don't you think that takes away from any profit that I might be making and will discourage my business in particular capital not capital but extra profit ambayo naweza kutumia to expand my business? It kind of discouraged me to not use that profit to expand my business, because that's an extra money that I have to pay. So if I have these 10 people, they're also to match up na hizo 2% yao, so better than 2%. I'll be hesitant to employ another 10 people to work for me, because for every employee I get, I'm contributing another 2% for every 2% that they give. Don't you see that that's kind of discourages growth in business, and in effect, it affects
it's going to cause people to lose jobs. Yeah.
Right. Some people go under the bridge as far as financial
there was a discussion on that by the Kenya Association of Employers, or rather Kenya Employers Association, whichever comes first, whether it's the Employers Association or the Association of Kenyan Employers. They raised that concern, if I'm not wrong, and they're asking wakawa wanasema what's going to happen, because tayari wanalipa hizi mataxes zao na nini, tena same time wanatoa pension kwa wafanyikazi wao, all that thing. Then again, now here comes this 3% that they themselves are gonna be
Why for small businesses?
Sorry?
It will only work for big businesses.
Sorry?
It will kill small businesses.
What small business? I did not hear you.
SMEs.
What about
small business? So okay, now what Nani was saying, whoever Rebel was saying, now like you're saying, like these guys of FKE, Federation of Kenya Employers, so uko na watu wa 10, ukate 3% yao na wewe ukate 3%, sawa? Don't you think hiyo pesa yenye iko hapo juu ita affect growth yangu? Na mimi wakati nitapatia contract na gava niende nitaweza hizo manyumba, end of the day usisahau black, kuko na returns lazima nifanye every 20th.
And that
So
is the
utaona
discussion.
mimi SME nita
Exactly.
see,
Now
the
that is
problem,
where
black,
hapo kwa returns is where now they wanted to have a bargain between now the government and these employers.
we propose, if you're an
What
SME,
incentive?
you have
What incentive are they gonna get? Are they gonna get exemptions for a particular amount ya ile ambayo wametoa, kwa hiyo pesa ikuwe considered kama pension?
okay,
Those
nasema
were the
hivi,
questions they were
ukiwa
raising. Yes.
nasema ukiona hardware maybe connect kwenye
Yes.
hizo manyumba zinatengenezwa, si ndio? Venye nani Rebel amekuuliza. Now sasa remember hiyo pesa nimelipa mfanyikazi, that's an extra cost from my pocket. Usisahau by that time nitakuwa nafanya returns every 20th. Remember NSSF ishapanda, NHIF inapanda, unaona? So kitu yenye tunauliza, tuta discourage kuemploy more people, tubaki na watu nitoe watu watatu nibaki na watu 8. Don't you think you ita discourage the employment?
Now that is Donasema, this is one among the concerns that were raised by the Kenyan Employers Association, or rather Federation of Kenyan Employers, and we are waiting for what will come back from, because the members of parliament, rather the committee on this issue that were going around taking public participation reports, they're gonna come back. They are going to deliberate first of all. They are wanaenda kwa hizi zinaitwanga nini, hizi retreats zao ama zinaitwanga nini, they have gone for that, and then they're gonna come back. They're gonna come back next week, that is, and tell us what is it that they have decided. So, but what you are saying is true, and the Federation of Kenyan Employers had raised that, so they noted it down. So I don't know what they will come back with. You don't know what will come back with, but we are curious to find out what solution or rather response they will have to that concern, right?
Black, nikukate kidogo. Uko na login. Zalendo is trying to get in. Jakes, if you're there.
Black.
Yes, dear.
You see,
Jakes
people like
to
Kenya Association and KEPSA.
Sorry.
I'm telling you, almost 500,000 jobs itapotea, and it will be so discouraging because of that 3% or 2%. I am telling
the more
you.
reason. And they were
Today I was so shocked when I saw my payslip. I was like, what are you talking about? Because I was thinking that this thing for NSSF will be affected in July. I was so shocked that this thing was done in June. You see, Gava, it's becoming double standard. When I'm reading whatever they had proposed, they said July 1st. Then on June 1st, you're seeing your payslip, your NSSF has been cut off on the 3rd tier, which was not even passed to the employer. You see now, really? Gava talks in double standards. Yes, I'm telling you.
NSSF. What about NHIF?
Like it's a concern to me, even it's concerned even to my colleagues. Even we don't know if even December whether we are going to stay in our jobs, or most of us will be retrenched, or we stay in a contract base, because my employer would say that I cannot afford to pay you this amount of money because of this amount which has been put, that we pay for the 3%. That's unfair. Then another thing, this housing fund, they've not told us who is going to manage these funds. Who are the developers? The developers are coming in what way? Are they being brought with the PPPs, or are they going to go to a tender system? Then they are told, we've given you this land, build houses. You see, now we don't know. It's like when you have your pension, you know where your pension is being cut and where it is managed and who are the pension administrators. Same thing we need with the housing. None of that has not even been mentioned.
I think what they said is gonna be sort of a PPP, whereby now the developers are gonna come and construct the houses at their own cost, upon which the government gives them an assurance that they will absorb all those houses by the fact that they're gonna be getting these funds from these deductions that they want to give to us Kenyans. No.
So black. Where's the risk on the investment side? Because government
on the investment side, I don't see any risk. I don't see them getting any risk because
so it's not a partnership. That's why
100%
Jake, Nani, black. Actually ngoja kidogo. That's why I noted Tata, and I wanted this conversation with Zalendo. Unfortunately, cannot log in. Jake's amelala. Jake's come up, log in, please. Anyway, Tata went to the court over 3 things, I think, from what I heard. And you can look at his interview on Spice FM. It was really revealing. Alikuwa anasema hivi, number one, first of all, what the president is doing is unconstitutional. Under Article 40, I think, of the Constitution, he was referring to the land, how land government is giving land to a private actually anapata hiyo land from the constituency, from the what do you call it, counties. Yes. Then specifically for land, and then Omtata is arguing this. First of all, this Jakes. Ingiza mzalendo. Anyway, to continue with my thought. So basically, he was challenging this, saying this. That violates the Article 40, because the executive want to take land from the counties to build houses, and when a county should decide what the public land is used for, not the executive. That's number one. Then he went ahead. His number 2 was Article 36, which I said earlier. Inga nasema ni msako. You cannot force people to you have the right for freedom of association. Where's kwa part of an association about the government is forcing you to be and to pay 3% out of it. And number 3, he was calling for the government to do a public audit on hizi pesa zimepotea. Okay, because according to him, akifanya hesabu, Kenya are not in debt. Tukicount hizo pesa zimepotea, okay? Because how they do the audits, for example, in the counties, au EFCC wakikuja kufanya uchunguzi wao, or auditor general, whoever the case is, they look at the governor, how much the governor received from the treasury, and what the National Assembly, I think, or whatever received. But they don't cross-reference to see hii pesa governor alipata akatumia the National Assembly. Does it correspond? Okay, so that was what he was arguing. This is what he's taking to the courts. Okay, and another thing, just to your point, hii mambo ya Azimio, I'm not arguing in favor of Azimio. Azimio, if you know, I've been defending Ruto hapa. To how Azimio are a gone case, a basket case. But these concerns, even at Mbadi, I watched Mbadi was talking in one of the news, whatever. They're raising good questions that legit questions that are being asked. It's unfortunate that I want Nimio their own plan. But these questions are very Nimio, regardless of what political party you support. These questions are legit. So let's not try to make it as if when I'm criticizing or arguing against it, because I'm Azimio. No, that's not the case. But yeah, I just want to Neo. And Zalendo, the last one. Mzalendo, the last one. Sorry, Black. The last one.
You're saying
Black. Last one. Black. Just the last one.
Ongea in part.
He gave
Ongea
an
in part
example.
ndo address. No,
No,
when you add too many things, so that we can address you one by one.
Yes, I'll let you. The last one. Omtata gave an example of land that was given to was in Buxton. So umetoka Mombasa, Black. Buxton. There's a private investor that was given that land. I think it was for 14 acres. The government kukubaliana. The government after he develops the Ninio, he'll buy it. The government will buy it back at a certain price, which was 1.something million. Then after he finished the Ninio, the construction, the private investor turned around and said, Mimi nataka 6 million, not the 1.6 whatever, 1 point something that they initially agreed. And that matter is in court right now. Mtu amesema ati mimi nataka pesa yangu, and it was the same. So he gave an example of how this private and private-public partnership in Kenya fails. Anyway, that's all. You can respond.
You say so many things.
Ribal said so many things, and I think he's very passionate about this housing, just like the rest of us. But one thing people are forgetting is that it is the legislative responsibility of the president to provide, or the government of the day to provide affordable housing. It is also a responsibility of your employer to provide for you housing, and that is why we have salary and all that.
Zalendo, I won't let you get away with that. It is not your employer's responsibility to provide your housing. It is your employer's responsibility to pay you as you.
Let me just expound on whatever I was saying. There are so many companies like Kenya Power. They have their housing unit, and the employer contributes a certain amount. The company contributes a certain amount. You've never seen that? I think you've seen that.
Yes, but it's an agreement between the two when you get employed.
That is the now I agree. Hey, just a minute. You'll get your time. Now you've just agreed that it is an agreement. This is what we have as a housing levy is an agreement between you and the government. Although the government is telling you that this is a must.
You cannot do an agreement if you are forced.
Listen.
That is not an agreement. An agreement cannot be forced. It is mutual. It has to be mutual. And the housing levy is not mutual. And again, Mzalendo, when you pay taxes, that money for taxes is what the government should use to build houses. Why are they asking
the money for taxes is not for the government to use to build houses. It is not, I mean, it is not in the budget. The government works within a budget.
So that budget is what we are asking to be changed.
Just listen a bit. The government works within.
To fly around the world is what they should redirect to build houses, because that is in order of priority.
Let Mzalendo finish. Let Mzalendo finish.
You know you are interjecting, and I am trying to explain to you that the government always works on a finance bill and its projection on what they want to do. That is why we have a budget each and every financial year. So in this financial year, the government has made its proposals. Another thing that you should know, that each and every elected government, it is the first priority. It is one of its priority to provide decent housing, and the government just doesn't act from the dark. It acts from research and data. Is there a deficit in housing in Kenya today? Is there a deficit? Go and look at the issue of housing, where it is arising, and the demand for housing in the country. The demand is so huge that the noise that we are making here will just be a drop in the ocean. The demand for housing.
interjected.
very
Topic. You keep saying about housing. We all agree there's a housing crisis in Kenya. So go to another topic. Don't try to convince us how we need housing. Well, that is one thing we all agree.
You had your time. You had your time. I cannot jump to another topic. If you don't feel that what I'm saying is right, then you can just switch off. What I'm just trying to say, you had your time to submit, and whatever you said, I said some of your points are wrong, because you are busy saying things that are you've not even read the housing levy. You've not read
We
the
have
housing
it all.
levy to its entirety. Yeah.
Split up.
Can you tell me? Okay. If you have read the housing levy, can you tell me what the government is offering for the informal sector now that you have read it? Tell me what percentage is it offering for the informal sector, or what did Uhuru offer in the informal sector? If you have read it,
when we get
can
there,
you answer that? That's a very simple question. If you have read it, just answer it.
Right now, we're talking about housing. Just talk about that.
You see, you cannot answer that. What is what incentives is the government offering after 15 years of your contribution? What is the government offering for those who are earning 50,000 and above and below? What are they offering?
We have a housing
Sometimes when you come to argue here, you need to have the facts.
One at a time, please. Tafadhali.
The question is, how do you get money to fund the housing crisis? That is the question we have. It is not if we have a housing crisis. Yes, we do. We all agree that.
Yes, we all agree that. And is housing affordable in Kenya today? Can you walk into a bank and get a mortgage? You had argued that you can just walk into a bank with a payslip and get a mortgage. Can somebody earning 15,000 walk in a bank and get a mortgage?
Now, please don't waste time with.
I want you to answer that, because you said that when somebody who has a payslip can walk into a bank and get a mortgage, can you?
And I rectified, but maybe you're still learning.
You can't walk. So this is why it is called affordable housing.
She's asking. That is the simple question she's asking. We are solving the issue of the housing crisis in Kenya. So let's not talk about so many stories. So answer what Ashley she's asking you.
Can she repeat the question so that I can answer? Because all of you are talking at the same time.
I wasn't trying to ask a question. I was trying to redirect you because the time is short. What I was trying to tell you is that nobody here is disputing that there is a crisis of housing. The dispute is how we are getting the money to fund that crisis.
And what I'm also telling you is that there's also the private the investors who have already promised to build 1 million units. I think you don't even know that. So there are things that we don't know, and sometimes we talk about that we need to get a lot of information so that we can argue in a point of knowledge. All right. So that's what I'm saying. And then we also we are also saying will create employment. So let us argue that this thing will not create employment, and tell me why it will not create employment. That's a question to you guys. Why do you think that this housing project will not create employment?
I'll take that one. Do you want me to? I'll say this. When I made my submission, and maybe Mzalendo, you're not here, I said, yes, when you're constructing these houses, you're creating employment, but for the long term. Because of course, there are people who are going to be employed. Tunafanya mjengo, wanauza windows, whatever, and all that stuff. Okay, that's not in dispute. But I'm saying this. My contention is on this 3% that you want to. Since you're saying it's not a tax, it's a levy, NIMSACO. And that's why I gave an example of Umtata, and I gave 3 reasons why Umtata is taking this thing to court, because it's unconstitutional. That was what I was arguing, and Black was here when I don't want to go about it. Do you want me to go through it again, Zalendo, for your benefit or not?
No, you don't really have to go through it, because what Umtata is saying is that it's unconstitutional to tax people. And I told you the simple argument is that the civil service cannot build houses for 50 million Kenyans. Then the government will argue that is his argument. Listen, it is just a simple
No, that's
argument
not
like
correct. Mzalendo, that's not correct. I have to correct you. That's not what he's saying.
We have simplified for you his argument.
No,
his
but
argument is the civil service cannot build houses for 50 million Kenyans.
Mzalendo, that's not his argument. I'm telling you. Go watch his interview in Spice FM. He said this: you cannot force people to contribute in a circle because you are violating their very constitutional right of freedom of association. Okay, so if the government wants to start this circle thing where people are contributing 3% and the employer is contributing 3%, it should be voluntarily. Okay, that's what he was saying. The government cannot say that he contribute. That was one of his reasons. So you're making me repeat myself.
Kenya Rebel.
Yes.
Kenya Rebel. On that one, that one is debatable because when you look at NSSF, if NSSF was also made to be voluntarily, then we would never have it existing, right? So sometimes the government does some things for the good of its people. Now this time, the only difference here is, or rather the only part here is, the confusion that Kenyans have is it going to be a tax or a levy? But they already say, or is it just going to be an investment? Because if it's an investment, then the money has to come back with interest, right?
Black, so I like your point.
That is the question. That is the question that now Kenyans have. But as to if having it as a deduction shouldn't be there because kuna right of association, then we would never have any deduction at all. We would never have any deduction at all.
No, Black, NSSF only tax on it.
But that's what I'm saying. For it to have been enacted in the first place from the beginning.
But the government is telling us this.
Listen, whatever is going to be done with the housing deduction is the same process that the NSSF had to go through from the initial time when
I'm sure Black. No.
How did it end up?
Let me take
How did it end up in the?
If you go to no, the black. Listen to me.
Yes.
When you go to your sleep, every month there is something called a statutory deduction. This thing was enacted way before even the time you started crawling. Unaelewa? Now the statutory deduction, that's from your pay, NHIF.
Yes.
NSSF. Sasa hawa ni watu wa kawaida. So if you go to government, walipagi NSSF, wanakatangwa kitu inaitagwa nini? Permanent and pensionable. Sindio? So the pension unaweza tumia at your own accord, whether you buy a house or you buy whatever you get.
Correct.
The thing is, housing fund, and please elaborate to us why this thing is a fund, not a saving, and if this thing, it is going to be put in our payslips, because if it is put in our payslip, it's a violation, because hata ukinipeleka kotini ati si kulipa housing fund, utaambiwa leta statute kuoneshana ati kwa nini si kulipa, alafu you charge me. If I don't do my returns for KRA, I'm penalized. I can even be taken to court. If I don't pay my NSSF, my employer can be taken to court. If I don't pay my NHIF, my employer will be taken to court. So na hii housing fund tukipeleka kotini tunapelekwa namna gani, na utu explainie why this thing is not a tax and why is it a fund. Explain to us what is a tax and what is a fund. And if this fund,
number one.
Yeah, explain to us. Because if Hinga and Nyoro walishindwa tuexplainie kama mtoto wa standard.
Exactly, nakwambia number one. Ndio maana nakwambia number one, it is not yet a law, right? That being said, had it been a law, because it's still in the making, right? So at this point, unless the person who brought it up or introduced that matter up can explain it to you and me and anyone else, there is no one in this entire world, I'm being honest, I like being honest here, can answer some things unless the person who introduced it. But from our understanding, in regards to the deductions, yes, I can respond to you on that. As to what they had explained, in my understanding, how that thing is gonna work, I can explain to you to that. As to where it's gonna fall, I can explain to you to that. And I gave an example on whatever they're doing now. They're trying to make it fall under statutory deductions, just like the way, for example, hizi deductions zenye tumesema pay as you earn hizi, kabla hata nizaliwe, kabla sisi tuzaliwe, they were enacted, but in those days and they were being enacted before we were born. It must have gone through a process of what it is this one is going through right now, isn't it?
Black, wacha nikurudishe nyuma. My dad worked in the government. My mom worked in a parastatal. Because I remember there's a time I used to see my dad's payslip. Ilikuwa na zile statutory deductions. Alafu kulikuwa na kitu ilikuwa inaitwa house allowance. Unaelewa?
Yes.
Unaelewa? Now, for my mom, because she worked with Kenya Airways, she used to work in Kenya Airways. Then her salary was deducted, the normal deduction. Then she was given a house in Buruburu. Kama unajua Buruburu zilikuanga nini quarters za Kenya Airways. Na alikuwa nakatwa hiyo housing allowance. Then after some years, when she retired, that house was taken by my sister, which my sister still pays that small amount which you pay for like the one for the pension upon. But unaona, that is a good plan because you're guaranteed that this thing, it can be inherited. But enye unataka kutuambia hii ya fund, unajua they cannot force us kuiweka kwa nini kwa payslips zetu because lazima tuone hizo nyumba. Tuone hizo nyumba kwanza ndio uambie ingia kwa hii nyumba then tutakukata 3%. That's a good plan. But talking on brick on airs, it doesn't make any sense.
Anyway, my sister has given a very good analysis. I wanted somebody who lives in Buruburu, and I think she's grown up in Buru. I also lived in Buruburu. Let me give you an example of those houses. Those houses, when your father was being deducted as a civil servant, those houses, they were being pleaded to buy those. In fact, it was a plea. Tafadhali chukua hii nyumba. Tafadhali chukua hii nyumba. We are building these houses and the mortgage, ile pesa utakuwa unakatwa ni kidogo sana. Our fathers then refused bringing this argument you are bringing here today. They refused and said that they have got homes in the village. They have got houses in the village. They are not going to take those Buruburu houses. They refused, and up to today, those who had refused, you are lucky your parents have got a property in Buruburu today, courtesy of that government scheme that happened then. Our fathers who refused are languishing in the village in poverty, and they are renting from your father that particular house, and you are paying the little money, that was there then. You understand this? Because today the government is telling you pay 3,000. In the next 20 years, the same house the government was telling you to pay 3,000 will be 200,000.
But you know,
mark this and get it right. Will be 200,000.
Zalendo, you know, they are suffering for the consequences because we are adults. I don't think they are not children that are working. It's adults. So consequences, those are the consequences. So you can't force people. Those who refuse, because I know about those Bubu houses, I also know people who own them. At that time, most people that didn't buy lived in better houses because the allowance was big. So going to Buruburu was a downgrade. So they wanted to live in Kileleshwa. They wanted to live in Westland. They didn't want to go to Eastland.
No way. They didn't want to live in those places. They just didn't want to buy.
I'm telling you from my point of view, because like I said, I have a first hand, and that was the information I was given by my parents, that the person they worked with did not want to move. The allowance was big. The housing allowance was big. So they wanted to live high life. The people who went to the houses took a downgrade because the money they were going to get to buy the houses were in Eastland, and Eastland was not good as living in Langata, as living in Kelelesa, as living in Westland. What happened when they lost jobs, when they were entrenched, they had to go straight to the village. I am talking from a first-hand experience.
Thank you very, very much. Had they taken the houses, they would be having property today.
But you cannot force adults to do things. You tell adults what you give them options.
If they argued like you, then they would not have property.
Mzalendo, you were born in Buru. I mean, you were born in Eastland, sindio? Let's be logic. You know those houses in Makongeni. Tuangalie nyumba za Makongeni. Sindio? Watu wenye walikuwa wanafanya kazi kwa bogi, watu walikuwa wanafanya tea girl na those subordinate people, walikuwa wanapeango nyumba za mix, VI na zile zingine za White House. Ni ukweli? Na mtu alikuwa anakatwa housing allowance. Lakini ukiretire unaacha hiyo nyumba, unarudi nyumbani. Unaona sasa hapo hakuna guarantee? Lakini wale walikuwa wanakaa Langata na Kireleshwa, watu wa Railway, they inherited those houses.
Hakuna guarantee aje. Ngoja kidogo. Unaenda mbio sana. Hakuna guarantee wapi. Okay. Watu wale wa Kongo bado wanaishi kwa hizo nyumba. Their children are still staying in those houses to date. And their fathers have retired from railway station, from Kenya Railways, and they don't work with Kenya Railways. Yes. And they are paying the county government.
Okay.
Wamepatiwa kakadi hivi kadogo, wanalipa city council.
Okay, what I'm going to say, as Ruto say that the people with pay slips are refusing with the 3% of the housing levy, and it's going to give jobs to the unemployed. I am going to say, if we must build, let us build schools, because most classes are badly off. Our schools need the building. We really need to just give jobs for mjengo kwa watu. Wacha tuanze kujenga mashule in every county. Let the rich over 100K, let them pay 2%.
Nani amekuambia hiyo finance bill hakuna kujenga shule?
No, nasema sasa badala ya kujenga manyumba, since we are talking about creating jobs, I am giving an option of how we create jobs. If we have to create, instead of forcing people to buy houses, let us create jobs by making it a point of building state-of-the-art schools in every county. And then as people get jobs, as people become employed, with a regular income, they are going to uplift their own lives by going to look for these houses. Like now, I'm going to give 2 examples of typical YouTubers that used to live in Quebec. One is called Pretty Vici. After she became famous, she opened a channel, she started getting money, she moved out. I think she lives in Pipeline. This Manziwa Kibera also, she moved out of there and she lives somewhere else. So as we help people maybe without jobs, people who are low income, people without income, when they get jobs, it is not that people don't know how to jipanga. It is that they have not been given the opportunity to earn a living. Give people the opportunity to learn, earn a living, create that opportunity for them. Once they get a job and they have a job that is able to sustain them, then they will make those plans for themselves. Let us not see people as stupid. Let us give people they're intelligent, they're just poor. So let us give them the job so they can go and earn and get to better housing themselves.
But the government says that they are already planned for special economic zone.
Thank you.
Even
that,
county, right?
Even before you even go there.
What was that, Black?
Ruto has employed
government already has
35,000
plans to have
teachers. 35,000 teachers.
special economic zones. Every county. They're coming up.
35,000 teachers wale Ruto wameandika kazi. Hao ndo mnawapeleka wapi? They will need houses.
Acha nikwambie mzalendo.
Mzalendo.
Acha nikwambie ukweli. Mzalendo. Vitu kwa ground ni different. Mzalendo, acha nikwambie.
Hata mimi niko kwa ground. Hata wewe, hata mimi niko kwa ground.
Kitu yako.
Wewe usione ni kama wewe ndio uko kwa ground peke yake. Hata mimi niko kwa ground. Mimi siko juu ya hewa.
Islando, what?
Wala tuongee lugha tunaelewa Kiislando. Sasa sema. Yeah.
Before shida. Hata tukiongea Shebadeng hakuna shida. Before any Kenyan apate. Tafadhalini as the Ruto administrator, ama you're the one who's supporting this bill, create these jobs and any industrial area. Hizo kampuni zenye zilianguka, Procter & Gamble, akina Populite, akina nani, mwende mutafute investors waamushe hizo industrial area. Hawa watu wanakaa kwa slums na wapi, waingie ndani za hizo waingie ndani za hizo factory, wafanye kazi, walipo vizuri sana, hata kama watakuwa kilipo 1,000 a day, at least hata wa save kitu kidogo. Within 3 to 4 years they are able to have money which they can able to do with the housing fund. Lakini si wacha tutengeneze nyumba. Kwanza create jobs, then nyumba ikuje baadaye. Because hata hao kwenye wanakaa kwa slum, they are comfortable. Maybe it's not their situation they wanted to be. Lakini ni mtu anaenda anafanya kibarua leo, anakaa 2 days hana. Kitu yenye sisi tuna argue kama hustlers. Tafadhali tufanye kazi ya revive these industries so that you are able to build housing.
And we keep the flowing.
No, 3%. I am not ready. Nimeshajipanga. I'm almost 50 years. You cannot take me.
Sasa niulize.
Black endelea. Naona Black kuna maneno hapo.
Gava si tayari kwa ameshasema kwamba iko na plans to create special economic zones for each of the 47 counties, right? Isn't that where now all these other factories that unasema Stella to start tokelezea? Isn't it? So that factor of talking about employment, that's going to be one of the avenues.
Kikomi. No, but the first thing, you create employment so that people can have money to save to do the housing. Are you getting me?
Now you see, when it comes to the special economic zones, it's not the government that is gonna nakusikia. Sasa niwe ndo niulize kama unanisikia. Sijui kama unanisikia.
You're breaking. I can't hear you.
Ngoja nirudishe ni restart basi kama mnisikia.
Yeah.
Unanipata?
Dada.
Okay. Let me restart.
Ile kitu umesema vizuri sana. Umesema vizuri sana. The government should revive Procter and Gamble. The government should revive industries that collapse like Kinamumias. Kama Kinamumias. I don't agree with you in reviving industries that they had collapsed. We need to find why they collapsed. Why they collapsed is the biggest reason why we need not to revive them. Probably they could not meet the competition. Probably there's other factors that made them collapse. So we need to look at the factors that made them collapse before we revive such industries. Look at the kind of money that has been put in Mumias by several governments, from Kibaki to Uhuru, and probably Ruto will put in some money. So these are the things that we need to look at. the problem is not the people who are employed to run the companies. There are other factors that are affecting this industry.
No,
But when you talk about when you talk about housing, housing will not bring employment. Who tells you that housing will not bring employment? It will bring decent employment. Decent. Kwanza italeta kazi, and hiyo kazi watu wanataka pesa kwa mfuko. You are talking about people getting employed. People will have money in their pocket. There will be drivers, there will be plumbers, there will be designers, there will be architects who will be doing that. There will be project managers. Yeah, there will be cleaners. All these are jobs that are going to happen. Wafanyikazi wangapi wa nyumba watandikwa kwa hizo manyumba? Ni wengi.
Mason mute.
Who is that?
Mzalendo, for how long? For
Now,
how long?
now this is where you are not getting the logic. You are not nyumba na watu wanazidi kuongezeka. Population inaongezeka. Our population is not depreciating, it is increasing. So the demand for houses will always be there.
Zalendo, I wanted to say this. Yes, employment will be created. Just a sentence. I wanted to say this. Yes, of course, there'll be employment, but that's a lazy argument. For the long term, what the government should focus on is not only should these workers be employed, but also train them in skilled labor or skilled position. Kama ni for example, vile hao China wanakuja hapa hivi Kenya kutengeneza roads and all that. What about our engineers who are graduated from Nairobi University? Why can't they learn from these Chinese people? Okay, so that in the future projects we have engineers from Kenya building Kenyan infrastructure. Okay, that's what I'm looking at long term. It's not just short term, because utapata employees. Kwani kila mtu atakuwa anafanya kazi ya mgeni?
No, rebel. This is now you've thrown us into another argument here, education.
Okay.
It takes us back to are our engineers really qualified? Is the education that we are having in our universities, are they competitive enough to compete with the Chinese? What are we doing wrong in those faculties that we have to employ labor from China to construct our roads and bridges? That's an issue that needs to be addressed.
Zalendo, because guess what? Guess what? Ruto will outsource most of this ataleta watu engineer ama designers wa kutoka sijui Tanzania, China.
I don't think Ruto thinks like that. No, Ruto is not that kind of person. Ruto is so much grounded locally. I don't think he's grounded to foreign.
What are you basing that on? What are you basing that on? What are you basing that confidence on?
I listen to his argument. I listen to his argument in an African platform. I listen to his argument in locally, and I listen to his criticism of foreigners doing these jobs. So, and even the housing, he has localized it. He's talking about local investment. He's not talking about foreign investment. He's talking about local. We have not seen Chinese coming to build houses. Have you had any? Have you had Kinakuri and the rest talking about that they've got this Chinese investor or Chinese bank coming to put in money? You know why they haven't said that? Because there is no money that is coming from China. This is our money and we must manage it ourselves.
But we haven't been told who these investors were, private investors.
There is corruption, pesa imepotea.
Because who are low income, because if they steal from them, that money is going to disappear and nobody is going to do a thing about it. I'm telling you, 3 years from now, we'll be talking something different and there'll be no houses built. That you can
if everybody was thinking like Ashley, then there will be no development. So that you would not start anything. If you are thinking of buying land that utagongwa, ukienda kununua shamba, how many people wamegongwa kununua shamba? Ni wengi, but we still buy land.
What is the logic of him starting? Why is he charging only the low income under the 3%? And then when it comes to investors, he's very careful not to charge them a lot. Again, the investors are the people who is given free land. you know, if there's too many, so that money, if it gets lost, how are people going to be able to get their money back? And you know, you know, like even about the NYS, that money got lost. Who was able to go? To low income earners, would they be able to go and get their money back if it?
Kama pesa yako ya retirement hujaijawahi potea, and you've been working and trusting the same government to run your retirement benefit. You have never missed retirement money when you retire, and the government is still corrupt.
Pension administrator.
Yeah.
And the government is still corrupt. All right.
So that means the money. Listen. Kwa nini? Kwa people like when you wanna save kwa nini? Watu wanna save kwa easy pension funds. These funds are oversighted by RBA, and you have a pension administrator. So the money which you are being deducted from your payslip, it goes to the pension administrator, na watu RBA wanaangalia kama hiyo pesa imewekwa. So ukizeeka hiyo pesa employer wako hashiki, ni wewe unalipwa na pension administrator. Are we on one page? Another thing unaanza kusema,
thank you very much.
Let me tell you, you will need IMF, you will need AFDB, you will need bank. Watajenga barabara, watajenga nyumba, na mtataka hiyo loan. Kwa sababu even our own money tukikatwa as the millions of us Kenyans enye tutakatwa, it can never be enough. It can be enough, lakini shida ya nani mzalendo, pesa yetu inaibiango right, left and center. Look at what happened 2 days ago. Watu kwa nini government offices are taking bribe not less than 10,000 shillings. Kwa nini? Because wana sabotage system so that ndio wakule hiyo pesa. So kama sisi housing fund tukatwe, alafu hiyo pesa ianze kupotea, uanze kuambia ilikuwa ikafanyikaga nini, alafu nishindage my 90 years nikienda nitafute hiyo pesa for 15 years. It cannot happen. It cannot happen. Itikiani hii kitu, it is dead on arrival. You go back, redo that thing again. And let's not compare nations, inaitwaje, America and Nigeria. Watu walipanga hiyo kitu 20 years ago. Right now ndio sasa wana implement, because they have the right policies ya kufanya venye hizi nyumba zitafanya. People are getting to houses and they are paying because they are seeing those houses in their eyes. Let's not build bricks on air. Wacha tuone hizo nyumba kwanza, alafu tuingie. Kama government iko na hiyo pesa, basi watengeneza at least hata tuone foundation, tujue kweli government inafanya kitu. But si kutuforce ati tutoe.
Umesema ukweli, sio lazima watoe. In fact, if it was my argument, it should have been voluntary, so that we can attract more people to come in and put money. If it was voluntary, then the government would have raised more money other than relying on the civil service. If they want to raise, if they can say that ukitaka hiyo nyumba kila mwezi utakuwa unalipa 10,000 ama 20,000, then it will attract a different group of people. But that is the reason why the government comes in.
Mzalendo, wacha nikuambie, do you know Kenya has more money? Hata watu wanashindwa tunatoanga wapi pesa. Kama each Kenyan right now tuongee saa hii, tuseme kila mtu kwa nini atoe 10 bob 10 bob 10 bob 10 bob 10 bob. In those nini, how many 48 months, do you know how much money itakuwa pesa ngapi? It could be millions of shillings, na itakuwa imeshamaliza first 200 units. Don't say that Kenya doesn't have money. It has money. The problem is our policies are messed up na tuko na wezi. So wanatakiwa kutuambia hii pesa imewekwa hapa na hakuna mtu anaweza shika.
Na kuambia wezi watakuwa kwa serikali yoyote hii ya Afrika, wezi watakuwa. How we manage our wezi is what now the government is working on. How we will manage the housing project, there will be people who will be managing, just like the retirement benefit you have mentioned. There are organizations that regulate it. There will be the national housing will be robbed in. There will be so many small so many organizations and parastatals which will spring up as a result of this housing project. So,
Mzalendo, housing,
yeah.
National Housing Corporation right now, hebu niambia kwa nini haijapatiwa allocation? It is so unshaming.
Inapatiwa allocation namna gani? Itapatiwa allocation namna gani? And that
The last time Housing Corporation ilikufa wakati ilikufa na Soita Shichanda. Right now imenyamaza kama kaburi. Tukiangalia nini, it has not allocated any money.
Sasa,
any money. Housing fund. No, that housing fund iende kwa nini?
National mimi nakuuliza, National Housing has got a revolving fund that it controls. National Housing iko na pesa yake and iko na manyumba ile inatengeneza.
That money which you people you want to nini at whatever the government has raised, let it be allocated to National Housing. Why
should we allocate national housing yet they cannot meet the demand?
Because you people, you have money. Don't say that there is no money. Give
we don't have money.
Housing.
That's why we are arguing with you here so that we can get your money.
When you deduct that money of that fund, what you are saying, or a tax, whatever I'm saying, wale wana earn 500,000 kwenda juu, hiyo pesa iende kwa National Housing, waanze kujenga nyumba. Wakianza kujenga nyumba, mtu aende allocatiwe nyumba. Wasituchezee kama ya Ngara. I know the Ngara one, which people really lost their houses and land, and it is so painful.
Hebu niambie hiyo Ngara ni nani wamenunua manyumba? Hebu chunguza vizuri uniambie ni nani wanaoa hizo manyumba?
Niko na best to be honest.
Sema ukweli tu wa maneno, nani anaoa hizo manyumba? Na hiyo ukijua hiyo ilikuwa ni boma moja ya Uhuru Kenyatta.
Black said one thing, the problem is it's not even the raising the money, it is the fact that can we serve these people with the money that we raise. Now I know Mzalendo they are working on trying to curb that corruption. But now I'm asking if they are promoting the ODPP and it's ODBP to NIS, na yeye alisema he was pressured to prosecute some people and now he dropped the cases. How can he be promoted while his office is a free, independent office and he has security of Kenya? If he was able to be corrupted by the Uhuru government, how will he not be corrupted by the Ruto government? And why should he still be in the office? When you look at some things like this, then you wonder, are they even going to be able to fight corruption if they are rewarding someone who has also already shown that they can be pressured and they can be bought, and this person has refused to move to show his income. He has said it's a security issue. So how can we trust them that they are going to fight corruption?
I have seen people claims have been taken to court. I don't want, this government has barely been there for a year. I don't want to judge them because I will judge them at the end of their term, which the constitution gives me. After 5 years, I can judge them according to how they perform. But for now, I don't want to speculate that
so you're not
do a good job.
So you're not alarmed by the praise dropping by the DPP. You're not alarmed by that. Then he's been from that office and taken to another office.
The previous government was corrupt. Was very, very corrupt. And the cases that they brought forward, like in Agachagua, they were politically instigated to fight those who are anti-Uhuru and his government. So I don't expect Ruto to do the same because he has employed even people who differed with him in the previous government. For example, Ogola.
Independent office. So even though the executive is corrupt, the ODCPP is supposed to be independent.
Yeah, he has given back. He has told those people, your office was being misused, like the DPP who was employed. You are being misused by the government, but now do the right thing, all right? We are not going to victimize you because we know where the authority was coming from. That's a good thing, and you should give him a plus for that. No president can do that.
It is okay, no problem. Lakini me, I believe this thing I'm a stage manage. Anyway, moving on. Nani, my good friend, wacha nikuulize. If you're in the shoes of Ruto, what would be your priority to the youth?
Right now, it's to create decent jobs so that we see the people who are coming from the university get employed. Because at the moment, if you go to any particular county, and especially where I come from, there's a lot of university graduates who are just languishing in the village. And mostly because that the previous government did not create the opportunity. The opportunities that we have in Kenya are so limited. We don't have industries. So industries are a priority to this government. We have seen I have seen there's a proposal for the fertilizer factory to be built in Kenya, and there's Amazon is also coming to Kenya. That is a plus. So this will create very good opportunity for the youth.
I thought the people in this government were in the previous government. So who do you mean when you say the previous government, or who was the deputy?
You know, when you are in, you should know the role of the deputy president and the role of the president. So the deputy president is actually just a messenger of the president. He does not even have any role at all. He is assigned duties by the president. So when you say that Ruto had got the opportunity, he didn't have a budget of his own. The budget was controlled by one man called Uhuru Kenyatta. So we are in government today. We are controlling everything. So you can judge us at the end of our term with what we have done with the power that you gave us to.
And that's the problem. I think they are thinking we are the past. We haven't even finished 1 year. The thing that they don't know, we don't have to wait. We don't have to suffer 5 years, because let me tell you, Mr. Lendo, what you're not knowing. Some of these things, like I'm hearing, there are no medicine in hospitals. That translates to people dying. People are going to die. In those 5 years, some children who will not have to go to high school because they are
who is going to die?
In hospitals. Don't get when you cannot use your NHIF to go to the hospital. No, what I'm saying, some of these actions, like right now, there is no money in the counties. People are not able to use their NHIF to go to the hospital. So someone may say,
that's why actually I tell you, first of all, you should know why there's no money in the county.
What I'm saying, it is not.
Why is there no money in the county?
It is not that when your brother is dying, you don't want to know why there is no money. You want to know that there is no money and my brother is dying. You don't want to know the reason. So what I'm saying, as we discuss these things, let's know that we are not fighting. Let us know it involves the lives of people, actual people. And I wish it was documented so we can know it is about life and death. And also it is about opportunities for people. Let me just finish, because I haven't talked. You've talked a lot. Also, some people, the way you're saying those 5 years, I'm just telling you 5 years is a long time. Because 5 years, if someone finishes standard 8 and the parent cannot come up with enough money for them to go to high school, that means they don't go to school. That means their future is curtailed. So 5 years is too long. I feel like we should have a process where if the president, not just the president, because we just forget that we pay also many other people, from the senator, from the governor, from the MCS, from the MPs, all these people, we should hold them responsible, and we should try to use the constitution that we have to recall them if what they are doing is not working. If we elected them on falsehoods and they start doing things thinking they're going to stay 5 years, we should give them a reality check and get them out.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Ashley, and the fellow panelists.
Yes.
Recently, we've seen Sakaja dealing with the health crisis. To be precise, the medicines and all that, right? Question: Ameta wame disburse madawa kwa clinic in Nairobi County. Now, question is this: How did Sakaja manage this, and how can Sakaja manage this, but the other county governors cannot? Is it that Sakaja is managing his money well?
Let me tell you one.
Or what's the difference?
Because the thing is, each county kuko na MCA na kuko na governor na kuko na mdogo wake. So kazi ya local government ni kukokota revenues zote. Mkishaokota revenues mnapeleka, alafu mnasema tuko na short na hii pesa tuongezeeni. Unaelewa? Sakaja did his homework na akaona there is money here, there is money there, there is money here. He made sure that all money is collected each and every corner of Nairobi. That's why you see their medicines. That's why unaona watu wamelipo in time. That's why unaona parking wametengeneza mabarabara kwa estate na nini. But ukienda uangalia magavanas hao wote, pesa wakichukua wameenda wamenunua V8. Ama wataki kujua kama kuko na hospitali iko na dawa. Women are giving birth at home. They are dying because they cannot go to the hospitals, because the thing is there is no medicine in hospitals.
And even
so now Ashley,
and that's another thing.
Rightly said. You have rightly said that. Now, question here is this. Then, Ashley, do you think your argument makes sense about the money not being in the county government? That's the reason why they cannot provide the medical services.
That is one of
and that blame you're pushing it to the national government, when Nairobi County itself is a case study example, like how things can be done, that things can work. You should realize this, that money collected from a county is utilized within the county.
But what I'm trying to say, some government,
how it is used is what makes the difference.
I wasn't trying to attack the government. I was just trying, as we debate here, or even in the government, let us remember it is the lives of people at stake. It's not whatever side you belong to. Just remember, it is the lives of people. It's not a game. That's what I was trying to say. So someone like understands that, and that's why you see him get the effort to go and look for the money. Someone else thinks it's politics, so they want to come and say everything is at a standstill. They'll actually manually make everything stop, even when they have the money. Just like somebody was saying, even Ruto he's getting, I think you've heard that if you've been listening, that he has been receiving taxes. There was some money left, and they want it to stay like this so that people think that he left the economy in a bad way, so that after the finance bill, they'll say, now we are working. So what I'm saying, all of us, whether you're in UBA, KK, or Azimio, we have to remember there are people's lives at stake, and people will die because of some of the actions that we take. Everybody, even when we argue here, let us not say 5 years or we're going to be happy because we elected people and people are done. And also those 5 years, that's what I told you, Zalendo, it's not just him, even for me. Those 5 years can be the difference between someone's life changing forever and never having the opportunity to have the opportunity like I had, like you had, to do something with your life. Because if you don't go to high school, you get pregnant or you get in a bad company, you start doing drugs because you're idle. But if your parent was in a position, if they put policies that put people to work, they'll be able to pay for their children to go to school. So let us not think that 5 years is a short time. It is a long time. It can change a person's life. It can change a kid's life where they become useless, a person who was supposed to be somebody.
Now, if we were to be asked a simple question, with all this, do we believe that this finance bill should be quashed, or this finance bill should be amended to fit the suggestions that we make?
I'm of the opinion the housing, whatever, to be quashed, the other ones to be amended.
And I would say
for the housing, let me tell you, the one which I'm having troubles, Mzalendo and Black, the one for increasing gas, increasing petrol, adding another 8%, that thing is going to affect us. And even building those houses, I'm telling you, everything is going to go up. So that 3 million, which you were saying at the one for the studio, it will go up even to 4 to 5 million. Are you getting? Digital tax for the content creators, that thing should be done away with it. Because internet cost, when it goes, there is no work for youth. Either the Uber guys or Mutembei TV or what, it is going to lose business. That thing should be done away with it. Exercise on airtime and what? That thing has to be maybe reduced another maybe 1%. But the one which I'm contesting and it should be quashed and thrown away, and it has to now to be redone again, is the one for the housing fund.
What about the housing? If they come up with, for instance,
as long as everything is done within the confines of the law and the constitution, it's okay. Let them not try to go outside the constitution. So that is where he has a problem, and I'm supporting him, that they can do everything they want to do within the constraints of the law, because I think the constitution protects us all.
Let me ask, if by now, as the bill is being amended and as it's being passed, yeah, what if at that point when the regulations are being made, they come up with a clear arrangement as to how the structure should be? Because that's what's going to happen. That's part of the regulation. That is going. This fund is, as part of the regulations, it has to mention who's going to manage these funds.
But what you're forgetting, even, and it was in court last Uhuru's administration, Tata said he went to court and they were defeated on the basis that you cannot force people into a housing levy. So whatever they do, they put the structures, it has to be voluntary. As long as it's voluntary, it's okay.
For the 1.5 deduction, or what do you mean? Because it was 1.5, but Raila was to do it in his term had he been the president. Because the one that was previously brought up in 2018, ile walikuwa wamesema itakuwa voluntarily. The only difference here now is this one, they want to make it as a statutory deduction, meaning by a must. So you see, those are two different things.
Lakini black.
Tata went to parliament to the court previously to quash the whole finance bill for some few reasons here and there, but which he lost.
I think he did quash the whole bill. He said 13 points. He didn't ask them to remove it all. He just disputed some of the parts of the bill that were unconstitutional, and he asked, those are the ones he's challenging.
The court brought up issue of we could not bring amendments after public participation, because that's what he did actually. After public participation imepita, ndo sasa analeta amendments that this is what ought to be. He could have taken it during that part of public participation.
Whether there was public participation or not, they cannot come and they can't go against the constitution. So whether even before, even after, they can't come and do things contrary to the constitution. That is the key. Even if they say yes. And that is why because they give leeway to the people, but the legislature should know better. And that is why if it will pay on that. But Ruto was so smart that he has not charged that 3% on the judges, so they can do his way if it's possible.
Actually, a big cheeky, but it's okay. The thing is this.
Cheeky.
Now, right now we're having this public participation, right? There's a committee that's gonna sum up all the reports of whatever they've gathered from the public participation. And based on that, they're gonna make some amendments. And those amendments are gonna form part of what they're gonna present in Parliament during the second reading. Now, it's unfortunate that we're already kicking the whole thing out when we haven't heard what they're going to present in the second reading. Because the second reading is what's going to inform us as to what amendments have been done based on the reports which they have collected from the public participation. And that's why they have gone for the retreat for that.
Let's wait, whatever the Molo MP will tell us. But I believe there are people who are going to change that. But let me tell you, 95.5 were against the finance bill.
Yes, of course, because it had issues. And we all agree it had issues.
It had issues. Then another thing about this finance bill, kitu moja ile Kenya bill inasema, whoever brought up that thing, I think he should be fired. You cannot come and fluff the thing. Yes, ukishika the tiger's tail, what happens? It will bite you back. The thing is, it has to go back again before hata hiyo kitu because ikienda high court. Alafu, you remember there was that guy of BBI, I can't remember his name. He used to, he wear a Nigerian, whatever. He made sure that the BBI would be thrown out. And I'm telling you, if this thing goes again and it goes in front of court, I'm telling you, and he comes and he brings his whatever, bunge ya mwananchi, I am telling you, we are going to suffer a setback. And I'm telling you, itafika wakati even Kenyans, they are going to now hide their monies. I'm telling you, and I'm not lying, and I will tell you the truth. You will see most companies wame off watu. You either work from home, you're paid kapesa kadogo kama mtu wa mjengo, because people cannot afford this thing. Even your own employer cannot afford this.
And also, people who are employed alafu watu wale wanalipa low income, they'll leave work and opt to become self-employed, informal employment, instead of being employed and having to pay.
Alafu, you see, even they're taxing even your own money enye unaweka kwa bank. Right now, we'll go to cash mode. I am telling you, zile pesa zenye zitakuwa hapa za wash, I'm telling you, tutarudi economy kama ya Uganda. Unabeba pesa na wheelbarrow. So Ruto has to be very careful. Let me tell you, people are going to be annoyed. And I'm telling you, as we speak right now, we are looking for options. So how do we do this? Now, are we going to be paid like 1,000 every day, 1,000 every day, 1,000 every day? Alafu bank inaanza kupiga simu. Hello, Stella. How come we are seeing your bank account is depleting? I'll say I don't have money. Black, I'm telling you, ikitu, don't support it. Be on our side.
To about how the bank, can you imagine you going to your account and finding the IRS thought you owe them and they took your money. Now they've taken your money from the bank, but in order for you to go and challenge, you have to put 20% of whatever amount they are claiming you have. So one, they've taken the money they thought you owe. Let's say it's 10,000. In order for you to challenge them, you have to put 20% down. So you're already minus 10,000, and then you have to look for 20% of that 10,000 to put down to go and challenge that in court. Again, if they overcollect, they don't owe you a refund. That money goes to the next year and the following year until that money is depleted. They don't give you a refund. Now, supposing that and that's your money, and it is at no interest. What do you think about that? Let's even talk about that part of the bill. That's another part of the finance bill.
Black.
Ashley.
Wacha niongeze ya nani ya Ashley. Black, wacha niongeze moja. Haya, kuko goja, kuna hizi treasury hizi T-bonds na bonds. Now, even right now, nilikuwa na tu pesa nimeweka mahali. I wanted to invest it in T-bond. Right now, I'm afraid because if I go with my 300,000, I'll be questioned by the bank. They cut out my 15% out of that. Then my T-bonds nini pesa itapotea. You tell me, how am I going to survive as a Kenyan? Na Kenya wants to borrow money from me and I'm buying T-bonds, infrastructure.
What's the policy on the bonds when it comes to?
Yes.
Tell me about the 15%.
Kuna interest natakio nipeangwe, si ndio? But it's being charged. No, that's unfair. Umeniomba pesa nisaidie nini my country kutengeneza barabara. Alafu unatakiwa unirudishie na pesa yangu na interest. Why are you taxing my interest? Don't tax my interest.
I think it's income. There's an income on that, right?
But that's
it's an income, whatever money. Don't tax my money. I've given you promised me for 5 years.
You invested.
No,
you got an income.
Dividend.
Extra. Huh?
You pay a dividend, not tax.
So why you tax? Yeah, dividend.
I mean,
so why you tax?
Ume-earn kitu from that. So of course kuna kitu lazima nawe utoe.
You see, any profit. There's a difference between income and profit. When you get income, you pay taxes. When you get a profit, you pay dividend. Is it not a profit? When you get interest, you pay dividend.
Doesn't make any sense.
Dividends is dividends not the profit?
Well, when you talk profit is like even profit.
Dividends when it comes to shares.
Yeah, like interest.
Dividends is a profit on a share. In my understanding.
Profit is like a business, you make a profit, which is income.
But you see, this is not a share. It's basically kitu amefanya ni kama in a layman's language, ni kama umekuwa Shylock, ulipeana pesa mtu akatumia alafu akakurudishia na profit.
Oh, that's income.
Yeah.
But let me ask you, there's so many parts of the bill. There's this other one.
Basically that's what we've done.
If you are
Shylock to the government, uliwapea do wakatumia, wanakurudishia pesa yako na profit. Iwe ni kama Shylock.
Hiyo ni income.
Lakini sio profit wa charge.
So why not pay?
But you're not supposed to. You came and borrowed me money, and you told me the narrative changing way much later. That's what I'm saying. Even right now, I'm afraid to treasury bonds for the infrastructure because I know in 2027 nitakuwa nimeshika pesa mingi.
Whatever the money was used for, wewe kama tu
and for what you borrowed me.
Yes, you made business with your money.
Black, let me ask you.
Mimi ni Shylock ndio.
How do you tax an insurance settlement? Because the government is saying that they're going to tax insurance settlement, while when you get that money, it actually just returns you to your previous position. It's not income. It's not profit. It just restores you to what you had lost. So why are they taxing that money and it's not income?
Sorry, I've not gotten it.
Yeah. But time we will never serve it like this.
Money you receive after you maybe have an accident or a settlement, an insurance settlement, in this finance bill, they are going to tax it.
The indemnification. They're indemnifying when an insurance company is indemnifying. That is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they tax that money.
No, on that one, I agree. There's something faulty on that.
So there's just a lot of things. I think Tata came up with 13 of them. I haven't seen them all, but it's just a lot of them. And one of the things that I realized is that most of them are only on the poor, but not on the rich. I have heard jets are not taxed. They removed the tax that was on the jets, aeroplanes and stuff like that. Those ones that they should be taxing, they are not taxing. The things that they should be, like they should be even helping people who are low-income earners and saying, we're going to tax, but we will not tax low-income earners. Because we already know they actually, if they have any margin of disposable income, it's very little. So we want them to remain with some money in the pocket so that they can boost the economy. So if you take everything from them, that they're even left in the negative, don't you think that is destroying the economy? And that is why even IMF has come out against these taxes Ruto has implemented. That is serious.
Yeah.
I think as per what he was saying,
and we are not paying the
that issue of the chopper. He was saying that at Wilson Airport, they get a lot of choppers for repairs from the region actually. And for that reason, it is a way of trying to attract people to bring their choppers here. That's what he was explaining. To me, okay, it didn't make sense.
Black, everything about the rich, they are trying to get to excuse. Even the money, the 3%, again, there is an excuse. About the
That's what I'm saying. To me,
the investors, even the investors even free land. The people who should be getting the people who should be getting the break are not getting the break, but the people who should be getting the break are getting the break. Ruto ran on the fact that he was going to sort out the hustlers. Wale wako juu watajipanga because they are in a position kujipanga. All of a sudden when he became president, mtu alisema aliweka Biblia chini, and now he started doing things from Shakahola. Sasa kazi yake ni kuteka wale wako chini. So bottom up meant that he's going to help those at the top and punish those at the bottom. That is what he's doing. And he seems to have suffered amnesia. All of a sudden, he has become those ones he used to say, they don't understand when someone says that they didn't eat, they didn't have food. Now he has become them.
Okay. Maybe if you can, Zarendo is saying something.
I wanted to just add something. You see, umeongea mambo ya ndege that they are not going to pay tax anymore. This is what Ruto is planning to do, and is trying to attract investors tap into the people who are traveling using using our airports domestically. The cost of bringing in a plane, if an investor who is a Kenyan wants to buy a plane so that you can fly to wherever you want to fly, it has been so expensive. So when he cuts down on these taxes, it means that we can get decent fares being between Nairobi and Mombasa and Kisumu, because the planes zinakuja na bei ya chini kidogo. So that is attracting investment. So the people who want to invest in this industry had opted to go to Uganda and Tanzania and Rwanda. So he's trying to woo them back. There are so many airlines that have closed down due to taxation in Kenya. So he's bringing investors back, and that will create more jobs in general. So if you didn't understand that, then that is the concept.
So Zalendo, what I'm wondering, they are buying things. Their main office, corporate office, is not in Kenya. So they're not buying planes that they pass Kenya. They are not corporated, or their corporate offices are not in Kenya. So the tax is on the planes that are being bought. So they're being bought by companies in Kenya. So how comes he's so understanding of these investors so much? And I haven't seen it has stopped anybody from traveling, but the hustler who has been complaining since he came into power that they are hungry, the cost of living, instead of reducing it, he's increasing it. Why is he becoming tone deaf to the hustler, but seems to be very accommodative to this rich person? Since when? By giving all these benefits to this, and that's why we can't make money, because the people who should actually bring the money, we are giving them so many tax breaks. And then the little people, we are taxing them so much. So how can you even make any money that way? We can't.
Actually, I think Mzalendo and panel, do you know that this tax did not exist up until 2021? That's when it was brought. So basically in a factorio. So before 2021, there was no tax. Tax ilianzishwa wakati wa uhuru 2020-2021. So basically inaondolewa iwe kama zamani venye ilikuwa.
Inafaa kukaa, if ever, since now we are struggling economically, it should not be being removed. I mean, it doesn't make sense to remove it now.
Well, that is
when
Maybe
we are
that's the
putting
case.
on wake up,
That's
when
the
we are
case.
putting money on basics for the common wananchi, and then for the rich, we are giving them a lot of tax breaks. There is
But you see, our neighbors
inequality.
are not taxing us. So I think it will discourage, it will reduce, it will work negatively for our aviation industry, and maybe it will work positively to the aviation industry of our regional neighbors, because they are not charging it, they are not taxing.
You know, for the president, you have to spur growth in each and every sector. You don't really look at one sector alone. You have to look at all the sectors, and for you to see, for the government of Uhuru to see that this tax had to be introduced, and then they saw there was a need according to his government. For Ruto's government, he sees it in a different way. So all these decisions are informed by economics. They are not that somebody just wakes up and says, leo ndaongeza hii ushuru, leo ndatoa hii minus, and the things that we used to do in class 1. These things have been well crafted, well thought of, and the bottom line of this government, Kenya Kwanza government, is to spur economic growth. And I think they are going to achieve it. Although we are doubting because some of this, of the introduction of new things that we have never seen before. But this again helps the Ruto's government to pay the debts that had accrued for so many years. Yeah, I had said about 2 days ago that Uhuru's government used to negotiate with the Chinese to stop the interest from accruing so that they can borrow more. Yeah, but this government has said, okay, we'll pay the interest, but we'll pay with our own money other than borrowing money. So what the government is trying to do is, yes, we might tighten our belt, but at the end of the day, we will receive services from the government, and we will be able to create jobs, and we will have a better healthcare and better infrastructures and well-paying jobs, not just jobs, well-paying jobs when we attract foreign investment into our country. This is what Ruto is basically saying. We might not see it now, we might be doubting him and his government, but let the budget pass so that they can have some working capital so that they can realize what they're doing.
That is very noble, and I'm going to give my closing remark. What he's saying about the debt would be a very noble thing if only the debts were incurred for the benefit of Kenyans. So I support Omtata in saying, let us do an audit and see what we owe as Kenyans and not pay the odious debt. Now, if we need money, the reason some of us doubt this government is, one, they increase their own pay, they put allowances back that had been removed, and they keep making these foreign trips, they keep living very extravagantly, yet they expect the low income earners to tighten their belts, but they don't seem to be doing it, because now we've been seeing they've opened spouses' offices, they want to put 50 CSs, they want to put opposition office. So it seems that they have money. But if it is true what they're saying, that there is no money, how about we see some action? They put some action to it. Kwa nini tusipunguze mzigo? Let us do away with the pork. Let us cut off foreign trips and domestic trips that are paid for by the government. We can use Zoom. Let us do away with the 50 CSs, and instead, as Ruto said, he needs some people to assist him in the projects that he has. He can hire interns from universities, from colleges, and new grants. He can also do away with the deputy governor positions. Those positions are not needed. And also we can remove all allowances like travel and sit-in allowances. If he did these things and required of his citizens to also chip in, I think people would be more receptive. But when he's living extravagantly and then asks us to chip in, then he seems hypocritical. So that is my closing remark. Thank you.
There is something also when we've spoken about expenses, Ashley. It reminded me of the US president, right? When it comes to expenses to do with food, apparently his family's food expenses when it comes to groceries, his guests, they all come from his pocket, right? Unless it's a state visitor. That's the only time that the government, unless it's the state visitor, that's the only time that the government pays for the bill. So you see, when we've been having these prayer breakfast meetings and all these things, then such expenses could have been at the expense of our president. Maybe we ought to amend this point when it comes to what expenses our government in regards to the presidency can cater for and those that cannot cater for. Sijui kama unanielewa.
Na kuelewa sana, hata ukiangalia ma CSS wote walichaguliwa billionaires.
Budget ya chakula, mfano tu budget ya chakula ya rais wa US ni yake tu, ya familia yake tu, ya bibi yake na watoto, hiyo inatoka kwa mfuko yake.
Mimi nakwambia Black, Waafrika tumerogwa, nikurogwa tumerogwa. Sometimes me, I'm telling you, the thing that you see happening in Africa, mzungu ukimwonyesha that this is a leader in Africa, vile anaishi, the kind of houses that tunawapatia. Look for example, a senator here. Senator anaishi kwa apartment. Anaishi kwa apartment until just the other day they were being provided for bodyguards. They never used to have bodyguards. Yeah, until watu wa Trump wa storm hii January whatever, is when now they saw that, hey, we need protection. They never needed protection. There was some videos of the Prime Minister for Netherlands walking to work. Anaenda job anatembea. But look at these African leaders. Ruto akienda kazi ni limousine sijui ngapi in a poor country. Haya, deputy wake the same. Opposition leader pia anapatiwa escort na vitu kama hizo. Opposition leader anapatiwa hizo. Kina Raila, kina Kalonzo, they are being guarded. There's another clause that ukikuwa kwa parliament for how many terms? I think it's even one term. You are going to earn pension for the rest of your life.
2 terms.
Did you guys know that?
2 terms.
In 2 terms, then you are going to earn pension for the rest of your life. There's some serious scrutiny into how we think as Black people from Kenya, or we need just to rethink. Ashley brought up a very, very important thing, like surely we are complaining about the debts. Tuna complain about debt. At the same time, we are not working on ways to cut down our salaries and our allowances in Senate and in Parliament. In Kenya today, unapata mtu analipwa a salary of 2 million. In a third world country, ati a civil servant analipwa salary ya 2 million. Ni kazi gani hiyo anafanya that is quantified at 2 million?
The most disturbing thing, Mzalendo, MCAs, they can down their tools, not that they are not receiving their pay, but because they have received a deduction. But I've not seen them down their tools for the sake of Mwananchi's issues. You remember when there was issues in a story in a CDF, they were threatening the government that no bills and nothing will happen until mlete stories za CDF.
No, unajua hiyo CDF imekatazwa na koti, but they managed to sneak it in.
There is something that Alex always says. At what point did the politician, the MP, became the manager of CDF, or rather of money? Did we do?
No, you know, it's a simple thing. At what point did my MP start paying my school fees for my children?
Yes, at what point? Yeah, that I have to.
Ati Kenya, ati now, ati tuko, ati unapanga line kwa MCA's office ama sijui MP's office, ati atakupatie check, ati anipatie check niende nilipie mtoto wangu shule. What nonsense is that? Instead of him taking a bill in parliament that will abolish secondary education fee, is very comfortable bribing.
Do you know something else right now? Last week, they were asking for a salary increase. Do you know the reason? Because they are being called to so many harambes. So they want us to be poor so that they can be instead of implementing policies that help us to generate income so that we don't need from them. They want them to be the ones bringing us the money from their pockets.
There was an interesting proposal. I don't know if you listened to it yesterday from I think ni Kilifi women rep alikuwa anaambia the CS for education that the CS for education anafaa propose that pesa ambazo zinaendanga kwa kununulia sanitary pads za wasichana wa shule na huyu ni minister wa education, juu yeye ni minister wa education, hawezi fikia watu sana au women reps, they are the ones who are easier kufikia wasichana wa shule. Then I was like, this is the Ministry of Education we are talking about. Unasema they are unable kufikia wasichana wa shule. Those who can reach this wasichana wa shule ni the women rep who were today fighting in Nairobi. Then I was like, this country is seriously sinking. There's something Alex wanauliza, and he rightfully asks it so well, that for instance the government iko na list ya all these students, our watoto wa shule kama iko na list yao. Must I send the money first to the politician? The politician through his own discretion and his own thinking na campaign strategies zake decide nani atapewa. Yet mimi kama Ministry of Education, I can be able to subsidize education. It doesn't need to go through CDF. Hiyo pesa, if it is 100 million that goes to bursaries, iende kwa shule directly. If I have 20 schools in Kiharo, the 20 schools wanadividiwa or inakuwa allocated a certain amount. So you find that our parliament imeturn their legislative law. That's why they cannot deliver any concrete laws. All they do, they fight, as they did today. Today there was smackdown. They fight, but when it comes to serious matters, they cannot do it because as long as it's consulted, they have nothing else.
What are they talking about? Positions, not us, not because we have no food, not because people have no money to go to school. They are talking about positions.
Because Sabina Chege is holding a seat. How shameless. Because Sabina Chege is the minorities do what. Something that does not add value to Kenyans. But then it doesn't even really matter. Even if we don't even have a leader of minority, it doesn't even add value. Does it help us? How?
If they are being paid 100,
you know, mimi mambo ya shule hii ya basa ya nini, you know, like today I get so many calls that MP ama MT ameninyima basari because of my political stand. MP ameninyima basari because of my political stand. And listen, the governor has a basari allocation. The Senate, I think they were fighting for one also, to get an allocation for bursary. The MP
wants to have it.
MP wants to have it. I think in the counties, the MCAs have already passed a bill to have their own ward fund that they will eventually turn it into a kitty. They already have it. So this These are five bursaries. A women rep, MP, a senator, MCA, and a governor. Na yote ni pesa yako. Yote ni pesa yako. Ni pesa ya mwananchi. Wewe mimi nakwambia hii pesa ni yako. And you're not complaining about it. You know the things that we are complaining about. The things that zitatusaidia. Lakini the things that zile zinatuumiza zaidi ni hizi.
There is nothing that they do for us.
Hizi ndio vitu zinaumiza wananchi wa kawaida.
Someone listened to Ruto the other day saying that we need to rectify your story a 2/3 gender rule. One of the things they had brought kwa table, you are bipartisan. Then I asked myself, that one means we need to increase the number of nominated ladies. We need to create another position.
Mimi nakwambia unajua ile kitu wanasema
ladies are the ones who are fighting.
Hiyo kitu unajua
the ones who are fighting were ladies. Those who have received 2 weeks suspension in parliament, 7 of them, I think the least. Most of them ni kina dada. I'm not saying I'm not infuriating anyone, neither am I saying anything bad about the ladies with all due respect. I'm just saying, some of them don't even deserve to be there in the first place. Tabia yao is inashusha. It's not even honorable to start with. I cannot encourage my daughter to do what they were doing. Personally, I can't.
Listen, Jakes. The days when we had people like Grace Ogot.
Ah, man. I think I was
in parliament.
I miss
you know, she could fight her way into parliament na shinde hizo elections na akuwe elected. Yeah. Why the women need some special favors? I don't know, some special seats. Now, what is the work of a woman rep to say? Kazi ya woman rep ni gani?
They want now to spread sanitary towels. That's what they were telling the minister yesterday.
Oh, so kazi ya woman rep huko kwa village ni ku spread sanitary towels.
Spread sanitary towels.
You see, all these positions, there are too many.
Some of them are irrelevant. Some are irrelevant in the sense that I agree we need to empower our women. That one I agree 100%. But to what extent? To what cost?
Imagine,
by the end of the day, few years from now, the next debate of which I think imeanza, it is the boy child. Then we'll begin where we began with the girl child. To harambes here and there, to funny foundations, getting donors and there, blah, blah, blah. Yet, these are the mistakes we made from the word go. Why didn't we empower the child? We empowered a certain gender. We overlooked the other. And then what happens? We come amplify, right? So it's a confused world, a confused government, a confused parliament. Personally, Mimi, if I must, I think, and I say this with all due respect, I think we don't have an honorable parliament. I think that one I can say confident. It's not honorable, neither do they represent the views of mwananchi or the interest of the common man. To them, it's about party politics. It's about what Raila is saying, what Ruto is saying, but never about what Wanjiko is saying. When was the last time did you enjoy watching a Senate proceedings or a parliament? When was the last time?
You know,
like ulisikiza ukaona nye, that one is an intelligent conversation happening in parliament.
I think the last time I had a serious debate in parliament is when Raila was also in parliament.
I think as well, same here, and kidogo when akina Murkomen were there, slightly.
Slightly. A bit of the time when the likes of Murkomen was there.
Yeah,
but when Raila was in parliament to answer questions on behalf of the government, then I think we had very, very serious debates in parliament. Today, today just tune in on to the Kenyan parliament.
We have jokers, even what, and it's like they don't think outside the box. Like
This is
someone was
the only parliament where they remove wanatoa panty zao, wanamwagiana maji, they scream loudest.
Yes,
they have got no brain of their own. They are remotely controlled by by their political parties. They cannot think independently.
Kwanza, to say this with all due respect, Wandai is a letdown. Wandai, Ishungwa, they are
Wandai and the rest are a big letdown. But let me tell you, if there is anybody who can transform the debate in parliament into a more constructive and a more constructive manner, is Okiya Mtata. But again, he went in Senate. There is nothing much that happens in the Senate in Kenya. In the Senate, kazi yao ni look at what the Senate does. Ni kazi kama ya polisi na judiciary.
They only arise to an occasion when there is an impeachment. Otherwise, there is nothing.
They have got nothing. Yani hakuna kitu wanafanya. These are the guys who right now, the bill should have been in Senate. They are debating about the clauses in the bill. They are looking at, they are scrutinizing the bill into detail. They can amend it, and if they amend it, it becomes law. But you see, Parliament is today rubber stamping everything.
I long to have a parliament where there is a star or several stars. You remember those days where unafungulia hivi TV and
unaona Paul Mwite hapo,
akina Paul Mwite, akina Martha Karua,
akina Karua walikuwa pale, kana Kalonzo, kina Musio, the late senator for Makwiny.
Mtula
Kilonzo, you know, if you could hear a parliament where Dalmas Otieno was debating,
yes,
those were parliament where you could hear issues, real issues.
The issues that were contentious and would require ruling, they would say, huyo mtu akona wisdom, ametumia Solomonic wisdom to rule on that matter. But these issues that they are now facing, they are even petty, if I may call them so. They are petty, and to be even sincere, to be frank, they are childish.
So now the issue,
because Abinachege is the so you have screamed, then what? Umepiga nduru alafu, like what? You have caused mayhem in parliament, then what? Like does it make the situation?
Listen to this play. It is a playbook in parliament, and this is how it goes. When you are acting in a play, there is the guy who is instructing you is the political leader. Akikwambia, let's start the play. Anaanza play, munaanza chorus. No. That's what's happening in parliament. Those who are going to scream at the end of the day will earn a ticket back in parliament in the next election because of the noise they made in parliament on that particular day. If you are going to scream loudest for your political leader or political party, or on behalf of what you stand for as a political party, then that earns you a position in the next parliament. So they have perfected this act. If you see Sabina Chege shouting, she knows that she's appealing to his constituents back in Muranga. That will earn a position in the next election. So they have perfected this act, and they know it. They know it so well.
But I pray to God that one of these fine days we will get if not so many, but at least some leaders. Nyagaka, how are you today? You have really been in and out, but hope you're well.
No, I'm good.
Today I've not heard you. I've been seeing you, but I've
I've been raising my hand on the other side, but you were busy.
No,
Na
I've
unaacha
not been.
watu wanapigana mpaka unaacha tu wanapiga. Mzalendo sisi hatupigani siku hizi.
At times
Tulikuwa
the
mahali
show is
ingine
very
tulikuwa
hot,
tunaenda.
if I can use that word.
Tuliwacha vita.
Lakini wacha niwaambie kuwasikiza ni kitu mzuri sana, especially you two. You happen to be younger than me, and I live the experience that you might, like you Jakes, I realize that you must have heard of it. Mzalendo, nitakukumbusha story ya Fia Pasieyo na Ukiki Amayo. You remember that one?
Yes, Ukiki Amayo, Phoebe Asio.
No. Fia Pasieyo beat Ukiki Amayo at the first election. Now Ukiki Amayo was the
yes. Phoebe Asio, anaitwa Phoebe Asio.
Sasa wakaenda kotini in Kisumu. Back then, Jake, the court has rule for the president. Period. If you don't vote for the president, you'll be found in Mara. So they ruled the case against Phoebe Asieyo. Na wakaenda kwa wananchi. Wananchi wakamchapa. They beat the Moise guy by 3 times. That
Karagatonyo constituency, it was a hotbed then in politics.
Yeah, it was hard. I mean, that's why you wonder where those people went. I mean, we are not there because we can't talk on that level. Shikuku will get the whole people, but he never went to anybody's school.
Yeah. And you know the quality as why it has degenerated to what we see in parliament today, because they bribe their way into parliament.
If we argue to make that price of being a parliamentary cheaper, we'll get quality people. But if we are making money
yes. You know, it starts with the salary. If we reduce that salary to half, you will get very, very qualified quality debate in parliament. But today, parliament is for the rich, those who can afford. Or
and
those who can...
most of the time, if you stream in, you'll find almost 80% of their session, the parliament is empty. There are few guys, quorum ni kitu kiasi sana.
Unajua, you know what they do? In every sitting, wanapewa allowance ya 10,000.
Ni wao walijiripa.
Wanakuja, wanasign, alafu wanaenda.
Yeah.
Wanasign, alafu wanaenda. They sign, and some have perfected their art. Wanajua hata signature ya huyo mwingine. Anampigia simu, unakuja leo nisainie.
Yeah. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba we have to put some policy positions, especially kwa Mutembei, kwa Jakes. We have to put some, hata sifike karibu na nani. Hiyo that's a statement.
One of these
but
Fridays
you have
I'll
to
do
make
a show
a policy statement.
those MPs. One of these Fridays,
No.
very soon, I'm going to do a show purely not for Raila, not for Ruto, not for anyone, just for those MPs. And especially, actually, I'm planning after the bill is passed or failed, then that day,
that's
you
good.
can
That's a good
show
idea.
at the poster you will see. You utapenda.
This everybody has been very, very vocal. In bill William Ruto. But you see, Elder Nyagaka can tell you, by and large, this bill is addressing so many things, so many things. It might look like Ruto is hurting the common man, but again, is addressing the debt issue in the country at the same time.
Muzalendo, let me cut you short. He has to. Right now, the people, the way they're crying, that's true. In any country, if it's a democracy, when the president gets in, is when he raises the most taxes, to make enough money to survive the guys that are after him. Obama, we saw that Obama do that exactly. He came in, he found a mess, he fixed it, and he gave the companies the conditions. And then he checked up the taxes. No Republican voted for it. But guess what? Those are the companies that he gave 4 years. The car companies, General Motors, they paid in 2 years because of how
Yeah,
the
can
people were
afford
motivated.
and Biden the same. You know, they tried to revive the local industry. They pumped in a lot of money to those companies.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
why I
they
said,
can.
Mr. Redo, that's why I say that the Democrats in America are really doing bottom-up economics because they pay the little man. That's who gets the money.
But you
But if the
see,
Republicans were there, they would give the rich preachers, the rich people, your Koch brothers, and that's it.
But you
So
see, the problem with the Ruto's government, they have not been able to explain these bottom ups properly. They have not been able. Maybe Jack's one of these fine days. You need to go to my page and pull a letter I wrote to the president of the Republic of Kenya of what he needs to do so that everybody can stop calling his name and all that.
Thank you.
Democrats have always done this bottoms up, but you see, then they are taxing the capitalists, the rich, to make sure that
just
that
like
money
what these
comes.
guys did.
And you know, it is the same concept, but
When
Ruto's
they went
government
for
called it
the
a
hairstyles
different
for the
thing.
women and all these high-end things.
Yes, you tax them so that the money reaches down to the people who are down here. That is what bottom up is all about. It is, you know, people think that you are taxing people from the bottom or taking somebody Mama Mboga and giving them a cabinet position. That is so. What kind of thinking is that? Like so naive? No,
It's so
naive
kakai,
for lack of a better word.
Kakai and old.
That
But
is
guys,
so kindergarten. It's so kindergarten thinking that somebody at ule anauza mboga will become a cabinet secretary in
Exactly.
They have no
now
institutional memory, no technical know-how, nothing. They
no
can't run an
experience in
industry.
government, no nothing.
You know,
Why are we not seeing Mama Mbogas in your cabinet? What that is so pedestrian. It is a pedestrian kind of thinking that we should not even.
When they still think that Raila won the elections, I have a problem with that. Before you go there,
that's an old narrative. And you see, even I have listened to Raila Odinga the last, I think, 4 times now. I've not heard him speak of the servers anymore. Now he's buying into the financial bill, and that's what he's now selling, because of course it is what that is selling at the moment. So he has swept under the carpet the server issue. He has swept under the carpet. In fact, by partisan, I think his stories will collapse.
I told you guys.
Zili collapse. They came with weird excuses, and then somehow there's nothing happening. Now, what I see him do, he's more of a parapanda, calling parapanda, and saying that once this bill passes or fails, definitely will come out. And today even gave conditions that he wants Ruto to fulfill. That he wants to do, you want to recall that bill and even to apologize. Then I asked myself, apologize for what? Do you apologize for doing your job? You know, you might not like how I do my job, but I'm doing my job. So why should I apologize? You know, so
you know,
vitu zina happen inchi.
So unajua Jex, nilikuambia in the beginning, for us who used to support Raila Odinga. We supported the Raila Odinga since I think I started supporting Raila Odinga since 1992, and came all the way with him until maybe when Uhuru came into power. Raila has lacked consistency after the 2007 elections. When he got into government, he lacked consistency. And most of his close allies have really been looking forward to join government. That was the most important thing for them. How can we join government? How can we take over power? Although that is the primary goal of any political party, but his push and his quest and the people that were surrounding him did not have the formula of taking power. For me, I look at Raila's team as very annoying because they had all the opportunity that they didn't have in the previous elections to grab power and ensure that they take this leadership to another level. And they failed. And I said, in the last, when they were marching to State House, and I said, that cannot happen. This is somebody who beat you when he was out of government, in quotes. He beat you when he was out of government, and now you want to play games with him when he's in government. It's unfortunate. You cannot play with the games with somebody like William Ruto in power right now. Yeah, this will be the most difficult president probably to topple or even to kick out of power. Even if you try to use, as they have tried to use Wananchi, you see, it's not succeeding. And you can imagine how Ruto finished the maandamanos. He finished them in a clever way, without any bloodshed. And Raila and his team are still regrouping, thinking that they are going to have a bigger maandamano. A maandamano is gone, nowhere. It can never be there. It will never come back. It's gone.
Even if it comes back, the state in which it
will
comes
not
back,
have,
it will
it
be
will not have
different.
that impact. You see, what will be the issues then? What will be the issue? The issue now will be the housing levy.
The housing. In any case, he'll be a joyrider in the issues that others are raising, not him as the author of the same, unlike before, right? So in any case, he will be Johnny come lately because he won't be bringing anything new. We have heard of the levy, we have heard of the housing issues, we have debated here, we have disagreed about it. Others are even saying the cost of living is that one we have debated. But is it enough to go to the streets? I don't know. Even if we go to the streets, does it make it easier? Does it reduce the cost of hunger?
And
as you have said, Ruto is interesting. He can do something to lower all these costs, of course, but still raise it in another quarter, right? So
of course, I mean, Ruto is somebody who listens to what people are saying, and that is important for a good leader, to listen to what everybody is trying to say. Even in the issue of housing, I am sure he has sat down with his team right now and trying to look at, what can we do so that we make this thing sail through. At the same time, we provide affordable housing. Do we reduce? What they can say is that, okay, if we had a 7-year plan, let us stretch this to 14 years and reduce the cost. Maybe make it 1% or 1.5% so that it becomes affordable to everybody. But again, Ruto is not answerable to the opposition leader.
Correct.
Ruto is answerable to the people who put him in power. And that is us who put him in power. So whatever our leader is saying is what we will go by. Just like whatever the Azimio leader is saying, tuandamane kesho, hao watu waandamane, wacha waandamane. But whatever our leader is saying, if it is going with this manifesto, that is what we are going to champion, and that is what we know and believe, and we have scrutinized it, that will benefit the whole movement and benefit the citizens who voted for him. For those who didn't vote for him, of course they will complain that, because they are not in the driving seat. But why should we listen to them? All right? Why should we listen to them? Just like Biden trying to implement Republican policies. That cannot happen. We can only negotiate with them at some point. But hii meli imesha take off, na meli unajua hainaga side mirror. Ikienda imeenda, ina reverse gear, hii imeshaenda. That's the same way. Hii imeenda kina Junet Mohammed. Hii imeenda. I miss Junet. I miss the politics of 20.
Yeah, same here. I miss those sound and interesting conversation, powerful disagreements. Those debates that hata zikikuja kwa news you want to follow. Inakuwa kama ni ka series. Unangojea tomorrow's debate. Unajua like I remember ile time walikuwa wanafanya county allocation hizo pesa time ya kina Kangata. I used to like follow almost every time.
Kina Jojo Anyona, the three-bearded sisters. Kina Jojo Anyona then from Kisi. We used to have.
But anyway, very soon tutawamulika too. We must have a show for them, and we will not spare them. We'll definitely speak about all those interesting issues that they have.
Unajua hii parliament siku hizi imekuwa sisi kama Waluya, sisi kama Wakikuyu, sisi kama Wajaluo, sisi kama sijui nyani, sisi kama watu wa Mijikenda, sisi kama watu wa. They no longer have national view of things, but they have narrowed themselves to some small tribal leaders who have got no national outlook. For example, you ask a legislator from Mumias or from where I come from, and all the policies that he will be trying to implement are the things that he's seeing around him and the people who elected him. We no longer have these national leaders who look at things like, if I push this bill, somebody in Central Province is going to get hurt. But when Ichungwa comes with a bill, he's only thinking about the Kikuyu community. He's not thinking about the Luo fish farmer in Lake Victoria. So he's thinking about his farmers here while not creating a bill that will help the whole country.
Let me ask you, because I'm trying to remember, I think I've forgotten. After Raila's car was shot at, did he go back to Mandamano again?
After I think that was shooting. After the shooting. Yeah, I think that was another. No,
did he participate?
No, they said that they were playing games, so Raila was never. The vehicles are the ones that were on the trail, but he was not in the trail in most of the Mandamanos. That's what I heard.
Ever since the shootout, he has never gone for Mandamano.
No, I don't think. I told you that Azimio have always looked for an exit point of this Mandamano. Because having Mandamano is having Kinagaucha on the streets every day. You have to pay them. It's not that it is cheap. Listen to this, Jake. Listen to this before I forget. Most of the MPs were not appearing for these Mandamanos because at the end of the day, they were told they were supposed to pay, for those people who have participated. So what did they do?
Motivation fee.
Yes, wanajitoa. Wanajitoa. Wale walikuwa wanajitokolezea ni wale walikuwa na hiyo hela ya kupeana. Unaona? So for them, vile maandamano iliisha Na kuambia, some of them are rejoicing wherever they are. Thank God that imeisha. Have you ever heard them saying that? Have you ever heard any MP saying that tunataka maandamano kesho? Hebu niambie kama kuna mmoja MP moja tu, MP ule anasema anataka maandamano kesho. Hakuna, because hii maandamano walikuwa naambiwa watoe pesa ya kulipa vijana, hawataki maandamano hao wenyewe, and they have no guts to tell Baba. But now I can tell Baba that your MPs hawataki maandamano kwa sababu mlikuwa mnawaambia watoe pesa, no wonder wakuji kwa maandamano. That is the reason why.
Can I ask you something? It will sound tribal, but it is factual. Esther Pasari seems to be supporting the bill, right?
Yes.
If it was Milio Giambo, if it was Rosa Buyu, would they still be talking as Esther Passaris? Kwa sababu the reason as to why they are vocal in opposing akina Jalango, I don't know, but I know you understand where I'm headed.
Yeah, I know.
Why is it that when a Luo, so I have never wanted to be tribal in this show, why is it when a Luo seems to oppose Raila Odinga, all guns from everywhere, bazooka, name them, zinatokanga, everything, grenades, everything zinakuja kuvamia huyo mtu? Why?
Ngoja nikujibu kidogo. Ngoja nijibu hiyo kidogo mzalendo. Mimi sio Luo lakini nimespend a lot of time in Roland. The people that are following Raila today, they happen to be everywhere, even in Luyaland, even in a majority of cases where I come from. But they are followers. You know, you can be a supporter or a follower. A follower, you don't ask, you're a follower of Jesus Christ, you don't ask a question. So that is the difference. Not necessarily the Luos, but Muzarendo is more qualified than me. Go ahead, Muzarendo.
Now,
so followers, not supporters.
let me, I mean, Nyagaka has explained it, but let me expound. There is a Raila sycophant. There is a Raila diehard. There is Raila supporter. There is now the followers. Those who just follow him by virtue that is a Luo and he comes from their region. Yeah. So they are indebted to follow Raila.
Okay.
Now, culturally, this is another angle that those I interact with a lot, or those who think that I am a rebel who should be, you know, exterminated. I think this way, that Raila is the Luo leader at the moment. We cannot have any other leader other than him. Just like Luanda Magere in the days of the wars, the traditional warriors, we had Luanda Magere leading the Luo community. So when it is Raila's turn, just like his father, Jaramogi, we should all follow him. Whether he's right or wrong, you cannot question your elder. That is the traditional aspect of the community. But now, people like us, we have grown from all these circles, from psychophantasy to becoming stakeholders in the movement, and now we become independent in your thought, whereby you can question the leader as saying you are going wrong. But when they don't listen to you, then you have the likes of Kidero, when you have the likes of Dalmas Otieno, then you have the likes of Mzalendo, Then you have so many other people, Engineer Philip Okundi, so many other people who have been part of the movement, but because of their political opinion or affiliation, they are now deemed like outcasts in the community. So that is how it is. It is culturally tied together. And again, Raila is also seen like the leader of the moment. But are we breaking down that kind of thinking? Yes, we are. We are becoming more liberal and we are becoming more independent in our thoughts. And a good leader, if Raila wanted to win the last general elections, he would have called all the rebels, the Migunas and all that, the people who had rebelled against him, and brought his house together and told them, you know, we are in this war. This is what we need, and this is what we are fighting for. So you put your house in order. As it is right now, for us, we are looking for alternative leadership, alternative from the dictatorship, a leadership that is progressive, a leadership that addresses the needs of the community, a leader that will bring industries to our people. Yeah, and if Ruto can bring 2 industries in Luo Nyanza, I am telling you today, if you would bring 3 or 2 industries that will employ the fishermen, we had Capital Fish in Homa Bay. Capital Fish was run down in Homa Bay. If Capital Fish could be revived, that would employ almost 4,000 people in that industry alone. Yeah.
Once you are saying, you're always saying facts, and I like them, but at least you guys are, you know, like Jake asked that question. Some of us have watched who you are. We have grown again along with your people. Personally, when I finished school, I didn't go home. I stayed with my little friends, and my mom had to come get me. So I know a little bit of what I'm talking about. But you are used to somebody you follow. You know, Wanda Mogere. I'm sure Jake's have never heard of that, but I had it when I was with my boys. He was a strong leader. If he said anything, he said everybody followed. So was Odinga's dad, Mzee Oginga Odinga. I love him a lot because he wanted to do it with colonial entities like the DOs and the DCs. What are they there for? They were there. They were hired by the British to watch the black men. So what are they still doing there? That's Oginga Odinga's question that we loved a lot. We went to KPU. So you guys, while you can bring all those industries, yes, but you need somebody who can speak for you from Luo. And you're used to it. I mean, it is just so clear. When Oginga Odinga would be put under house arrest, those people who went to visit him, they will say, when you go to South Murango there, say hi to Jakes. Wherever Oginga Odinga said was elected in Luo Nyanza. And he would send a message, coded messages. So, you know, as far as you want somebody from somewhere to come and capture, start from home. That's what you're used to. There's nothing we can do. While I don't like Raila that he has taken you where he has taken you, I don't like him because of, you know, but I like his dad a lot.
You know,
Raila is not a leader, he's a follower.
Ben,
yeah.
Raila has achieved a lot politically, but there comes a time when you have to call it a day.
Yeah,
For a good
no
leader.
matter
There
how
comes
good
a
a
time
dancer you are,
when
you
you have
must
to
leave
say,
the
you
stage.
know, let's throw in the towel. And you leave the arena as a respected person with your head high up that you have served your country and you have done your best. And they will give you a dignified send-off as a true leader and a nationalist. We cannot rule out whatever Raila has achieved in this country. it will go down in memory lane. And let me tell you, God forbid, if Raila dies today, that will be a national holiday. Ruto will say that this man deserves a national holiday.
Definitely.
If Ruto is the president.
That's definite.
And it will be even be given a treat and a
He will be
monument.
given a state's funeral. That
A
one you
state
can say
funeral. That one is a must, yeah. So he has achieved this bit. But again, what we also tell him is that listen to voices like Mzalendo. They might not be telling you what you don't want to listen, but perhaps this is the best decision that you can ever make. Yeah.
That's all where I was going with it. It's like you made my argument for me. As far as I can stand him, I can never take anything from him. If you stand up in Kirinyaga, in Luonyaza, in Kisi, Iraida is Iraida. Yeah, he's an institution in himself. But it's where he's finishing the war to. I mean, if he does know that, if most of his followers think that Raila was the president and he was stolen from. And they regurgitate the history of 2022. And then in the future, people say that, Raila will never win. They're going to steal away from us. So it makes a lot of the people from Luonyaza don't vote because of the psychology of what you have told them. This is twisted. How can you expect Raila to? Raila is going to be the next opposition leader to compete with Ruto. But how does he get there? It's going to be very difficult because he's not doing even the campaigning right now that he should be doing. By the time he sits over there, maybe Kalonzo will run away, and they're fighting
exactly.
themselves.
And the calculation of his people are still targeting him to run for the presidency. And you know why? Because they benefit from him running as a president, other than him sitting outside, not running as a president. That is why 2027, if Raila, I believe and I pray that I want Raila to watch the elections from his living room and see how Kalonzo probably is managing his affairs as the leader of Azimio. But will Raila's followers allow Kalonzo? That is now another thing. Is Kalonzo sellable in Luo Nyanza? Or will that create another voter apathy in some regions? That's why when we tell you Ruto will be there until 2032, it's because there's no kind of organization within Azimio that shows us honestly that they want to take power or they are the alternative government. There's no policy or framework that they are telling us, we could do better if we are in government than these guys. Right now, that is what they should be talking about. Right now, they should be organizing their house other than just criticizing. They should be organizing their house so that they are not caught off guard. Kenyans want alternative. Alternative means that I look at William Ruto's policies after 2027, what he's offering that he wants to continue with up to 2032, and then look at Kio Mutata if he will be running for president or Kalonzo, or Kalonzo. So we have all these options to look into. So that is
Kalonzo Musyoka destroyed his moment. Kalonzo Musyoka had it in his hands. He had the best opportunities, but in any case, I at times even blame him for Raila losing in 2022, just like I blamed him in 2007. Why? He was indecisive. At one moment, he is supporting Raila Odinga. At another moment, he's saying, I'll listen to what Uhuru will say. Kidogo kidogo, he's launching his own running mate by the name, is it Sunkuli or Sankuli?
Suguli.
Barely 2 weeks later, he's there saying, I will not attend an interview to be a running mate. Kidogo, I see him marching. Before I even realize he's there saying, then I was like, honestly, what are you doing? You know,
Jakes, you can be very dramatic. You can be very dramatic. You can be...
No.
Mzalendo.
But that's how it happened.
James,
That's how it happened.
nirudishie Mzalendo. You have to look at the elections of 2027 as if they are today. As far as we are concerned, personally, all those characters you put around Raila, they will not be anything to Raila. So Raila is going to run again, and it's going to be beaten again. Because without Raila, Kalonzo will be nobody. Without Raila, Wajakoya will not have a platform. It is
Wajakoya will be the presidential candidate for Azimio.
Not really, but most of them will be replaced. You remember immediately after 2017 elections, these guys used to hang around together, Kina Musalia. You remember even during COVID, we used to say 7 have united against 1. You remember the Kafoto where Gideon Moy was the one who read a certain speech. I don't know if you remember that one, where there were the 7 of them. It was Charity Ngilu,
even Kalonzo's car was damaged.
Kalonzo Musyoka, Uhuru himself, Raila Odinga, and there's this other one, I think Wetangula or something. And Gideon Moy was the one reading the speech, and now people say it that you have presented the 7, but the anointing is for, they quoted story of David when he was being anointed by Prophet Samuel in the Bible. Now, how it ended up that Wetangula and Musalia, within few weeks, kidogo tu wakahama, and we had the earthquake moment, it still baffles me. And actually, to me, that was the defining moment. It's not even Kalonzo tactics. Kalonzo alijiwezi, because one moment alikuwa anacheza One Kenya something, those ones. Akatoka tactics za One Kenya, akaingia lazima Azimio iongezewe jina One Kenya Alliance.
James, let me tell you, when I knew Ruto will win this thing, Ruto
kubeba air bill ya elections, ile pesa walikuwa wanachanganya.
That was on I think that was 2013 after walimu wamekoma.
Wewe unaona Speaker of the National Assembly, Speaker defying the president. Do you know the Speaker is number 3 in the Kenyan Constitution?
Yeah.
Akasema yeye anaingia pande ya Ruto, Nturi.
Yes.
Then before that, remember, do you know this lady who is huyu NYS anaitwa Waiguru? Waiguru was Waiguru, the person who brought Waiguru into politics is Uhuru Kenyatta. The person who brought Huduma services, hizi unaona hii Huduma is Waiguru. Hii Huduma Center now thriving is Anne Waiguru. She's a very, very hard worker. Although pia kana kamkono katachukua pesa pia aoni.
Of course.
But now, this mama decided not to follow Uhuru advice. Nikajua hapa, either the leader is too weak or Ruto is a very tough negotiator. Yeah, I think Ruto put what I think for Kinawatangula, Ruto just put to them, this is how it is in black and white.
To me, with the few days I've encountered him as a president, there's nothing much Ruto used than his good tongue. Hiyo tu, he has a very convincing word of mouth. Mdomo yake
Ruto is Ruto is you know Mimi, I started admiring Ruto when he decided, when this guy alikuwa anatukanwa left, right and center na watu wa opposition, watu wa Uhuru na Raila, and still he used to attend meetings. And the day he decided to attend ile meeting ya BBI, he was not invited, and he decided to go to the meeting ya BBI where Uhuru and Raila were seated, and they had got no option but to allow him to address the crowd. And he gave his mind. He was not invited in that particular forum at Bomas when BBI was being launched. And people were booing him. And let me tell you, if you watch that clip, you will admire the character called William Ruto. He's a fighter, he's a true fighter. He's polite, but I think he's also very ruthless.
Mm-hmm.
He's also very ruthless when it comes to dealing with people who are going to distract his ambition.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's a good leader, but most importantly, is God-fearing. That kind of combination is very, very rare in our politics.
Okay,
so,
guys, we have to wrap up. Tumefanya 8.5, and I'm sure kwenyu it's equally late, just like kwetu it's very early. Some of us have to rest kidogo so that we can do something else before we even prepare for the show in the evening. But what do I do? Can I give you guys like a minute or so for closing remarks? Acha nianze na mzee Nyagaka.
Asante sana kijana yangu. Unasikia?
Kabisa.
Okay, asante mzalendo. Thank you very much for sharing the very knowledgeable ideas of helping our country. So vile mimi nilisema Jex, ni kwamba we have to come together and put a policy statement. Ya hiyo radio yako inasema, that's how you influence anybody. You know, people like here in America, when Obama was planning for this, if you follow through, you will see where you guys are going. And you, Jex, you ask very good questions. When you see it's very hard, if it is an ODM person, you choose one of them, then you put him like any guy, you put him on the spot. And you ask very pertinent questions and continue with that. That is what the people of Kenya see washenzi. People in Kenya are very, very smart. That's why they elected this guy, because they so like the Kikuyus, the whole Azimio group gave the Kikuyus to him. They call him Mwizi. Na unajua Mkikuyu anaitwa mwizi kwa Wakenya wote wanajua Mkikuyu ni mwizi. So they was like, if it's a thief, it's our thief. And but if we make a statement here, I hope it will be sober enough, not necessarily to favor this. We know the tribal differences, that doesn't matter, notwithstanding. If we can maybe help the kids in your home area of Zarendo, Jakes, we can do that. I mean, that's a statement that we really mean to be good, not, the bad or complaining all the time. They just mind boggle with me. But Jakes, you do a good job entertaining every one of us. Thank you, Mzalendo. Thank you, Jakes.
Thank you so much, Nyagaka. Mzalendo, take it home.
We have done some 8 good hours in the show. I want to thank all the viewers and the people who have been tuned in, those who contributed. You play a very important role in society. And that is how we build this nation. We don't take your remarks for granted. I believe that there are some leaders out there who are listening. Sometimes you might not like what I'm saying because you're on the opposite side, but you can bring in your argument in this particular show. This particular show is listened with over, Mutembei TV has got over 20 million viewership. That is an equivalent of NTV and other big media houses. So we urge also the media platforms like Mutembei TV to use this opportunity to contribute to the bill that is now in the hands of the public. We are now debating about it. Let us draft something so that we can push it, and everybody else can have an input and see whether the government of the day will listen to the adjustments that the public are demanding. By and large, I urge Kenyans to support the bill. William, my president, should also consider that there are some meaningful amendments that can be done on the bill, and they do it so that the country can move forward. This country runs on taxes and investments overseas, and partners who are able to help us develop our country, such as the World Bank and other development partners. Otherwise, thank you for tuning on. If we annoyed you on this show, maybe tomorrow or today, later in the evening, it will be Jax as usual on the driver's seat, trying to open up the debate on the pertinent issues that is affecting us on our daily lives. Otherwise, thank you very much, na mkuwe na mchana mwema, na wale wanaenda kulala kama mzee Nyagaki, ukuwe na usiku mwanane. Otherwise, asante.
Okay.
Sense.
Thank you, guys. Okay, and to you, our favorite people, you are my favorite person. You are my favorite person. Thank you for being part of this show. You're the one who has tuned in all this along, eh? Gitash, man, one of these fine days you need to make me know you, eh? Well, you are the last man standing. Asante sana. Mkiwa na kakako Geoffrey Ruto, thank you guys very much. Cornerstone else, thank you so much. Who else? The very, very last guys. Black, I see you. 7 Kenya Golden Girls, asanteni sana. Alex, I see you. Dennis Ondieki, asante sana kwa comment section. Au ni watu wa comment section. Na kina nani wali like? List ndio hii. Helen Muganga, asante sana. Thank you for your likes. Asante sana Omari kwa kulike hii video. Bethwell Seurei, asante so much. Hezron Omete, thank you for liking the video. Nani mwingine? Bob Agnes, asante sana. Arap Biwot, asante sana. Duncan Wanyama, asante. Owen Phillips, asante sana. Thank you for liking the video. Evans Yegon, asante. Polycarp Othiambo, thank you for liking the video. Thank you very much. Naitwa John, thank you for liking the video. Rose Kadesa, asante sana kwa kulike video. And who else? Nani mwingine sijasoma hapa. The list imekuwa short, but it has over 100+ likes. Thank you guys for liking the videos, both on YouTube, both on Facebook. Asante tu sana. All I can say is to you guys, thank you for being my favorite person. Asante sana. God bless you. Have a fantastic day. See you in the evening. In the evening, we have another great conversation. As I promised you, tutakuwa na show kali kama venye hii imekuwa kali, itakuwa show fiti. Thank you so much. God bless you. God do you well. We will definitely have another great awesome experience ikifika saa ngapi? Saa 4. Tune in kwanzia saa 4. I leave you with this. I hope you don't forget this one. I hope you don't forget this one. Sijui kama iko ama imepotea. Unajua zingine hizi mitambo zinakuanga na mshki. Let me see if iko. I think I'll have to reload it. But I hope this one will play. If it doesn't, I have to reload it. But thank you guys for being part of this wonderful show. Asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. I have ended the show with Mzalendo, Nyagaka, Black was in the show, Stella was in the show, this guy, my friend, Kenya Rebel alikuwa kwa show, George alikuwa kwa show. Many you guys were just all the panelists that made time to be part of the show. Akina Captain, yeah, asanteni tu sana. God bless you. God do you well. I wish you a fantastic day, even as you prepare as well to join me in the evening for another great conversation. So guys, take care of yourself. I am preparing to leave you with a song, eh? At least msiseme nimewaacha hivyo. You guys sometimes huwa mnanitext wasema, "Ai bro, leo kutuwekeka kitu kama kawa, acha niwatafutie." I had a song but ni kama imekaa muda mrefu ikapotea. Let me leave you with this one. It's a number you loved. It's a song you enjoyed. It's a song you loved, eh? It's a song that many have come to be asking of. Kwa sababu kuna venye inakumbusha mbali kama venye mimi inanikumbushanga mbali. It reminds me of those days. Those happy days and those funny days that now there are two different moments. When the song was done and now there are two different moments.
Hawajui ona bidhaa zinazidi panda bei, wameshikana waumize masikini, wanakoroga katiba iwafaidi. Ameuza mayai huyu hatatuelewa, anajua shida huyu hatatuelewa. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. 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 Chague vipi na wamama wetu wanazalia barabarani, aje tuwachague, aje na biashara zetu wameharibu zote. Ameuza mayai huyu hatatuelewa, anajua shida huyu hatatuelewa. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. 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 Kazi ni kazi. Kenya kwanza wote. Kiongozi mcha Mungu huyu, huyu ndo wetu. Akina mama mboga makanga na wengine, kiongozi huyu, huyu ndo wetu. Anataka pesa iwafikie wanabiashara wadogo, huyu ndo wetu. Ni wakati wetu sasa tuongozwe na mmoja wetu. Huyu ndo wetu. Ameuza mayai huyu hatatuelewa, anajua shida huyu hatatuelewa. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu, hasla ndio wetu,